everyone, and that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
Can you just remind me, there was one rule about TEKKZ, what was it?
Don't back against him, I think, was
Yeah,
what we learned on day one.
I think I'm going to stick with that.
Okay,
I'm going to.
Okay. I thought there was going to be a change.
Yeah, I know that as well, yeah.
I was like, wow, Nightwatch is really going for it on day number 3. But both of our panels have decided to stick with TEKKZ. Let's find out what our commentators make of game number 1. Gents?
Hello, good morning.
How you doing?
Of course, yeah, really looking forward to, as we said, Super Sunday or Championship Sunday, whichever way we're going to call it. There's going to be some amazing games. And
there is.
I think, you know, I've got to kind of follow suit on what the panel was saying, because there's been 10 events this year, Paul, and TEKKZ has made 9 of them and made at least a semi-final in all 9 of them as well. So TEKKZ for me.
And you've done very well so far. You're top of the tree on our predictions. That's all good. Your partner in crime, however, has been somewhat wild. I'm just worried where he's going for game 1.
Well, I've got nothing to lose, really. I'm not catching these, so I'm going against the grain. I'm going to go with Resende to take this semi-final. TEKKZ is sat about 3.5 meters away from me, and he can definitely hear what I've just said, but
I'm recording this. I'm going to post it to Twitter, tag him, and just let him know how much you hate it.
I'm going with Resende.
Right, good stuff. Take us into game number 1. Jensen, enjoy.
Thank you very much. And yes, here we go. We're in Singapore again. And of course, we're here for our final day where someone will be walking away with $50,000, Richard. And of course, that trophy that they'll get to take home. And the FUT Champions Cup, obviously, there's 6 of them this year. 6 majors all around the world, from Bucharest to London to Atlanta. And of course, to Singapore. We've still got one more left in the month of April, of course. And it's no surprise that we're talking about this man again on your screen, F2TEKKZ, the man that obviously #1 on those Xbox rankings, Richard. Over 7,000 global series ranking points he's already accompanied to his name, and he'll be looking to go to 10,000.
Yeah, he's just been fantastic, really, throughout the year, has TEKKZ. He's been consistently brilliant from the first qualifier that he had all the way to right now. But that man on your screen, Resende, he's a grand finalist.
He's a grand
been there.
finalist.
He's done the, you'd say, the hard work. I've just got a feeling with this 3-5-2 that we could potentially be seeing TEKKZ going out at a semi-final. He's been to all the FUT Champions Cups thus far. He's been in all 4 semi-finals thus far. He's won 3.
Yep.
The one that he lost was against Nicholas Razek in Bucharest in January, and that was his biggest defeat that he's ever suffered. He lost 7-1 in that game. And I just feel like the way that Nicholas Razek played, it was very attacking. It was a very much a sort of aggressive performance. He put him under pressure early on, and he went 1-0 up. That's the key to beating TEKKZ. You have to put him under pressure. If he gets that first goal and can dictate the pace of the game, dictate how he wants to play the game, you're going to lose. Look at Marcos Gomez yesterday. Look at Stokes. When they went down, he just kept hold of the ball, and he frustrated his opponent to making mistakes.
And of course, wherever you're watching from around the world, I know it's pretty late in the UK if you're a TEKKZ fan. I'm sure he'll be over the moon that you guys are staying up to support him. Well, here we go then. Our final day here in Singapore. 8 players remain. 62 arrived just 2 days ago. Swiss-style format, quarterfinals, and all the knockout football that's been played up to this date. And we'll be taking through every single game. Semi-finals from Xbox, from PlayStation, console final from both consoles, and then the cross-console as well. And it will be TEKKZ with the first shot of the game into Kylian Mbappe. 2 green time shots, but both of them not even troubling David De Gea.
Yeah, no, out in the players' warm-up area a little bit earlier on, both of these players warming up against fellow countrymen. TEKKZ having a few games against Spacey in the warm-up area, and it was actually Resende in an aggregate game, a 2-legged game against Senna. So both of these players, they've warmed up, they've got no excuses early on, and it's going to be the 3-5-2, which is the fascinating aspect to this game. He's almost breaking the meta, that's what we've said Resende is doing. He's not in a 4-2-3-1, he's not in a sort of standard formation. He's using those wide players.
And he's trying to change the game as well. That's going to be his first shot of the game, Richard. No time finishing needed at all there from the Brazilian. That is ranked number 6 in the world over on Xbox. 2014 Global Series ranking points to his name. And of course, representing Mesut Ozil's esports organisation, M10, and someone else that's in the latter stage of this competition from that organisation too is Houston. I'm sure he'll be in the building somewhere supporting his teammate. He's up next as well in our next semi-final. But the question is, Richard, you said about it trying to break the meta. When we say that, obviously 4-2-3-1 is kind of the meta formation as well, some people would say, or the kind of way to play. You can fit your 2 CDMs in there, the Vieiras, the Hullets, whoever you want to mix them up. Resende's done different. He's come into this, he's played a 3-5-2 that no one's expecting. Just look at the numbers back now. Tex is going to try and break him down again, but that's twice now. There always seems to be someone there to block the ball.
Yeah, and that's what a 3-5-2 does. It's a very defensive 3-5-2 that he's playing. You can see in the final third, he's only got 3 players attacking. That's his Cam, Johan Cruyff, Pele, Ronaldo. And then he builds into the attacks. He gets Mbappe, he gets Marcelo forward. He gets them in wide areas. And he always seems to have got the extra man out wide.
This is Resende's turn to have an attack. He already had one shot that did pull out a save from the Spaniard, David De Gea. Mbappe, and as you said, it's tough. There's no one really forward from him. He has to get people forward. Johan Cruyff a starter for him as well. Obviously that prime icon moment. Marcelo into Mbappe. Now this is the first game of the day if you have just joined the stream as well. We're live from Singapore once again. And of course, you guys can come and watch in person. Pele now, that was time green again. Another block.
Yeah, really good start to this game as well. End-to-end FIFA early on here in Singapore. And you see that defensive 3-5-2 coming out once again. Ramos coming across as his left centre-back. Hullet and Vieira, they've almost dropped in now. And it sort of turns into like a defensive shell, like a 7 at the back. It seems to have got right there.
Of course, it's hard not to look past the achievements of Tex, and other people just talking about him saying, is he the best player we've ever seen today? Is he?
That's
just unstoppable.
Yesterday on Twitter, a lot of people chiming in, who's the best? What clarifies yourself as being the best?
It's definitely an argument to have, because obviously you go back a few years, 2004 is when the FIFA Interactive World Cup kicked off, one big tournament a year with $20,000. Now kind of the ecosystem's completely changed, and there's more tournaments now, or an ultimate team, there's more players. But when you get that World Championship title again, you know, you can't be looking past a lot of those guys at the same time that have won back-to-back ones as well. But certainly this man is up there. And if he goes forward and continues dominating like he is this year, he's definitely going to be going into the history books, if he hasn't already.
The question that a lot of people have been asking is, what actually makes Tex so good in the game itself? Because in terms of the ability in the game, I was talking to Spacey, I was talking to a lot of the other players, and they were saying it just seems to have, he can be playing bad and just still create something. And when I was chatting to him earlier in that warm-up area, his self-belief in his own ability is off the charts. He said, I was the best player last year. I just didn't really get the opportunity. There weren't that many events. There were only 3 majors. There was the playoffs, and if you didn't play well at the playoffs, that were it. Your season were over. So in the tournaments that he participated in, he won one of them in his first ever tournament. The confidence that he has is unbelievable. And this year, he said that he's got more tools at his disposal to be able to utilise with. The goalkeeper movement, the timed finishing, the custom tactics. He's got more control over the game where he can dictate the things. And just given the ability that he has, that is what he thinks to set him apart from everybody else.
And of course, we saw over the last 2 days, set pieces, he's been not too bad as well. A few corners he scored from as well, maybe a few free kicks as well, something off the training ground from the Englishman. Obviously, part of the F2 freestylers, they picked him up. I'm sure it was probably one of the best decisions ever, getting him on their roster. First esports player. As he tries to defend this attack now, though. This is Resende.
Nice.
This is a golden opportunity.
That is that extra man that we're talking about. Mbappe getting down the right-hand side. In that 3-5-2, you're always going to have an extra man. And it was Mbappe on that occasion. Just played the ball all the way across the pitch. Very similar to what we saw. I don't know if you remember back in the day, like Air Japes. He sort of originated this 3-5-2 where you move the ball across the pitch and you've always got the extra man there. In previous FIFAs, it was the meta, the 3-5-2, and then recently in the more FUT champs era, we've seen 4-2-3-1 used. Right now, Resende is bringing the 3-5-2 back into the spotlight.
As we said yesterday, we kind of went, have you been practicing with this 3-5-2 much? He was like, no, my first event I played with it, so obviously a big risk for him, but he's had an interesting season as Resende. Of course, he does lead 1-0, but his last 2 FUT Champions Cups, his last 2 majors, he's gone out in Swiss-style format. 2 wins, 3 losses, and he's coming to this one with a completely different attitude. 4-1 through Swiss-style format, and just hasn't looked back since. Added time of 2 minutes, and it was Mbappe that opened up the score. And Tex will have other ideas, though. Do not write this man off anytime soon. And there we go. Half-time between the two. Again, nothing to really separate them. They both had a few chances. Possession's quite fair as well.
I don't know if you look at a lot of Texas' actual individual results, though. Usually it'll go down in a game. It'll usually go 1-0, 2-0 down. We saw it against Jazz. We saw it actually a couple of times in this tournament against Jazz. We've seen it throughout different tournaments. He goes down and then comes back into the game.
It was like a running joke, wasn't it? He kind of has to go down to wake himself up.
Yeah, I don't think that's it personally. I think that's why we have a two-legged game, so people can get back into the game. They can almost work out your opponent, work out what they're doing. You saw him checking the 3-5-2 then to clarify to himself, yeah, I know my opponent is playing the 3-5-2. And he's probably going to analyse what he's doing over the course of this leg, over the course of the next leg, and try and just pickpocket and exploit the spaces in that formation. No formation is perfect. Every formation, every tactic
has a weakness.
And you just have to be able to exploit it and hope that your opponent doesn't know your own weakness.
Of course, it is the Brazilian that is in the lead here at the moment. If he goes and wins this, a huge opportunity for him to jump up, as we said, into a console final, to the back post. That was Cristiano Ronaldo lurking around up against Marcelo, who's now out of position. It's going to be Van Dijk. Hard to look past as well. Obviously the season, sorry Richard, that Tex is out. Obviously, big Liverpool fan, and he will be representing them in the EPL finals at the end of March. Obviously another one of these licensed leagues that are part of the Global Series, and that was a story and a half, wasn't it? Winning the FUT Champions Cup #4 in Atlanta, flying back to Liverpool, and with about an hour's sleep still somehow managed to go and win that event. I've literally made the joke of give him any console, anywhere in the world, he'll go and win the event.
As this game does go on, you have to start to question, will Tex change formation? Will he match up the 3-5-2? A lot of people say the only way to really play good against the 3-5-2 is to match it up and to play the exactly the same formation against each other and just let the better FIFA player win over the course of the two legs. Or does Tex back himself that much in a 4-2-3-1, in a 4-2-2-2, we've seen him switch to that in the past, to get the result back on track?
I think it was a great example, she said, against NH Jazz yesterday, who did his country proud and his organisation proud. But Tex still, when he was pegged back, he still came forward, and that's just going to be just to the left-hand side of David De Gea's goal. And a warning sign for Resende to say, all right, you might be playing this 3-5-2, you might be quite defensive at times, but I'm still going to get chances.
That's nice to play out from the back there, to be honest, from Resende.
Ronaldo.
All the way from the goalkeeper into the attacking third, and good tracking back there from Tex, but it just shows the confidence that Resende is playing with. Not a lot of people actually pass it out from the goalkeeper. A lot of people will punt that long, look for Ronaldo, look for Hully in the midfield to win a flick on to bring it down. Resende just passed it out from the goalkeeper, quite a risky move, and then
I think it's the first match, so
it's often said as well that you can know where your players are going to be positioned.
play aggressive.
Instructions you put on your players. Sometimes you can go to your left or right back, depending on your formation. But him as a 3-5-2, there could always be an option on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the field. There's a pause cued by F2TEKKZ, which obviously signals he's not happy with something, wants to make a change.
Yeah, it'll be I'm not too sure if it will be a sub. I'm looking at the stamina bars of a lot of the players. Maybe try and bring somebody on just to freshen up in the attacking third, but that pause going to come in. 68th minute on the clock. Vieira off, Modric on, a little bit more creativity in the midfield, a little bit more of that attacking edge over Patrick Vieira, and that'll be the only change that he is going to make at this moment. Probably looking at that central cam, maybe bring him off as the game does go on.
Of course, on the other side of that, Resende, we can't really see what he's doing. You see, he was matching up the formation that we're looking to match, obviously, what Tex has done, and obviously not too much other than some fresh legs on in the middle of the park. Luka Modric brought on as well. But still, the score remains at 1-0, and we still have a second leg to play. Let's not forget about that.
Eusebio introduced for Resende as well, so does he feel like there's a little bit of blood in the water potentially? That he can bring on that attacking player, get a second, get a third goal to take him into that second leg potentially.
Well, here's Resende in possession now. We said our first game of the day, our first semi-final of Super Sunday here in Singapore. So patient in the build-up between those two CDMs. It really is a guessing game. Which way is he going to go? When's he going to go forward with it? But there's no rush for him. He's 1-0 up at the moment. I doubt that's going to be the final scoreline over the two legs, I can assure you on that. But as long as Resende's got the ball, Tex will not be panicking him until he's pulled out the man. He's looking in to do exactly what he's tried to do now.
A really good bit of play from
Nice
Resende.
save.
Just keeping the possession on the edge of the box, waiting for the movement
Tell you
from
what,
Tex.
David Hayes
I think
pulled
this
out the
match
line there.
will
It's been a
end
few times now he just failed to collect the
1-0.
ball, and although he got something on that one, lucky enough for him, it does fall back in the end.
Almost looked like he weren't going anywhere with that possession. It was Hullet to Vieira, Vieira to Hullet, Eusebio back to Vieira, and then with 2 passes, he's in. He's had a shot on goal. And it was a good save from De Gea to keep this scoreline at 1-0 for the Brazilian.
Kind of gets to a point, doesn't it, when you keep it between your 2 CDMs?
That you just rush out as a defensive player.
You're just like, come on, I'm not going to just sit here and let you do this for like 10 in-game minutes. I've got to come out, I've got to press you, and that's exactly what he did. I think Neymar was pulled out of position, and there was the shot from Mbappe in the end. Lucky enough it was a save, and now it's Tex's turn to maybe register one of his last attacks of this game. Neymar into Hullet. He's so good going forward. And
good goalkeeper movement. It was a great time shot in the end, so the time finish didn't actually come off for him.
corner played short. Be careful, do not dive in. Resende there, lucky enough for him. It's going to be Marcelo that does win that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He might have gone home after knowing he's playing Tex in the semi-final, looked at what he's been doing from set pieces. So he almost read that El Tornado straight away. He didn't dive into the tackle. He just sort of stood there and went, yeah, I'm going to wait for the flick up. And then just came away with the ball. A very professional performance from Resende so far. He run the caution in the first 10-15 minutes with the chances that Tex was producing. But since then, he's held all of the ball. He's made Tex come at him. He's frustrated the Englishman. And a 1-goal lead is his reward, potentially going into that second leg.
Of course, it feels like there's some sort of game plan to follow with for Resende. He's got that goal, and Pennington looked after the ball so well. I'm looking forward to seeing that pass and accuracy stat. If we can see it at the end of the game, it's going to be in the high 90s, surely. Has not given the ball away easily, has he? Always an option. Always so calm in the ball. And you know what they often say when you got up against a player that loves having the ball, loves creating chances, just do the opposite. As you say, just starve them of the ball. Do not give them the ball at all. And you can just imagine how frustrating it must be. Oh, there's a mistake.
Who's going to get there?
Very risky.
Ramos. He had to take the shot. Ramos was just running in with a massive tackle. Mbappe did get the shot away, but again, it was a grey effort on a time for that, so it wasn't even registered, as you mentioned. That's going to be half-time, technically, across this leg, and Resende with a slight advantage here in this game, Richard. And again, there's still plenty more to talk about and plenty more FIFA to play, I can assure you of that.
Yeah, just a couple of great time shots there. A little bit, you'd say, unexpected. You expect them to be green from Tex. He's such a prolific timed finisher, is Tex, that those green timed, maybe I'm looking into it a little bit too much, but is he potentially feeling a little bit nervous into this semi-final? He's playing against something he's not expecting in the 3-5-2. He's been taken out of his comfort zone a little bit. He's not had hold of the ball. He's not had the possession of the ball, which he's usually having. He's not creating clear-cut chances. I don't know. This second leg's a fascinating affair coming up.
I definitely saw, when that goal originally went in from Resende, there was definitely a change of attitude there, because at the same time of that, you remember at the beginning of the game, Tex had kickoff. He had, 2-3 green time shots, which, again, didn't really, trouble the keeper at all. But we're going to have a look at some of the highlights now, of course, from that game. As we said, Resende did win it 1-0, and hopefully we're going to see that goal. And this is going to be it right now. Look at the space on the right-hand side. You pointed out brilliantly, Richard.
That's the power of the 3-5-2. It gives you that room out wide. You're going to see a couple of chances here coming in for Tex. Neymar on the edge of the box, into Vieira, back to Neymar, and then just dragged wide. That's usually a green. That is usually a green from Tex. And this is the very, very lax pass here. Patrick Vieira into Hullet, and then he just gets dispossessed here. Maldini, when he tries to go backwards. Oh, Van Dijk, heavy touch.
This is where I was worried. I was like, Resende, you defended well, so good all game. And
how quick did Ramos get across there, though?
It was like panic station, that, wasn't it? Just get yourself over. And of course, that ended, leg number 1 in this semi-final. Resende just thinking, wow, that was nearly a mistake for me at the back there. And we still have another 19 game minutes left of this one, Rich, and there's still so much to talk about and still so much to see. But our first semi-final of the day, as we speak about those Global Series rankings, those all-important rankings that will determine yourself, of course, a playoff spot and a grand final spot at the end of the year. Everybody wants to be in that grand final, of course. Only 32 spots there. There's a big gap between these two. There's over 5,000 points to separate these two. They're both top 10 players on Xbox. Tex has won a lot of events.
There's 5,000 points in between them and 5 spots on the Global Series rankings. That's how dominant Tex has been this year. He's 5,000 points clear of 6th place. That just doesn't happen. You can see the rankings right there. On PS4, between 1 and 6, there's only like, what, 3,500 points there, 4,000 points. Between 1 and 6 on the Xbox, there's nearly 5,000,
Thanks
5,500.
already
But if you
qualified
look here,
to
it's, of
World
course, you know,
Cup.
on the Xbox side of things, obviously, MS Dasari, as
You
we
don't
know,
need,
he couldn't come over for this one, but Megabit, Rajak, out in Swiss-style format.
To win
Goal
this
Machine as well, I
tournament.
believe he crashed out not long after that. The other players obviously didn't qualify for this event, and it just goes to show how much do you look into these rankings? You know, to be honest, it's one of those, like Joksan, round of 16, he went out the competition. Of course, these rankings have proven the players that have got to all these events, and some of them had great events. You look at Joksan the first few of the year, but it's a long old season. That's what I've been saying on social media. It's a long old season. Who can continue throughout the year?
I think people look into the rankings too much because TEKKZ has dominated over the course of the year. Nobody else really dominates for that period of time. Look at the Premier League, for example. People go in stages. People drop off, they'll come back. Liverpool had a fantastic run and then they dropped off for a little bit and now they could come back. Man City dropped off, then they're coming back. Nobody's just consistently amazing throughout the year apart from TEKKZ.
Yeah.
That's why he's got nearly 8,000 points.
Of course, and that's why he's got so much hype around him as well at every single event. You know, we often talk about players that can come onto a scene and dominate it as well. But why has TEKKZ been so good? That's the question on everybody's mind. And, you know, you went into it a little bit earlier. It's kind of that winning feeling. When you're qualifying for everything, you qualified for the Champions League qualifying not long ago as well. Like, as I've made the joke, you can play on any console, this guy. Just get him in a qualifier, get him in a tournament. He will get at least a semi-final finish or more.
There's a couple of reasons. He's just very naturally gifted at the game. Just what he can do in the game, he's almost... like I said, like God-given ability, you'd say. He had more events this year to be able to prove himself, to be able to qualify for. And then when you're qualifying for every single event, when you're making semi-finals over and over and over and over again, you have that sort of fear factor. And if you're coming into the game not fearing him, that's when you tend to get results. And that man right there, he looks so casual. It looks like he could be at home, waiting for the Sunday roast to be served. Does Resende.
What do you think Resende's thinking in his head? Is he thinking, right, let's not think about this too early, that I could potentially be causing a massive upset here? Or
I don't think...
Do you just have to just take it stage by stage for him?
I don't think he's even probably thinking about the game right now, looking at him. He's probably just waiting for the game to get started, taking a little bit of a break in between the matches, getting that heart rate down, getting that blood down, letting the oxygen, just everything just balance out. Just get ready for this next game because TEKKZ is going to come at you. It's as simple as that. He's 1-0 down. He's going to attack you. If he can get a goal early on, first 10 minutes, that 90 minutes of possession and dominating the game, he's gone. It's just eradicated straight away. And that's what they're playing for right there. You can see that trophy. Someone will be going home with that beautiful trophy here in Singapore. Will it be that man claiming his 3rd FUT Champions Cup?
Exactly that, and of course, as we keep saying, making his name in the history books, 6 FUT Champions Cups. He picked up the first one of the year, then followed his performance straight up with an LQE. And here we go, then the second leg of our first semi-final here in Singapore. So much FIFA action today. And of course, at the end of it, we'll be crowning a champion here in Asia. 1-0 the score to Resende. Of course, that's only half the story. You said, Richard, an early start could be big for TEKKZ. An early goal
TEKKZ will
will be big for him
press
because
too
that's what we
much
saw last
this
game.
match.
Obviously, didn't have kick-off in this one, but in the last one, he had kick-off, and that gave him the opportunity to look after the ball slightly, have 3 time green shots, but defensively, Resende's been superb. And that's what that 3-5-2 is going to offer you. He's just offside there.
First 4.5 minutes, Resende just looking to get back into his groove, looking to get back into that possession style of play, that calm style of play where you can pull the players out of position for TEKKZ and then exploit the space in behind. Even at 0-0, Resende looks pretty comfortable. It looks like he's I often say the phrase, some players don't play the match and they play the occasion. Resende is doing the complete opposite. He looks very calm. He's just facing what's in front of him. He's taken the name away. He's taken the accolades away from TEKKZ, and he's just playing the man that sits opposite him on the stage.
Of course, there's only a 1-goal difference between the two at the moment, which I'm sure could be changed in seconds as TEKKZ does come forward now. Cristiano Ronaldo he's got to be careful. Straight into the feet of R9. He tried to shield his man, and it's going to be Marcelo that
Very easy,
just
Bennett.
got slightly carried
Very
away,
easy.
dabbled a foot into the tackle. And now he's just giving away a penalty.
Genius, just to hold the ball up there.
And up comes Tex now, and he'll score. There's that lead wiped away straight away as well. 10 in-game minutes gone. And Ronaldo fires straight back for Tex. Game on.
How many times you see the ball go into Tex there, and it's a drag back? It's a little shape on the ball, and then a low-driven shot. That's what he's been doing. That's one of the goals that he scores most often. The ball into his striker, and then a little movement, shoot straight away. Maybe he's almost second-read that and gone, you know what, he's expecting me to move. I'm just going to stand here. I'm going to wait for the contact. It comes in from Marcelo. He gets the penalty. He dispatches it, and we're back at a one-all scoreline. And they're the things that set him apart from everyone else. He's 2 steps ahead.
Of course, we saw a really exciting game yesterday. I think it actually might have been Resende where there was all these penalty shouts and similar situations like that where people are in the box, they're trying to do a drag back up against whoever their opponent is and just kind of getting baited into making a tackle, expecting there to be some kind of contact. And we saw penalties given, penalties waved away. Resende's turn to attack now. This game is all a piece at 1-1. You just have to feel that goal just lifted a bit of pressure off the shoulders of Tex. Will Resende be able to respond?
This sort of game right now, I'd say, plays into the hands of Tex. He can dictate where he wants to go. He knows he only needs 1 goal to see him through right now. The best potential position you want to be in against Tex is just attacking. Just out-and-out attacking. What did Goal Machine do when he beat him? What did Nicholas Razek do when they beat him? Just attack, attack, attack. Just keep the pressure going forward. No backwards motion.
Keep the goals flying in as well. There's Tex!
Oh,
just like
the second one.
Literally like a magician. Pulled the rabbit out of the hat, out of nowhere. 22 minutes on the clock. And it's not going to be Cristiano Ronaldo this time. It's going to be R9. He's an icon for a reason. He's a legend in the game.
That's the difference between this leg and the first leg. He weren't greening those shots. Was Tex. He's actually rifled that into the top left corner and sees himself into the lead for the first time in this series against
I think
M10
this game will
RESENDE.
end 4-1.
And now does Resende start to think, is the 3-5-2 the right option? Do I change?
Yeah,
He has to come out and attack now.
He
doesn't
come back
Can't really
now.
sit back, control possession as he did before. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Richard. You literally said, obviously, last game, he didn't really have many opportunities to time the shots green. And the difference there, it was quicker. He didn't have any time to defend Resende, which just played straight into the path of R9.
And this is what Tex is wanting to do right now. When you're playing against the 3-5-2, if you can have that lead, you can keep hold of the ball so well. Just constant switches of play. I imagine this is going to go all the way up to the fullback. Yes, it is Sergio Ramos. And then he's just going to keep in this sort of cycle of play. Just keep hold of the ball. Do whatever he needs to do to win the game. Whatever it takes. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be attractive football. But it's winning football.
Because he is in the driving seat now and he leads by 2-1. And proves once again, whether he's 1-2-0 down, 9 times out of 10 he'll come back or at least put up a fight. He's turned around the game here in the semi-final stages in Singapore. Wins this, goes through and gets himself 850 Global Series ranking points and moves up to $7,500.
No,
he walks away with his Tex again. Now this time it's Mbappe, that team of the year. It goes all the way across to Ronaldo. This attack isn't dealt with. Go Neymar this time. It's time green again.
Oh, the third one.
And it's into the back of the net again. 3-0. How a game of FIFA can change.
In 34 minutes, he's taken this game, almost snatched it away from Resende.
Game over.
Kept hold of the ball really nicely, moved it down this left-hand side. Neymar, a big influence in the goal. So the first goal that he scored, he got the penalty. He waited for the contact. That's the little switch of movement that we're talking about. You often see him move the ball out of his feet and then shoot straight away. That's what he did from there with Neymar. Maybe Resende was expecting him to stand still and waiting for that contact to come in. He switched the ball so quickly. The ball's in the back of the net before you can even think.
1 goal more remaining.
Not doing any more fun.
To be
3-1 down.
Remember
said,
that.
Richard, is it time to make a change formation-wise at half-time? It's first event here with a 3-5-2 formations. We've kind of been saying
Today,
stepping away from the 4-2-3-1 that everyone
5.
seems to follow. But once again, a lot of the time, I'm sure the 4-2-3-1 will come out on top from what we've seen in previous events. Resende's turn to come forward now. Look at the numbers back for Tex. Those two defenders, even Neymar's getting back to defend there. This is liquid football off the bar.
Lovely bit of play from Resende to open that opportunity up and then just cannon it off the post. One of the big things that it potentially could do at Tex, you can see the spare man is always Marcelo, it's always Mbappe. If you can get them cams and just sit them in, maybe put them on come back while attacking.
We've kind of said it best, Richard. It just kind of sits like a triangle, those two CDMs with a Neymar in front, or whoever's playing in that cam role, who just drops back, adds the extra man into the kind of defensive side of the midfield. Even though it's an attacking player like Neymar, he can get involved and just disfigure the formation slightly. Added time of 2 minutes here, and we'll be into our last 45 in-game minutes. So our first semi-final from Championship Sunday here in Singapore.
Yeah, it's semis.
Find out one name that will be in that Xbox console final. Half time here, and it has really been a different story compared to the first game. And it just shows what 3 goals can do for you.
Dominant performance from Tex in that first half of things, and you see the formation change from Resende, switched into a forward 2-on-2. Changes are being made right now from Resende. He has to go more attacking. It feels like the 3-5-2 wasn't really offering him the options, and is he potentially playing into Texas hands right now?
Of course, the 4-1-2-1-2, very narrow. Depending, obviously, on how that 4-2-3-1 can work. Very balanced. It can go out wide if you want to. You can push your cams out. We see how wide the likes of Mbappe can get sometimes. And even we can see here, Marcelo getting so wide as well. Neymar into Hullet. This is Tex now. If anything, get yourself a goal. And it won't matter what formation you're playing. You're going to be 4-1 up. I'm sure that'll knock the confidence of Resende even more. So that 2-goal advantage moves to a 3. He's only 2 goals down, though. We have to repeat that.
Just gone offside there. How's Mbappe? I think he's actually playing up front, Mbappe, alongside Ronaldo now that that formation change has gone out, probably. Marcelo gone over to left back. Looks like Pele is the central cam. Hullet and Modric, the left centre mid, right centre mid, and Vieira doing the job as the CDM.
Neymar, and again, it's timed. Time to perfection. And Mbappe, he's in the team for a reason. He's got all this hype for a reason as well.
I mean, I'm asking a lot of question marks against the goalkeeper right here. Looks like it's gone straight through him. You have to save that. It's not in the corner. It's straight down the middle of the goal. You simply have to save that.
You're asking questions. Why have you not just gone with your hands?
Yeah. And does somebody like Van der Sar go with his hands there? You know, David De Gea often goes with the feet, goes with the legs.
I've seen a different side to David De Gea this weekend. Of course, still a starter for a number of people. And when you look at the in-game stats, the ratings, or of course, the overall stat of the card, it's hard to look past him. But definitely, you would be suggesting, why have you not gone with your hands there? He's gone with his feet, and maybe the shot just came in slightly too fiercely to the Spaniard. 97 overall, unfortunately, though. Going to concede that one, and that's conceded 4 in this game. Resende has his turn at goal, but
yeah, good bit of keeper movement as well from Tex, just to move him across.
That's twice now, and there's De Gea.
Completely missed that one. Big difference between the first leg and the second leg. Texas time to finishing, everything's been green. This game, you saw a couple of greys last game out. This time round, green all the way. That shows what the difference it can make.
And of course, that first game, he just simply wasn't letting Tex get any of those shots away, because every time he did time in green, there was someone to block them and to ensure the shot wouldn't come through. Into our last third of this second leg. Tex is well in control here. 4-1, he leads. Modric into Mbappe, overlapping run. They're going to play to Sergio Ramos. And he will win a free kick. Look at the concentration from Tex on the left-hand side. He knows this is far from over, even though he's 4-0 up in this game, 3 goals up on aggregate. He's going to do everything he can to continue scoring. Ball falls back, and it's going to be offside anyway. So chance again
This is why FIFA's a two-legged format. So over the two legs most of the time. The player who you'd say, would you say the better player comes out on top? In a one-legged game, sometimes it can just go against you. You can get the
Say if you're not scoring your chances
going against you, and you can be a little bit nervous. Over a two-legged game, people tend to just sit into what they know better. They'll be more composed in the second game. The nerves will start to clear. And you tend to see the better player take advantage of that second leg.
Of course, choose by Resende there. Ball just going to come off the leg of Sergio Ramos as well. But of course, whoever goes out at this stage of the competition, they've already got themselves 625 Global Series ranking points on top. So I think that will kind of mix up those Xbox rankings slightly. I think Resende will certainly be going up a few spots. He'll be on a total of, I believe, 2,639 Global Series ranking points. $2,500 to his name as well, as we look forward to kind of, as we said, the latter stage of the season now.
This will put TEKKZ over 8,500.
I think he'll be on, 850 plus, obviously, this. Yeah, he won't be far off it. 8,500, he won't be far off it, maybe 100 or so more. But Richard, he can still go and win the whole thing. If he wins that, he's looking at over 9,000.
Yeah.
Which is just frightening. I've made this joke as well that he can honestly be making like a world record attempt for the first year Global Series rankings. Like, it will honestly be one of those that someone will try and beat in future years. And I'm sure.
I don't know if anyone will beat it. No one.
Because you've got to win at least 3 FUT Champions Cups.
You've got to be unbelievable throughout the entire year. And you see people, they'll peak at different times. As we were saying earlier, I feel like I'm repeating myself, consistency. No one's ever been this consistent over this amount of top-level events.
Of course, you heard the guys, obviously, on Gaskin speaking about it yesterday. I've seen 9 consecutive semi-finals, which means that across LQEs, obviously the FIFA E-Club World Cup, like all the events, majors or minors, he's been making at least a semi-final. Of course, we know he's obviously won a few events this year. The LQE in Bucharest, he won that. FUT Champions Cup #1, FUT Champions Cup #4 in Atlanta just a week and a bit ago.
Resende changed formation right now. I think he's on 3-1-4-2. Very attacking formation.
Of course, this is for a spot in the console final, the Xbox console final.
He's looking to get back into this game, whatever it may take.
That's a little mistake there from TEKKZ, in fact. Gonna pull out a foul.
Big slide tackle from Rio Ferdinand. Rio Ferdinand
No
still
need
in
for
the
that.
team. Almost Mr. Consistent at the back.
Yellow card.
Prime Rio.
With a yellow card, so 90 overall, and that's surprising. Obviously, there's a lot higher in-game stats on a lot of centre-halves, but it's one of them. Personal preference. He's played a lot of games with Rio Ferdinand as well. Kind of backs him, as you said, Richard.
Yeah,
I think
the
it's a
best,
job for you.
the
Why
best
change
player.
it? Unbelievable pace, defending, physicality. He can also play the
But
ball as well.
Bossery didn't
That's a
come.
penalty.
That's going to be a penalty.
What?
I think he's gone shoulder to shoulder there, but referee says different. It was just like a basic scoop turn there from Mbappe. Now,
This is a chance to get back into the game for Resende. 20 minutes left on the clock. And it could be a potential 2-goal deficit
Will
for
be
the
4-1.
Brazilian.
Scores this. He's only 2 goals behind, and he's missed it. Falls back off the post. I don't think it's going to
Very
be his
lucky.
day.
Yeah,
Very lucky.
sometimes you can tell that it's just your luck's not in. And that ball just off the keeper. Good save from TEKKZ. He read the penalty well and then smashed it against the post on the rebound from Ronaldo. It feels like deja vu. So that TEKKZ is on his way to another console final.
Of course, if anything, he'll just be looking to manage this last 15 in-game minutes or so. With that scoreline by 3 goals and more. If Resende scored that, we would have had 20 in-game minutes to try and pull back 2 goals. Which, of course, would be better than 3, but he missed that. Great save from his David Gea. TEKKZ's goal. Ball fell back to Cristiano Ronaldo, but that just ricocheted against the post and straight back into the hands of the Spaniard. TEKKZ's turn to come forward now. Looking for goal number 5. Just remember as well, TEKKZ did not score in that first leg as well.
Yep.
He lost it by 1-0.
That's why FIFA's played over 2 legs as well, because every single game can be different. The first game, Resende got that goal and then just kept the ball, sat men behind the ball and almost just dug out a 1-0 win. in this second game, Tech's got the early goal and just motored on after that.
It will end like that. No more
Never
goals.
looked back since he's
4-1.
been...
As I
if
said,
anything, the first half has kind of shaped this game for TEKKZ. Here comes Mbappe now. Pulled 2 men out of it. Brought in Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Just look, everyone hunting the packs there for Resende, but TEKKZ still was just about holding the ball. He's giving it up now, and if anything, we're just waiting for this clock to run down. I just doubt in 17 game minutes from what we've been commentating on throughout this year, 3 goals against a player of TEKKZ's caliber when he's in this much confidence, you can't really look past him.
Yeah, that the saying once again, don't bet against TEKKZ, seems to be coming up trumps once again.
Ronaldo from distance. And if anything, just wait for the added time, wait for the whistle. I think Resende knows it's over. Headsets off from him. But you have to give a lot of respect to Resende. Obviously came through 4-1 on Swiss style format and tried out this new 3-5-2, which has been great to commentate on, been great to discuss on the panel and obviously on the commentary couch. Unfortunately, when you come up against a player this good, you can't rhyme off over 1 leg, over 2 legs. It's a completely different story. Ronaldo, no, I'll tell you what.
oh,
Finish it in style, why not?
Yeah, nice little finish from
nice finish.
Resende there. I think he wanted to play the ball out to Marcelo originally, and then the opportunity arose. El Tornado volley into the top of the corner. But it's a consolation goal at that.
I was going to say, I'm sure he's looking. Is there a prize for
He did that
goal of the day?
after
Goal of the day?
he
Is there a
moved.
prize for goal of the day? Some extra global
Yeah,
series ranking
moved.
points, maybe? El Tornado finished there from Cristiano Ronaldo. That'll make it 4-2 on aggregate. Added time of 3 minutes. Congratulations, TEKKZ again. The breakfast story continues. The TEKKZ breakfast is it just seems to be working for him.
Now we might have to make the Breakfast Club featuring TEKKZ.
And there we go. Job done for the Englishman. And the domination continues. Another console final film on the Xbox side. Commiseration for Resende. A tactical masterclass in the first game, but just in the second game, TEKKZ showing exactly what he can do, Richard.
Another day's work for TEKKZ. Another game, another tournament, another console final for that young man on your screen right there, and he's looking to make it 3 FUT Champions Cups with his name on it. He's conquered Bucharest. He's conquered Atlanta. Is he going to conquer Singapore?
He's conquered everything, whether it's in the world, as I've said, whether it's in Bucharest, whether it's in Atlanta. Of course, he's yet to pick himself up a big trophy in UK. Yeah, I'm sure that will happen soon. Obviously, he won the EPL Liverpool qualifier there, and he still continues. 850 global series ranking points, Richard, and I can't wait to see the rest of the games today.
Yeah, I'm 0-1 for predictions to start the day, but I think the guys over at the couch are all 1-0. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks very much, gents. Yes, a risky one there, Rich, I have to say. But I understand why you're going down that road. Not so much Brexit, then more TEKKZ as far as the opening semi-final is concerned. TEKKZ safely through to the final, but he never had it all his own way in the first leg, did he, gents? It was a tight first game. I mean, I came out of the first game. I said to you, right, Kyle, I was like, this is looking not good for TEKKZ. 1-0 down after the first leg. I was worried.
I was never in doubt. Never in
Yeah,
doubt.
I
I knew his capabilities, but when you are going into that second game 1-0 down, thinking, oh, is this where he goes out? Is this the big
But
one
how
of the
many
big
times
shocks?
are we duped by him? Because he does do this an awful lot, doesn't he? He doesn't tend to come out of the blocks firing on all cylinders. Doesn't seem to, put together everything that he wants in the game. Sometimes goes down. I mean, Ivan, you said before he's gone down 2-3 goals sometimes in that first leg and still come back.
Exactly, especially the first thing that comes to mind is against Sakul, who coincidentally lost to Resende.
Yeah.
TEKKZ has been losing to Sakul a couple of times the first leg, and he's managed to come back against top players. And people know this about him, and I don't think they underestimate him, but I don't think there's much they can do. I mean, TEKKZ just plays his game.
That penalty, 10 minutes into the first, that second leg was a massive turning point for him, though.
100%. And I do genuinely believe that Tex would have brought it back somehow, but Resende just made it a little bit easier for him to do so by giving away that penalty. And I think after that...
it stopped him having that possession game that he had in the first leg, didn't it?
Yes, definitely. He just didn't really give him a chance because then it was an equal level playing field and Resende had to attack again and go for it. But Tex turns it on there, 21 minutes, he shoots outside the box, it goes in, of course it does, and then again here, 34 minutes, he manages to find a way, squeeze the ball through right there, and I think that's just what he does. Maybe what we were talking about the other day where he's playing with his food, maybe he let him go 1-0 up and he thought, how hard can I make it for myself today? He did that and then he just absolutely turned it on.
I don't want to get too many F1 puns in because we're playing football rather than motor racing well, but he has found another gear in these matches, hasn't he? It's almost like he can go to another level when he needs to.
Definitely, I think he knows he can play his best whenever he wants to.
Right.
And whenever he plays his best, he's practically unbeatable from what we've seen. And it takes a lot of underestimation from his part. Even this moment, him saving this pen was very vital for the tie. Because at 4-2, it's a whole different game with 20 minutes to go. He's also very good mentally. And he shows this.
That shows it as well, that sometimes you just need to be lucky. Even if you're winning or if you're losing, if the luck's not on your side, I think Richard and Brandon said at that point with the penalty, this is the turning point. This is the point where he needs to score.
Yeah.
If he doesn't score, that's it. This is the chance where he needs to go back into it. And then Tex said, nope, that's not happening. I'm saving the penalty. And then what we saw towards the end of the game was just Tex absolutely shutting it out. He wasn't letting it happen. Great goal, can't lie. Resende, that's got to be goal of the day.
I was going to say goal of the day. That's in their contention for goal of the tournament, isn't it?
Well, after what we saw yesterday, those top 5 goals from yesterday, that beats them all. So yeah,
certainly beats the own
اه
goal.
بلعب فيفا بس مش كتير الصراحة.
Yeah.
Yeah,
بقالي
overall,
فترة
fairly
بتفرج على
even game.
البطولات
If you look
بس
at the
مش
stat, you
بلعب.
didn't know and you'd not watched the game and you just come in and you went, oh, 4-2 and 50% possession each side and 8 shots on goal each and 9-6 on the tackles and corner kicks pretty even. You'd think actually it was a very even game. It was overall, I guess, but the first half of the second leg showed us the quality that this young man has.
100%. I think that's where he just turned it on and said, do you know what, I'm going to show you the class. I'm a level above everybody else, and this is what I come here to do. The focus and maturity we've seen from him, we've mentioned time and time again his age. You forget about the age, because he plays like someone who's been playing this game for years. The experience he has at all of these tournaments
He
is
kind of
amazing.
has style. He kind of has been playing for you.
Well, yeah, he has, yeah. But I mean, the maturity and the experience he brings to this main stage.
Yeah.
He's here in front of people watching, people around the world are watching. That pressure we've talked about, he deals with it. He just goes, oh, okay. Oh, I'm losing 1-0. Right, let me turn it on right now in this second game and let me win. Let me score 4.
All right, let's talk to the main man himself because he's waiting in the player area. We say congratulations once more. I'm almost getting tired of saying well played.
Yeah, thank you. My coach saved me that game. He told me to take first-time shots. He told me to dive left for the penalties, and yeah, it saved me.
That's interesting to hear. What do you? I mean, there's a lot of talk about you being, the greatest of all time and the best player on planet. How much do you take notice of all that stuff?
Obviously, it's nice, but my main focus right now is winning tournaments, and hopefully that's what I'm going to do today. I still got a hard final left and cross console if I get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of looking forward, I'm going to ask you this question because I get the feeling I might know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. If I took all of the Champions Cups away from you and gave you the World Cup instead, would you swap?
No, because I still got many World Cups to come in the future. So if I can win that one as well as my FUT Champs Cups, then yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's a great answer as well. I don't know how he stays so grounded. I really don't. I'm more nervous than you are, I think, when you come onto the stage. I'm actually sitting there going, oh my God, it's terrible. Gents, what questions have you got for Tex?
Well, it actually links into what you said there about nerves, because actually, is there any points where you actually feel nerves, where you actually walking out or you sat there, you go 1-0 down and you think, oh no, what am I going to do? How am I going to turn this around? How am I going to come out here and perform?
Yeah, I'm always nervous. Even, say I'm 4-0 in Swiss, even for that 5-0 game, I'm always nervous. But it's always in the first leg I get more nervous. And if I'm losing in the second leg, I just like the nerves go a little bit and I just go for it. And yeah, I managed to come back and win this game.
I remember you telling me last year in Barcelona that you're nervous between games, but in games you just switch off and you're not nervous at all. Has the pressure in a way of being like the guy to beat kind of getting to you in a way and being more nervous during games?
Yeah, obviously there's more pressure and I'm feeling it, but after playing loads more tournaments, you know how to deal with the pressure, so it all equals out.
All right, good stuff. How are you rating the beans on toast in Singapore?
That video came up, I was like, what's Onset done, man? What's he doing to me?
See, that's a warning for you. Don't go to breakfast with Onset in the mornings. He's just going to take videos of you eating beans on toast. Good stuff. Once again, congratulations, and we'll see you in the Xbox final a little bit later on.
All right, thank you.
Well done to Tex again. It's just phenomenal. I jokingly said I'm getting tired of saying, well played, but you never get tired of watching world-class FIFA like that.
You don't at all. I was talking to him in the warm area and he was saying, it's around 20 LAN games that I'm unbeaten now. And I just think, who can stop him? I genuinely do. I can't see anybody stopping him when he's at this level. There's been so much talk. He was retweeting stuff about people saying, us talking about, is he the best? Yeah. And obviously, a lot of people are going to talk about that and they're going to share their opinions on there. And I think he is just proving to everyone that he is here to be the best ever. And that's what he wants.
He definitely is. And the thing I've noticed with Tex is he's modest before competition, during competition. Then he wins the competition. The very next day, he knows he's the best. He tells everyone I'm the best. 2 days later, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm modest, and that's his routine between competitions. And it's a trend because he wins so many competitions, and every time, the very next day, he tells everyone, he shows it in a way, his confidence. But
do you think though that he's like aware of this historical markers, because he does seem to like remember, oh, this is my 9th semi-final in a row.
Definitely.
I've won 20 LAN games. He's aware, isn't he? He's historically aware.
Definitely. I think as a player, as a very competitive player, you keep track of those things for yourself, not even to brag, not even as a statistic, but for yourself, for your own reference, to know how well you're doing. What's your, for example, Senna, he knows he loses in the quarterfinals, so that's what he works on. You keep track for yourself, and that's what Tex does. And it works out for him because he wins. And when you win and you win, you kind of bring it up from time to time.
Yeah, I think it's probably okay. Right, we're going to head to a break. Quick reminder for you, though, if you haven't already done so, please do link your EA account with your Twitch account and continue watching for the rest of the day, and you can take part in the EA rewards. Right now, the latest reward is San Antoine Prize, which is very useful right now. What's this one? Is it an ST92, I think? It's on the screen right now, all the details about that particular award that you can participate in and get lucky a little bit. Obviously, you're going to, don't just give them away to everyone that links their account. You're going to get lucky as well. Gents, have you had any luck yet?
So far, no. But I've gotten throughout a few events, a few packs, so it's worth a shot.
All right, okay. Just keep hoping, I guess. We're going to get one of them eventually. We're going to continue giving away some very prized assets throughout the day as well. So stay tuned. Make sure you've linked your accounts, and you too could benefit from some of the rewards. Headed to a break right now, but 1 semi-final down, 3 to go. I know the maths just don't make sense, but who cares? It's world-class FIFA.
أهلا يا علي، إيه أخبار؟ يعني هو البث ما فيهوش ناس كتير الصراحة، يعني تكس لسه كسبان 4-1 أو توتال الماتشين يبقى 4-2. I think the final after 4 hours. لا لا مش بلعب فوت للأسف. أنا بقالي فترة كبيرة ما بلعبش فيفا، يعني بلعبها كده فور فن يعني. لما بلعب فور فن، مبلعبش اونلاين بقالي كتير. تقريبا بقالي سنتين أو حاجة. بس إن شاء الله هرجع يعني، بس يعني هرجع فيفا الجاية يعني 2020. The final today. First semifinal finished. 3 remaining. After that will be 2 finals, Xbox final and PlayStation final. After that will be cross console final. So maybe after 3 hours. Wait. Yeah. Now. One, two. Three. Yeah, final after 3 hours. Cross console final maybe after 5 hours or so. You are welcome.
Good volley.
You know.
It was like their own mini green room tornado. That was PGL. Two players perhaps not many people would have, well, maybe Ustun because he was one of our dark horses, but not many people would have had this as a semi-final matchup in the PS4.
No, we've talked about that time and time again, that actually this tournament is providing so many different upsets, and I think that is what's so special about this one, is because who's going to win? Actually, we talked about TEKKZ. He is obviously proving himself and what he can do, but who's going to win on the other side? We don't know, and this is what I'm so excited about, is one of the 4 could, and who is that? We will find out.
Yeah, Dan, do you agree with the whole sentiment that Xbox is a little bit more grounded? We kind of have a top 3 that's fairly out there, and we kind of know what their deliverance is. But on the PS4 side, it's a little bit more random, isn't it?
I don't know about random. There's definitely players that keep creeping
More
up
open,
tournament.
perhaps.
Yeah, it is more open, especially when we get these tournaments where Nicholas doesn't turn up, for example. It opens it up to players like Stefano Pina. It opened it up to players like Houston, who is undefeated in this tournament. And when we talk about TEKKZ on the Xbox side, we've got now Houston, who is just dominating the competition on PS4. And this is a phenomenal opportunity for him to really show what he's made of, because we don't have Nicholas here. The Iceman hasn't arrived, and he can just show what he's made of.
Yeah, the funny thing with Houston is he was one of those guys that you guys picked out as a dark horse at the very beginning of this tournament, and he's delivered on that kind of dark horse mentality. His opponent, though, wasn't talked about at all. I can't remember talking about Peugeot at all on day number 1 as one of those that might come through this far.
It's because we've not seen Diogo really since Paris Games Week. He finished top 8 there, though. Like, he really surprised us. It was a PlayStation-only tournament, but he was one of these players that just showed up. He played attacking football. It was good football, and it worked out for him. And then he just kind of disappeared. So he's fallen off everyone's radar, but now he's back. He's showing us what he's made of. And you know what? I'm pretty excited for this. He's got a good opportunity here as well.
Okay, we're going to get more from both of our panel members in just a moment, but let's introduce you to our PS4 semi-finalists. Rank number 21 versus rank number 43 on the leaderboard. Doesn't sound like the typical kind of semi-final we get, but in FIFA we know that almost anything can happen. These players are so tightly leveled, I guess. I mean, it's just nothing between some of these players.
No, not at all, but I think it's going into form of what we've seen so far in this tournament. As we talked about, Houston has been unbelievable so far, and that is someone that I'm really looking forward to actually seeing how far can he go, how far can he push it in this tournament, how far can he push it towards the end of this year. And now, because we are getting into that crunch time where people are thinking about each tournament, but they've got the eyes set on the playoffs. They've got their eyes set at the FUWC at the end of the season, and a lot of them want to be there. They want to show how good they actually are, and this is the place to do it. This is the place to show the world what they can do, what they're capable of, and I'm looking forward to seeing them both do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game, you'd imagine, though, Dan.
I'm going to promise you goals. That's what I'm going to promise you.
You think we'll get them this time? Because I've heard you promise goals before, Mr. Gaskin.
I know, and I do let people down. However, Houston is plus 27 at the moment in the tournament, an average of 7 goals per match. Absolutely unreal.
Yeah.
And if we look at other tournaments as well, he's always finishing at least plus like 7 across the tournament. And that's when he's finishing just like top 16. Now he's getting to these extra stages. Now he's dominated the competition. He hasn't dropped a game. I think he's just going to keep going. I don't know who can stop him. Maybe it's Diogo. Maybe he'll know something about stopping that 4-4-2, because that's what's important. It's the 4-4-2 that's really shown up this tournament.
Yeah. A little bit of insight. I was back there. I hang around this warm-up area. I just like to chat to the players.
You're like a ninja back
yeah,
there,
I just like to, discuss a few things with them.
Ninja-ing info.
And I sat next to Houston, and I was speaking to him, and I said, any change? He said, no. And he said, Rio Ferdinand, that is someone, that's a staple. I've got to have him in there. So that's going to be super important for that defence. But also, he said, I need to score first. He said, if I don't score first, there's going to be some problems. I'm going to face some problems. So I need to get that first goal so I can try and control this game. So I think that's something he's going to be definitely going for. That first goal, get control, and then set it out for the rest of the 2 legs.
Okay, well, we've got a couple of minutes before these guys are ready. Why don't we talk meta and talk about the fact that this came up yesterday, actually, in the conversation we had in the green room. Maldini, Ferdinand, Virgil, Varane.
Ramos.
Which ones do you go for? Ramos is a separate conversation altogether, because I think he's got 99 and gives away penalties. The secret hidden stat somewhere. 5 of the 6 penalties yesterday, by the way, were given away by Sergio Ramos. Not saying anything other than that. You can draw your own conclusions. But what is it about these 4 players, and Ferdinand's in that mix as well, of those? Because we've seen, players like specific players. Tex, for instance, uses Ferdinand, knows, understands how he plays, fits into his particular formation, and how he, I guess, personal preference comes down to it in the end.
Definitely, you're seeing across different teams, there's 5 or 6 players that are being used. Marcelo, obviously, you've got Ferdinand, Maldini, Varane, Ramos. There's so many people that are coming up. Virgil van Dijk in certain things we've seen, definitely.
Creeping in, isn't he?
Yeah, in the E-Premier League that we've seen so far these past couple of months. So many people are starting to use these different players, which I think is so interesting. Because it's those tiny differences which I'm loving in FIFA 19, because we saw last year, I'd say 97% of everyone's team was the same. It was the odd difference. We always had Kyle Walker or Valencia. That was it. You were always going to see those two. There's no change in that. Whereas with these different, especially the Team of the Year cards or the icons or the prime icon moments, we're seeing these changes between the different pros, and that is what sets them differently, which I love. I love seeing that difference.
All right, I'm hearing the players are almost ready, so it's prediction time, Dan. You've been doing very well, so I'm going to put you on the spot here and ask you to go first.
This is the first time I'm predicting from here, so I'm worried it's going to affect me.
Ooh.
But I'm going to go for Houston. I think that his goal-scoring ability is too good at the moment to go against him.
Just say a different one that I'm going to say, please. I need to catch you up. I'm going to go with Houston as well.
Okay. Well, you see, you can change. You
No,
can
no,
take
no,
the
I'm not
Buckley Road.
No, I'm going to go with Houston. Even though I spoke to Buckley before. Look at him. He's looking over right now. I know who he's going for, which worries me a little bit because it might be the same as me and Dan.
Okay, so both Houston here on the panel. Let's check in with Mr. Buckley and his erstwhile partner for some more wild predictions from the commentary couch.
I mean...
Well, I'm going to go for Houston straight away. Okay. So he's going for
There's the sensible one. Let's get the sensible one out of the way.
See, actually, I think I'm going to go Diogo.
What a surprise. Rich, look, we've discussed this. You don't get double points for being the lunatic in this game if you get it right?
I just think that in a semi-final, like, I've seen Houston, I won't say crumble, but like just
there's actually a different competition as well for the most wrong that he's trying to win as well. So
wooden spoon.
That's what I'm going for. I fancy it.
Right. Okay. Well, gents, enjoy. Take us into the second semi-final of the day.
See, I didn't really want to say it because Houston's not got his headset on yet, and he's such a nice guy. I didn't want to go against him, but
talk to me about Diogo then, because obviously you've gone for him as well. Of course, we have a bit of a joke and stuff, but this man, of course, and myself, we watched a lot of competitive FIFA, and they're both in a semi-final for a reason, so they both could easily go and win this game.
Yeah, look, yesterday, Diogo was very, very solid. We talked about the experienced performance coming out from him. And I think that was the perfect way to describe it. He won 3-1 in the quarterfinals, but he just kept possession so well. He just managed the game to his perfect standard that he wanted to play at. And when you're playing against someone like Houston, you have to have good game management because he's a goal-scoring machine. In my opinion, the best attacking player that we've seen on FIFA in FIFA 18 and in FIFA 19. Across both FIFAs, he's so good in the attacking third. However, the defensive frailties are there. You can't argue against it. He'll even come out and say it himself. A little funny, when we're back on camera next, I'll do the little action that Houston said. It was sort of like when he's in the lead, when he actually concedes a goal, it's just sort of like, nah, the game's over. I'm going to lose this game. Because he's had negative experiences in the past where he's bottled leads, in all honesty, against Mo Alba in London. I think that was like a quarterfinal, round of 16 game. He's choked big leagues in the past. The E-Superliga springs to mind as well, representing AGF on that occasion. Where he conceded 90th minute against Bromby.
Perfectly, you said it perfectly there, Richard. Sorry to interrupt you there, but here we go then. So we're into our second semi-final day. Over to the PlayStation side now. If you have just joined the stream, Tex won his game. 4-2 against Resende. The Brazilian leaves the competition here in Singapore. Over to the PlayStation side, though, as I did say, another player from Mesut Ozil's M10 team. This time it's FIFA Houston or Houston, however you go by him. Only 2 Danish players came to Singapore. Mikel Lord-Jorf, a bright young prospect there, and the goal-scoring machine that is Houston. And as you mentioned, Richard, for me as a professional FIFA player, there's a few things you need. You need to be able to defend, attack, and the mindset as well. Attacking, as you said, the best player we've probably seen, FIFA 19, FIFA 18. Defensively, not bad. The mindset is the only thing. It's like he just needs to be coached slightly there, because when he wins games and he scores, no one is stopping him. After 3 games on Swiss-style format, the man netted 31 goals.
Yeah, it's remarkable. In all honesty, the goal-scoring prowess that he does have at his fingertips, but that mindset, that's something that you can't train. That just comes from experience, from getting to finals, to winning trophies. It strengthens over time.
Of course, he is having to defend up against Diogo, I should say. Bichette, so he's going to be kicking from right to left, and on the other side of that, from left to right, will be Houston. But let's have a little talk about Houston's season. Qualified for FUT Champions Cup in December, the LQE in December as well in Bucharest, and had a good patch of form. December was the time of the E-Superliga finals as well out in Copenhagen. With AGF, an impressive first season there, of course, playing again this year.
And he'll be looking from this performance right now at this FUT Champs Cup in Singapore to break into that top 12, to break into that top 10. On the PlayStation side of things, one of his teammates, Aga, or I should say country mates, Aga, is currently occupying that top 10 position.
Of course, supporting him from home, I'm sure Marcuso is as well, and a number of Danish players as the first shot does come into the game. Sticks the hand to David Heron, will go out for a corner.
Expect to see goals in this game right now. It was 5-1 up against Murtau, and it came back to 5-4. I spoke to him after that game, and he was like, yeah, I thought I was going to bottle it. I thought I was going to throw that away.
He's probably one of the nicest guys as well. Of course, we're a big fan of Yass. Like, he's always got a smile on his face, Hughes, and even if he loses or gives away a game, I remember back in London, as you said, that FUT Champions Cup, he played against Mo Alba, and it was the kind of weirdest game ever.
The craziest game I've ever seen.
There was a massive goal, goal scoring spree for Houston. He conceded loads against Mo Alba, and in the end, somehow gave the game away. He has to defend now, though. Obviously, Diogo, we saw him yesterday, went 3-2 in Swiss-style format, around a 16 win against Joksan. 4 goals to nil, then a 3-1 win against Rodrigo, the Brazilian, to get his place here in the semi-final. And it's important to see that he is ranked 43 in the Global Series rankings, so if he wins this game, he'll go through to a console final, his first one of the year. And he'll add another 850 Global Series ranking points to his name.
Yeah, which is so important. Looking at some of his, as you say, his country mates last year, FIFA Houston on those rankings, Marcuso, Aga, they made the grand final. Marcuso were top 2 players in the world last year, made it through to the console final at the O2 Arena. And you're looking at what your teammates are doing. You want to be there. You want to be there representing as well Denmark. Such a proud nation.
Well, this is Diogo there. Going to pull out a save from De Gea. And you just saw maybe a little bit of goalkeeper movement there just to pull De Gea back slightly to his line, which added the angle to save the shot. Ball will come back over again. Was aimed into Ruud Gullit, and it's going to be offside there, and it will be a chance of a breather for, of course, Houston there. You can see on your side there, you can see the Xbox Global Series rankings text. Obviously, another 850 he'll be adding on to his overall tally there, whilst he's in another console final. Makes it to a cross-console one. Richard will be over 9,000.
Yeah, unbelievable, in all honesty, the domination that he's had. But also, some of the other players who have performed really well this year, looking at the likes of EXCELSIOR, Resende, these players who are just chipping away. They're not making finals, they're not making cross-console finals, but they are just doing the job. What a header that is.
Just picked that one out the end, didn't he,
what a
Cristiano
goal.
Ronaldo? We've seen that a few times as well. A number of kind of free kicks on the edge of the box. We've pointed it out slightly, haven't we? You often just change your man, you control your man as well.
Look at that jump.
And that's why Cristiano Ronaldo is in every single team. He can finesse, he can head, he can shoot from distance, defend if you needed to.
That jump is unbelievable from Ronaldo. Just leaping up like a racehorse, galloping into the final straight. Over the last hay.
Will be Houston that does take the lead, Richard. Question is, will that add a bit of confidence to him going forward? Because that was his maybe second shot on goal. He obviously had a time shot, maybe 5 in-game minutes before that, but that was just a simple set piece, chipped in. Now it's time for Diogo to respond. Pele out to Mbappe, lovely heel to Will now into a drag back. Can there be a shot? Oh, well done, Ruud Gullit timed it well, the tackle, and it's not over yet though. It falls back to Gullit. Diogo, maybe a chance for Houston just to calm things down now.
Diogo, one of the FIFA players that very much plays like by the book. I often imagine a lot of FIFA players in fighting games. You have the stats, you have like attacking, defending, mental composure. I'd probably say Diogo's probably like 80 on them all. He doesn't really exceed in anything. He's not unbelievable at anything, but he's very, very good at doing everything pretty well. Like, he's good at doing all the basics very, very well. Very similar to like what Megabit can do. Whereas Houston, that attacking is probably 95, 100. But the defensive, the mental side of the game, that's where it lacks slightly.
That was nearly a finesse into the top corner. Needed the hand or the fingertips of De Gea just to tip it over. Goes to the back post now for Cristiano Ronaldo, who's going to try and play to Ramos, and it will go out for a goal kick. I think that's right, though. You know, the scenario you've painted out there, Richard. Say if Diogo had his own FUT item there, it would be kind of very level around on everything.
Like a sort of like a Nainggolan. Everything's just pretty standard. A Goretzka sort of player. Whereas Houston, you're looking at like Timothy Mbappe going forward, unbelievable. At the back, a little bit of a few question marks.
Kind of just sometimes needs that arm around his shoulder. Just someone to mentor him when he's in games and maybe the game isn't going with him with the scoreline, and We nearly had another goal there before half-time. We'll get a corner to come in now and watch again. Watch him just controlling. You can see Ronaldo taken all the way as far as the back post, and he will leap up. And for a minute, David Gea just kind of camouflaged in there with the attackers.
Yeah, De Gea were in the mix there with that black shirt on. You see Houston with a 4-4-2 formation for the Dane, and Diogo having a long, hard look at his team right now.
4-4-2 though, again, we don't often see this a lot from a number of players. And for you, why would you go for a 4-4-2? Because only a player we've seen do it is Tuga. Yeah,
it gives you the room out wide to be able to exploit. A little bit like the 3-5-2, where you've got your left mid and right mid. They get really bombing on the wide areas. Diogo is still in that 4-2-3-1 formation that he started the game with, but a couple of changes coming on. It looks like Lionel Messi entering the pitch. 99 Team of the Year Messi.
Of course, not always a starter for a number of players. More of a super sub, but normally later on into the game. But he's brought him on now, and you can see him there, just number 6 in the FC Porto strip as he picks up the ball, just lays it back to Hullet. It goes to Vieira now. I doubt you're going to be shooting with Vieira. Actually get onto Hullet's feet or an attacking player. At least. Keeping the ball so well is Diogo, and as we said, he's happy to keep possession at times. Messi.
Yeah, Cancelo doing a job there at the back. Right place at the right time from the Portuguese fullback. 89, João Cancelo. Shake of the head from Houston. I think he thought the referee's decision there went against him. Thought he should have had a free kick, but he only seems to get them in the box. The referee only seems to give them for penalties, it seems like.
It's going to be a very tight game, this one, though, because we've seen already, Richard, as we approach the 60th minute, that Diogo's not going to give up many chances. He's had about 3, Houston.
Which is very rare for a Houston game. Usually it's like 7-0 at the minute. Or it'll be 7-0 or it'll be like 8-7 in a Houston game. They're the sort of games that we're expecting to see. We're scoring 10, 12 goals last year at events over the course of 2 legs.
There we go, back post. Oh, he's just done a kind of half drag back there. And if he didn't do that, maybe he plays a through ball to Mbappe at the back post and it could have been 1-1.
Yeah, he also had Neymar through as well, but good bit of keeper movement, moving him to the left-hand side. He took the risk, he did Houston there, because if he goes near post, that's a goal. Even low driven into the near post area, that's a goal. But Diogo seems to be just feeling his way back into the game at this stage right now.
We have to remember as well, it's only 1-0. Go back a game, Resende was winning 1-0, and that was a different story in the second leg, wasn't it?
So it's a 2-legged game. This is almost the first act of the musical that is the semi-finals. That second act, there could be tragedy. There could be heartbreak for one of these 2 players.
Few ball rolls in there. Goes all the way across to the leap of the Frenchman of Kylian Mbappe. Diogo can laugh there. It just goes wide. That's a warning sign to Houston, who has not had much of the ball in the last 20 minutes or so. Vieira to Mbappe. You'll see this a lot. Those 2 CDMs just keeping the ball between them. Went for a green time. There's 2 in fact, but obviously no contact on that one from Ronaldo.
Yeah, plenty of men behind the ball as well for Houston. Rio Ferdinand on the floor. Getting ready to block it. That's the dedication you want from your centre-half.
Mbappe, 2 ball rolls. And a great bit of ball retention there from the Frenchman. Keeping it so close to his feet. Will he play the overlap? Yes, he will. Ronaldo's not even in the box. Bit of an El Tornado. It goes all the way over.
Yeah, and not the standard El Tornado that you saw there. He actually did it away from the man and then crossed back across himself, which meant that...
Just to confuse us even more.
He didn't get the projected power, the trajectory on the cross that he would have liked.
And usually, he had Pele in the box as well.
Yeah, usually with that El Tornado, you're looking for the back post. You'll still, a lot of people will do the El Tornado. What you don't realise is they're actually holding L1 to cross the ball as well. So you're doing that digged cross to the back post, even after you've done the El Tornado. A lot of people just do it and then press square or circle, I should say square or X to cross the ball, not holding L1.
And the second half has been so different. Houston, that was his best chance of this half. An El Tornado that just went straight to the 2 centre halves of Diogo. This is going to be a very, very close game. Here's a chance now. Maybe his second one of the half, in fact, for Houston. Slightly too heavy on the touches there from Ronaldo.
Just opened him a little bit too much room there. Did Houston, and not the sort of attacking display that we used to seeing from Houston. Yes, granted it is a two-legged game, but in the attacking third, he's not had too many clear-cut chances. Again, is the potential pressure getting to him a little bit?
Well, I think defensively as well. I know we've said maybe he's not great defensively, but he has played very well at this moment in time. I think, if anything, the main talking point that we've been talking about is when he's been losing in games after being 4-5-0 up. It's just that mindset of it. I remember perfectly, Richard, when we were in Copenhagen commentating in that game against Brøndby, when it was like away goals, I think it was. It even confused us, and it was a late goal from Fredberg, I believe, was potentially from Brøndby, and one of those games again for Houston that just went all the way right to the wire.
Yeah, there's 3 games that spring to mind. That one that you talked about there against Brøndby at the Superliga finals. The game against Mo Alba in London. And then also, I think he lost on penalties in the playoffs against Andoni PM, if memory serves me correctly. And that was a late bit of heartbreak for him, because the winner of that would have gone to the grand finals.
And of course, on the good side of that, he's got the E-Club World Cup, didn't he, when he kind of just pulled Fredberg out of
a massive hole.
Yeah, a massive hole against, it was obviously, back then, it was Team Envy.
Yeah, Aero. Sure, if he's watching this right now.
He won't want to be reminded of that.
Much.
Yeah, he won't remind us of that, obviously, after a great first leg from...
But look how FIFA can differ.
Yeah.
He lost that game in the Club World Cup, and then 2 weeks later, at the playoffs, it was 0-3, and he came and won 4-3, and then got a spot at the grand finals. That's how FIFA can change.
The great thing about this year, as I said, there's been so many tournaments, so there's so many different stories. You've got players that have been consistent throughout the whole year, as Diogo does come forward now. Ball roll into Neymar. Could that be the equaliser off the post? Lucky enough for him. De Gea was actually back off his line, so if it was on target, it's either being saved by the feet of De Gea or that's going in.
Yeah, that shot is cannoned off the post with the last kick of the game, and I'm just looking to see Houston. He's going up to Sihan. Sihan is the man in the coach's role right now. Having a little chat. That's baffled me. I was not expecting Sihan to be one of the players and one of the coaches going over and, look, Houston, come here, mate. Let's have
I
a
saw
little
him in the
word.
hotel, Sian. I think it was like 5, 6 o'clock, and he was like, I've just woken up. Like, it was, he was on a bit of a relaxed day yesterday. And of course, I think it's Resende's coach over there as well, that he's having a few words with him, because 1-0 is not a safe scoreline. And if that was on target, as I've just said, it was timed green, it hit the post, he moved David De Gea back of his own, and you saw Houston's reaction at the end. He was just shaking his head like, wow, I got a little bit fortunate there.
Not only is it 1-0, but if you concede the last kick of the game, that mental state, that mental side of the game that Houston, there's question marks about it, does that come into play yet again? The hand movement that we're doing a little bit earlier, that only you got to see, Brandon, was when Houston, it might be 3-0 up, and then his opponent will score. Game over. I've lost. Game over.
Well, only 1 goal? Or
it just, as soon as he concedes 1 goal, it just feels like the tide's gone away from him. But there's only 1 goal in that game, Brandon.
At those highlights, as you said, Richard. Only 1 goal, as you mentioned, and it was Cristiano Ronaldo who sleeped up there for him, and I think at that stage he was like, okay, that's only 1 goal there. Diogo was like, okay, do not let Ronaldo jump in the air there. I need to somehow try and match that. And of course, this was the other chance. It went all the way to the back post. We lost David De Gea in between a sandwich there of attacking players in the same kits. Diogo, no, he matched him up there, and Houston was like, okay, that was a chance for me. And then we went into the second half, in fact, where it was Diogo that had a lot of the ball. He had all the ball, to be honest.
Yeah, he created a couple of nice little chances to Diogo. In that second half, Marcelo down the left-hand side, couple of ball rolls, dig to the back post, and Mbappe leaping, headed just wide of the post there.
Will we see that chance maybe at the end of the game? Potentially there. Look at the face of Houston.
He's so charismatic.
He's such an emotional character as well. This is the chance at the end. Like, watch the goalkeeper movement here. It goes from Messi into Ronaldo. I think it's Ronaldo that actually gets the shot off eventually, potentially, or it'll be Neymar. It's Neymar, isn't it? Look, he moves the keeper. But just, I'm saying, if he does save that, that's being saved with the feet.
Yeah, the goalkeeper's going everywhere. He's back, forth, left, right. He's doing a bit of line dancing. All I need is Achy Breaky Heart by Billy Ray Cyrus to be playing out. The goalkeeper don't know where he's going. And that's that goalkeeper movement for you this year, because it adds that extra element into the game. If you can master the goalkeeper movement, like we saw Joxan do early doors in FIFA, he won 2 events.
Yeah. because of how good he was defensively.
You are
in
welcome,
Paris,
bro.
and then he won the PlayStation side of things in Bucharest. His defending was very good, and his goalkeeper movement made that he just took him to that next level. Other people have started to catch him up right now, and the goalkeeper movement is a big, big play in being successful in FIFA this year.
As I said about Houston, obviously, he made about 4 events in the space of about a month and a half. He was so busy in December. Obviously, like he played in a major, he played in an LQE, he played in the Superliga, and then in January he played in an LQE there. And then other than that, we haven't really seen too much of the Danish player. So he's kind of back now, potentially maybe mastered the new patch, maybe the new game update, maybe some of those Team of the Years that have been invited into the teams. Maybe he's found a new style of playing for him, and he's in the semi-finals, we say, for a reason.
I think one of the reasons that you don't see him at every single event is because with the daredevil attitude that he plays FIFA with, he can lose games. He don't play a style where he's going to win every single match. He's going to win some, he's going to lose some. But what this style does mean is, when he's playing his best, he's pretty much untouchable in the attacking prowess, and he'll outscore a lot of different players.
Of course, I don't know if we've mentioned it today. I can't even believe how we haven't. He's actually unbeaten still in this tournament. 5-0 on Swiss-style format. Only 2 players could do that. TEKKZ on Xbox and Houston over on the PlayStation, which meant he was the highest seed coming into the knockouts, where he actually matched up against a fellow Danish player.
I don't know if you've seen this.
Mikael Laudrup. There's a bit of tussle. Was that Mbappe just in front of
it's
Messi?
Houston standing in front of him, so he can't play it short.
I've had that so many times on Weekend League as well, when you just want to play short and they know exactly what they're doing. To block the short pass, you have to go long, and of course there's a bigger chance of you giving away possession. Well, here we go then. We'll see Diogo from left to right again. French FIFA player. 1-0 down in this game, and a great chance. Actually, a handful of chances in leg number 1. Of course, on the other side of that, you've got Houston. 1-0 up, scored his goal in the first half, which was a header from Ronaldo, and looked like he's been kind of playing a little bit more in the air.
Yeah, 100%. He's playing into his strengths. Ronaldo, Mbappe, even Pele is pretty good in the air. That 99 Pele, you're looking at 99 heading accuracy in the box, which is pretty remarkable. Alongside his jumping as well, he can get up, he can do a job in the attacking third, even though he is quite small.
Well, this is Houston's turn to attack, his first attack of the game, and it's nearly just nestled the right top corner there, just over from Neymar. And a warning sign to Diogo, just 11 minutes in. And you saw the facial expression as well from Houston there. He thought, whoa, that was pretty close to just nesting in the back of the net.
He's played very long right there, has Diogo. Huge kick up the field from David De Gea, and he's building into attack right now.
Marcelo into Hullet now. Pele. Just a simple little drag back to try and just open up a bit of space. If that goes into Ronaldo's feet, he's pivoting there and he's finessing that into the bottom corner.
He keeps on looking for that direct pass into the attacking player, whether it's Ronaldo, whether it's Mbappe, whoever it may be. Just show me something a little bit different in the attacking third. Show me something that we've not seen yet from Diogo, because if your opponent can mark that pass and almost predict that pass every time, and that's the only thing you've got in your locker, you're going to be going out of the tournament right now. We've not seen a lot of versatility, that's what I'm going to say, from Diogo.
If Houston wins this game 1-0,
that'd be a shock.
That's going in the history books of probably the least scoring game for a Houston performance, which again shows defensively an improvement there. He has been away for a few months, as I said again. Known for the way he can attack, yes. And we've seen that in this tournament. As I said, after 3 games of Swiss style, he netted in 31 goals. I think he's at 27. His goal difference is a plus of 27.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the defensive display so far from Houston. I might have just jinxed it, though, with Diogo coming forward.
He's had a lot of the ball. He's had a lot of the ball, and if Houston's happy for him to have that, fair enough, because you can just see him jockeying across there. That's Rio Ferdinand that's been pulled out of position as well. You can just see number 4 on your screen. He needs to just pull back into position now for Houston, as it's still Diogo. Bullet to Vieira, as I say so many times. There we go. There's the direct ball into Ronaldo, and there's the shot.
Again, the goalkeeper movement, pretty good. It was a terrible shot, let's be honest, from Diogo. But the goalkeeper movement, it could have moved him to the left, expecting the shot across the goal. It's kept him very straight on. He moves him backwards as well, which Houston does. Let's have a little bit more versatility with your goalkeeper jumping from left to right. If you're moving backwards. you tend to see the sort of cat-like saves, the reflex saves, a lot more often.
Of course, as we'll talk about as well, when you use that goalkeeper movement, you are affecting their natural kind of movement and positioning. Lovely scoop turn, oh, shot off the post. And just like that, that is exactly what Houston can do. Yes, he can maybe be under the caution, have to deal with a lot that's being thrown at him from Diogo. He can go straight down the other end, Richard, and just pull out a bit of magic like that.
Yeah, he's like a cobra, is Houston. You don't know when he's going to strike, but he will throughout the 2 games. He can be biding his time, he can be waiting, and then he strikes.
Vieira, pull it. Cristiano Ronaldo hill to hill again. It feels like everything's trying to go around Ronaldo now. Yes, he's got the amazing in-game stats, but that's why we've seen players play out wide to Mbappe and maybe score on the right-hand side of the field. Just watch it again. He's trying to potentially look to go in the centre. Pele, he's going to probably go back. A drag back into Hullet. Expect that. Yes, he's going to do that. Look at Vieira on the edge of the box as well. He's not going to be shooting. I really doubt he is. Plays inside. There's Mbappe, and finally it comes off for the Frenchman.
The patience from Diogo right there. He waited and waited and waited in and around the box. Vieira, nice little pass, and you talked about the left cam and the right cam arriving onto the ball at the right time. And it was Mbappe to smash that one into the bottom left corner. And we're tied at 1-1 right now between Diogo and Houston. If you are just joining us, if you're staying up late in Europe to support your players, thank you very much for joining us here in Singapore.
Of course, you'll need to get a few more drinks or some snacks because we haven't really played too many games today. We've only played our second game, our second semi-final out of 4. Then we got the console finals, then the cross-console finals. So be prepared to do an all-nighter if you fancy it. I'm sure it will certainly deliver, and we'll see who will pick up the trophy and that prize money from FUT Champions Cup number 5, the 5th major of the year. You have to say maybe that goal could have just given a bit of confidence to Diogo as he's starting to use Mbappe a lot more on that right-hand side, bringing him in as we saw, Richard, using that right cam.
This is quite a rare space for Houston to be in. He's not used to a 1-1 game in sort of a tactical chess match.
He's used to just being let to go wild in the final third and just score, as we said. 4, 5, 6 goals, added time of 2 minutes. Will Houston get in front? Lovely scoop turn! And that is prime Houston.
Prime time at Houston right there. In around the box, Eusebio. We've not seen him used a lot throughout this tournament. I was asking, get Eusebio on the pitch. He is a match winner. He is a goal scorer.
Just the way, Rich, he plays it into his feet and just stops the ball dead. Scoop turn, there you go. Time green shot. And now he's back in front. 2 goals to 1.
So slick is Eusebio. 96 agility, 99 attack positioning, 99 finishing for the Portuguese man. He's got 5-star weak foot, 4-star skill moves. He's ideally, if he had a 5-star skill moves as well, he'd be in every single team. There's no doubt about that. He's the perfect attacking player going forward. He's prime icon moment, Eusebio. Until the Team of the Year FUT items were introduced, Eusebio was in every single team.
Yeah, same with a lot of Cruyff
Mbappe,
as well. Yeah.
Neymar and Messi sort of replaced him. But Houston, 2-1 with 1 half of FIFA left to play.
As you said, Richard, this has really been a chess match. He hasn't even had to do anything too fancy, Houston. Get it into anywhere around the box, and he knows exactly what can happen. Use a scoop turn. Can he go in front again? Tries to finesse that one, but that's going to be easily read from De Gea as it was just slightly far out.
He really gets embroiled in these sort of games, does Houston. It's usually a more attacking, free-flowing performance where you attack, I attack. In this game, like I said earlier, it's been tactical, it's been drawn out. And who is going to have the bottle to book their place in the final? The first PlayStation 4 finalist will be announced in about 6.5 minutes' time.
Of course, as we head into the afternoon of our Championship Sunday here in Singapore, our 3rd day of action, it certainly has delivered. I have to say there's going to be so many more goals in this. I just can feel it.
Feel a goal.
Just don't know which way it's going to go, Richard. That's going to be what? the next 35-ish minutes is going to explain to us. Pull it into Neymar. This is Ronaldo now, just toying with the back line. Oh, this is unbelievable.
Straight at him, and once again, if you want some entertainment alongside the FIFA action, just look at the face cam of Houston.
Whether he's scoring or nearly conceding, he's either got a smile on his face or looking quite puzzled. But he does lead 2 goals to 1, so that's a little bit risky at the back there. Lucky enough for him, it's going to be Ramos playing it back to Hullet. Just a word on Diogo there, Richard. Just how he attacked there. Wow, like so many different skill moves with Cristiano.
I said I wanted to see something a little bit more different from him. And that's what we saw right there. Less of the sort of driven passing to Ronaldo, wait for the little bit of movement, the drag back, the scoop turn. It just seemed a lot more free-flowing from Diogo on that occasion.
Once again, Vieira to Hullet. So used to saying that. As they just try and keep on the edge of the box as they look to build upon it. Without those two in the team, you really do wonder who would ever take their place, Richard, in the competitive scene of FIFA. There's a shot, it's time green, there's a pause from Diogo.
2/3 of this game have been completed. You see some of the scores there throughout the last couple of days that we have been here in Singapore. We had all the quarterfinals taking place yesterday. And today, it's Super Sunday. Semi-finals, console finals, and that cross-console final. We'll be walking away with $50,000 and also the mantle of being able to call themselves FUT Champions Cup 5 winner.
Oh, this could be... just rushed it there. Did he need to?
Sabur shot.
Moved the ball so quickly. Inside that final third. Came to Mbappe and his back was to goal originally. I think the shot came off of his left foot.
Pulse has been queued now for 10 in-game minutes from Diogo, and Houston's got no intention of kicking the ball out of play. And this is what I want to see from him.
A bit of grit.
I mean, we're going to talk about keeping possession. I think he played 4 passes and the ball did get turned over in the end.
I know what you mean, though. Just like a different way of approaching the game.
Yeah.
A bit of grit, you know, in his half. Keep the ball. Play tournament football, you could say.
Doesn't always have to be entertaining.
Doesn't always need to score loads of goals. Of course, he's always been quite a flair player as Houston.
Diogo looking for that little pass around the outside. Mbappe to Ronaldo, but cut out once again from FIFA Houston. He's 15 minutes away from making a console final. Guaranteeing himself 850 Global Series ranking points.
It'll be the furthest he's gone this year in a tournament for the Danish FIFA Pro. Here we go. This is a chance for him to score again. Just a bit of a bad pass, in fact, from Vieira to Neymar.
I fancy extra time, you know. I think Diogo might get a goal back here.
Don't curse Houston, Richard.
I'm not cursing him. I'm just saying what I see. I'm playing catchphrase.
We're still waiting for that pause. 20 in-game minutes he's been waiting for it now. Nothing really to separate these two. It has been an incredible game of FIFA to commentate over, because it has been fine margins and a bit of excellence in the final third. The question is, has Diogo got that bit of excellence now?
Look how many men behind the ball from Houston. That's the sort of defensive display we wanted to see from him.
Has he got enough in the tank to hold on for 6 more minutes plus added time? A goal would probably do that.
Yeah, one more goal would seal the game.
Here's Neymar now. Interchanges. Can he find Mbappe? No, he can't. Diogo, you're going to get maybe 2 more chances if you're lucky.
This is it. He's rushed a couple of chances
there we
before
go. Look at the
this.
space on the left-hand side. What a tackle that is.
Oof. Hullet's going to win that. Oh, Marcelo, so good in the air.
Had to be good, had to be
It
big,
seems
Richard.
that
This is a
this
chance.
thing-
FIFA Houston all the time in the world for Cristiano Ronaldo. What a defensive tackle that is.
Pele getting back. What am I seeing?
The Brazilian icon putting up his sleeves, running about 40 yards
Can he do
back to make a change. And if he goes down the other end and scores now, this is going to be an unbelievable ending.
Oh, it's hit the side netting. I thought it had gone in. Oh,
I think it's
I'm
GG.
emotionally spent.
GG.
Pele, can we just talk about Pele getting back and defending there? He's run about 70 yards. It's like I'm watching Escape to Victory. Pele's just carrying the entire team. Oh, wow.
Now we go into literally the dying embers of this game. Added time to come. I don't think it's been just announced yet. It's important to see that he is making a change. If anything, he is not taking any risks. We're making a defensive wall, and no one is getting past it. Kansai into centre half as well.
The Great Wall of Houston. Everyone back there. R9 doing a job in centre mid. I rate it.
If anything, Vieira for Kansai, maybe get a bit more.
Yeah, potentially Vieira as a centre back. Kante's quick though. 96 pace.
Yeah, true. There we go. We can see what he's going to be playing there. On the other side for Diogo, he's ready to get into this one. Added time, I think, has just been put in front. Okay, there's no time left in this. Win the header. Have to win the header. FIFA Houston, do not give the ball away. He should be done. He should be there. He should be in a console final. Get rid of that ball. And he's done it. The man from M10 has made a console final. The furthest he's gone in the competition this year. 850 Global Series ranking points. And a huge statement for Denmark.
And he's shown me that he's got something else in his locker. He's not just an attacking player. He can do the defensive work as well. He only conceded 1 goal over 2 legs. FIFA Houston. What a performance from that man.
You can see how drained he is from the 2 games as well. On the other side of that, Diogo, best tournament for him as well of the year as well. 625 Global Series ranking points. He does pick up. And again, what a game of FIFA that was, Richard, right at the end, from Pele coming back and defending it to nearly, I think it was potentially Mbappe going down the other end to score. That would have been one hell of a story. I actually think he thought he scored, because it kind of nestled against the net, but of course that was the side netting. And of course, it'll be the end of the road for the Frenchman.
What a performance. Commiserations to Diogo, but congratulations to FIFA Houston. He will be going through into the final. What a game.
An amazing game indeed. And of course, that wraps up our first 2 semi-finals here in Singapore, of course, of our Championship Sunday. But for now, we're going to throw it back over to Paul and the guys.
Yes, thank you very much. Another enjoyable semi-final. Very tense for both players and for the crowd here as well in Singapore. And gents, we failed to say, actually, Kyle, we were talking in between. We should have pointed out at the start of this match that this was the highest scoring player of the tournament against the least conceded, like the best defensive player effectively of the tournament. So perhaps it wasn't a surprise that Dan Gaskin's curse struck and we didn't quite get the amount of goals that we thought we were going to get.
I mean, definitely that was a huge kind of. We saw that Houston managed to just squeeze it there with that attacking style, that ability that he has against Diogo, which was the best defending player that we have here, and we definitely saw that because Houston was trying time and time again, and we saw that goal that he got there, and that's what he wanted. He wanted that first goal because I bet he knows that actually if Diogo would have got that first goal, he would have gone into that defense mode, which we've seen time and time again, and would have shut him out. That wasn't the story. Houston managed to get it, and we then saw, well, Diogo had to try different tactics. He had to push further up the field, and we saw him equalise there. 36th minute, he managed to get it, and he runs straight to get the ball right there. He knows, right, this is it. I need to change this. I need to get 1 up ahead so I can control this game. And I bet Houston was panicking right there because he could not concede another goal at that point.
Yeah, tense game overall, Dan.
It was a very tense game, and I think even though we give so much plaudits to Houston for his goal-scoring ability, you've got to look at how he defended in that game as well. Playing a 4-4-2, it makes it very difficult for your opponent to be able to break you down because they have to beat almost 2 defensive lines. They have to beat the first line on the halfway line.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Often the attacking players who are so difficult to get it past, because like Mbappe, for example, he's going to be rapid. And then once you've managed to get through them, you have to, of course, face the original defensive line. And it's just the fact that Houston has done so well throughout the tournament.
Have a good day.
Holding out players and holding off players from scoring against him. But Diogo, he really took it to him in that game. That could have gone either way. A couple of those chances, you saw the face from Houston. He knows that just a little bit of lady luck on the other side, and we could have been going to extra time.
Yeah, I mean, that's how close it was. In the end, he's come through to reach this final, Kyle, and I feel like he's proved throughout the tournament that he's got a bit of everything. A lot of people talk about his goals and his goal scoring and his attacking prowess, but he showed something different in this game. He showed he can defend as well.
Definitely, we saw a more rounded player right there, and actually he had that ability to hold it off. I thought in those last few minutes, thought, oh no, is this the point where he's going to
You are
actually
welcome,
choke a
Ryan.
little bit? We saw that 88th minute, he could have put it away, could have made it 3-1. He didn't manage to do that, and Diogo goes up the other end of the field, and actually we saw what he did there was breathe, stay calm, and defend really, really well. And even at this point, I thought, just don't lose it, and he manages to hold on to
he
that.
He stayed calm. Buckley didn't stay calm, though. I thought he was going to break out in the theme tune for Escape to Victory at one point.
Well, he said that, and that's what I love about Richard, is he's so passionate. And normally we have 1 or 2 one-liners from him, which make my tournament. But this game, he brought out about 5 or 6. So, yes, keep him here. I just need to listen to his one-liners.
MVP of the game.
And one thing you can see there, Paul, is the possession. Yeah, for Diego. That's really, he cancelled out Houston. He just stopped him from having as many attacks. He said, all right, well, he's an attacking player. He's going to hit me lots. If I deprive him of that possession, if I stop him having as many attacks as he's used to, he will struggle. And he did, but he still grinded out the victory. And he's up to about 7th now, I think, in the Global Series rankings on the PS4 side of things. So that is a massive leap for him.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Let's bring in Houston right now and chat to him from the player area. Congratulations on reaching a grand final. I saw some of your reactions on the replay, I don't know if you saw them as well. Your eyes kind of light up every time there's something close going. That was a really nervous game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was very nervous. It was like when I lost the ball, he kept the ball for like 10 minutes, passing around my field all the time. So, yeah, so when I hit the ball, I was like, I have to score now, because if you get the ball, you keep it 10 minutes again. So, yeah, it was very tense. Yeah, he plays very good football, yeah.
Yeah, he's a very possession-based, defensive kind of player. And we know that you're a very attack-minded player. You love scoring lots of goals. So did you have to approach this game differently?
Yeah, I had to play like I feel like I had to play like he plays, because like I have to keep the ball, because if I don't, he will keep the ball all the time. So yeah, I was trying to build up slowly. Normally I'll do very quickly, but yeah, I try to build very slowly, and when I got the ball into the box, I will just like scoop turn or green it and score. So I did it to my 2-1 goal.
When that ball hit the side netting at the end of the game, did you were you a bit like? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I just missed a huge chance.
You did at the other end.
Yeah, I was like, I can finish it, and somehow his defender came very quick. So then he had the chance. I was like, it was like he's gonna score now, but yeah, he missed it, and 1 minute left. I had to do something to let the time go.
Gents, questions?
Houston, you obviously had a few critics, not naming any names, but outside of the box finesse shots was one of your traits, and we were wondering how the new meta and how it developed, how it was going to be for you. Would you say that you're better in this current patch than you were in previous patches?
Houston, we got a problem, I remember that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like this new patch is better, because like before the patch, people read me all the time, even though it took them a little bit time to do it. So yeah, the new patch, like new form of goals, I can shoot like different ways, and scoop turn and long shots, header, green. Before it was only first time finesse. So yeah, I think I am a little bit more creative now in the attack.
Definitely.
Now, 88th minute, you're one-on-one with the keeper, okay? You can shoot at any point, but you don't. You wait for the defender to come. Why not shoot? What was going through your head?
I mean, I was running down, and my heart was pumping. Then he moved his keeper like right, left. And as soon as he went to the left, I was going to shoot to the right, but yeah, his defender just came. I didn't see him, to be honest. I was looking at the goal.
It didn't matter. You got the win in the end. That's all that matters.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, Houston. There is no problem. You are into the grand final, or the final on your console side. So congratulations.
Such a relief. Thanks.
A relief, he says. And I think that sums it up nicely, doesn't it? Because a lot of people watching this have said to me, they're tuning into FIFA for the first time this weekend, and they're looking at it and thinking, oh, this looks pretty cool. Yeah, it's kind of like FIFA. I play FIFA at home. I can connect to this. But they don't always understand what it means to these players to get through some of these rounds. They really are nerve-wracking.
It is, indeed. I think it's a huge thing that they're traveling the world. They're playing FIFA. They're in a different country. There's people watching them. And they've got a lot of people who like to talk online, people that will make comments about different players, people that will talk, because that's what we're allowed to do. That's what we're here doing now. People are open to criticism, and that's what happens. And it does get to you at times, definitely. I guess these players, they get so much positivity, but then also they're going to get a lot of negativity as well. So that's going to be going through their minds. So they're trying to just play their own game, but there's so many different factors that are surrounding them. So when they do go through, when they silence all the critics, when they manage to silence themselves, their own critics, well, then they're definitely going to be feeling happy.
Yeah, it can inspire them. I mean, obviously, Houston is a fantastic guy. He's a very nice guy as well. But he would have been inspired by my comments, by him saying he's not good enough. He is
and then inspired.
I mean, the Houston, we have a problem. He's going to be watching that on replay saying, oh, why is this guy saying that? Why is this kind of ginger commentator taking the mick out of me? But
How are you today?
he was just one-dimensional football, but now he's opened up and he's turned into such a wonderful player because of it. I'm not going to say it's because of me.
It is, Dan.
However,
it is, Dan. It's totally down to you.
Some people just work like that. They get better when people criticize them.
Yeah, they do indeed. Before Cristiano Ronaldo came along, this pop quiz time, who was the best player in Portugal that they'd ever had?
Ever?
Ever.
Oh.
Deco?
Oh, he's up there.
He's up there.
Yeah, he's up there.
How about Luis Figo?
Oh, I didn't even think. Of course.
See?
Yes.
Luis
Yeah,
Figo.
yeah,
And
definitely.
guess what? By coincidence, you too could pick up a Luis Figo if you've connected your EA account and your Twitch account. Make sure you've done that for a chance to feature in the rewards throughout the weekend. Continue watching as well throughout the day. We're going to give plenty more away as well. Right now, we're headed to a break, though. 2 semi-finals in the bag. 2 more still to come. Maths, you say? Pfft, maths.
Don't let the leg
MS Dossary. And he has, well, he can actually prove it here. I mean, maybe he can get to the final, but Excelsior Levy here, it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, tough game indeed. This Saudi Arabian region really has produced some incredible players. 2 of the last 4 world champions have come from Saudi Arabia as well. They just keep bringing more and more.
They do. It's just a crazy thing. It seems like the Saudi region, they love their FIFA. They've got like their own Saudi like Premier League now, which is going to be part of the global series. And there's new faces coming out. It's not just Mr. Dunn or MS Dasari. You've got the Royal, you've got Abu Azza, you've got Braveheart. You've got all these new players, and it's a really exciting time for their scene.
Yeah, doing really well as well. On the other side of things, Levy, how has he impressed you throughout this tournament? Because I feel like he's building momentum as he's gone through this, and perhaps bringing a few more fans. People seem to be warming to him.
Yeah, I think so. He's obviously come with obviously Lev Vinken here as well. Obviously, there doesn't been too many Dutch players at this event, and as you mentioned, first event of the year at home, maybe doesn't have the best of teams. So when he comes here and he's got all these icons, all these big players, these team of the years, players come alive, and he's done that, and he's got himself to a semi-final. He said to us on when we spoke to him outside of the event, all I want to do is get out a Swiss style format, get more than 150 global series ranking points, and he's done more than that.
Yeah, and he's also actually, I believe, the oldest player left in the competition, 24 years old, and he's been playing for many, many years.
An ancient 24 years of age.
Yes, and he has the experience also. And like you mentioned, maybe doesn't have the best team at home, but here he can really reach his full talent, and the way that he also plays FIFA is so beautiful to see, because maybe he doesn't try these typical effective things in FIFA 19 like the flick up crosses. He tries to play his own way. He likes to keep the ball a lot, and he's so good at finding these passing combos, and I think we're going to see a lot of that in this game against Abu Azza.
Okay, we'll introduce the players right now and bring them out on stage for our second semi-final for the Xbox. Warm affection traded between the two players, but as we see them set into their positions, that'll be the last time that happens for the next 20 minutes, as they'll go head-to-head over 2 legs for a place in the final, or as one person said online, for the chance to lose to TEKKZ in the grand final.
That's an interesting
pretty
statement.
mean, but at the same time, it's tough to look past the young man at the moment for either of these two.
The interesting thing about this, sorry to interrupt, Paul, is that Levy and Abu Azza played before in Swiss style format, and it was actually Abu Azza that got the result, and the respect between the two players after was like, you're a beast, like you're unbelievable at the game. You've got okay, there's respect after the game, but when it's game time, it really is game time, and I'm sure that game would have helped Levy, especially losing that. He would have learnt a few things from that game.
Definitely, and they looked a bit nervous on the way out.
Yeah, but of course you have to be nervous here, and this nerve will also help you to focus a little bit more. And I believe that it's something that you need to win these big games, just keeping that nerve on a good level so it doesn't become a problem.
I've been trying to get one of these balls, sorry. I've been trying to get one of these balls for ages. They keep falling off the table.
Yeah, but Abu Azza here, I believe in Singapore, he looks absolutely amazing. He only had the one loss in this tournament, which came in the Swiss style, a 1-goal deficit to Senna. And overall, he's just been looking crazy. And like you also mentioned, he also beat Levi in the Swiss style format. But then, on the other hand, we had these same things where one player beat another one in the Swiss and then lose in the bracket.
Yes. Happens a lot.
Happens a lot.
Yeah. Why is that, do you think? Is it just that you kind of figure out you learn more from losing in the first game than you do from winning.
I think it's just another game of FIFA as well. You know, everyone's so good at these events. You know, it's the best of the best, and sometimes in day one you may still be, if jet lag's still an excuse, you could you can try and use that one, and then maybe you've just started to play better FIFA throughout the next few days.
Yeah, almost. I mean, it comes down to how much you've slept sometimes. Yeah. What you ate for breakfast. God, do I really go there again? What's the key in this match, though? What do you see as being the crucial part that's going to separate these two players?
Crucial part here, I believe, is to get a nice start in this game because we're going to see a lot of nerves, maybe a lot of mistakes. Also, it's pretty early, the first game of the day. The fingers are not perhaps very warm yet. So getting the nice start is a key. Because both these players are very good at keeping the ball. So if you get that first goal, you can start to frustrate your opponent a little bit. I believe that will be the big key here.
Okay, let's do some predictions. Smith? Agent Smith, should I call him?
I think I'm going to go for Levy now, because, you know, I'm a big fan of how he plays FIFA. You know, as you mentioned, he kind of stays away from the El Tornadoes or anything like that. He just gets the ball down the middle and played some fantastic FIFA, and made me lose my voice a few times yesterday, which does help as well. So it's a Levy win from me.
Okay. Got to protect that lead as well.
True.
Yeah. Sensible, perhaps.
Yeah, I think this is
أنا موجود يمشي معك.
Game to call. Levy is playing some unbelievable FIFA, and he has the experience, but he doesn't really have the experience from FIFA 19 LAN tournaments. And Abuaza, he beat him in the Swiss style, and I believe he's looking slightly stronger here in Singapore. That is why I'm going to go with Abuaza.
Okay. 1 for 1 here on the panel. I like it.
والله كان معظم اللي قاعدين فرنسيين كانوا بيتفرجوا على الجيم لسه خالص.
Let's find out.
زمانهم جايين بقى العرب
Our
زمانهم
commentators for match number 3. Good afternoon, gents. How you doing?
Good afternoon, Paul. Doing pretty well, buddy. Doing pretty well, thank you.
Have you calmed down a little bit from yesterday, or have you
of
had?
Course not. It's Championship Sunday,
caffeine?
Paul. It's time to get going. This is the big day, isn't it? It's why we should be excited.
I was a bit worried for a moment. You seemed a bit subdued there.
I'm just working myself in.
All right, okay, break it in. So what's the predictions from you two?
I'm going to go with Levy, only because he was the only prediction I got wrong yesterday. I didn't go for him, so I feel like I should back him today, just because of that.
I'm going to go with Levy as well, just because I love a bit of beautiful football. I like it when the players sort of paint their picture, so to speak, when they're trying to score goals. So I'm going with Levy. Also, the whole Swiss format thing. If you lose in Swiss, then you win in the bracket.
Win in the other one. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Take us into game number 3.
Thank you very much. And it is time for the next semi-final of the day, Dan. Very excited to get on the mic today and bring you the action at home. Obviously, we've got a very exciting game here. Abuaza taking on Levy now. Two players who have kind of surprised a lot of people here in Singapore with their performance getting this far. But now that they've got this far, you have to say, there's always the opportunity to pick up this title.
You really have to seize this moment, seize the chance, because we've seen where they're ranked in the global series. I mean, 64th and 99th. But they have the opportunity to jump up to potentially around the top 15, top 20 for either one of them. So that is such a massive thing to get yourself close to those playoffs, get yourself even closer to the E-World Cup. And I'm just excited to see what Levy has to offer. I mean, I saw everyone on Twitter after his games yesterday saying, I mean, it's just a pleasure to watch.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful. And if he can carry on playing that way and get results, that's going to be just encouraging more people to play that way, more people to play good and sexy football.
Sexy football from Dan, I like that. And obviously he produced the goods yesterday, and he's going to be looking to do it again today. On the other side of the stage, though, we have Abuaza, and he was a very effective player yesterday, kind of ground out a lot of results and got himself into this position now where he really has an opportunity to step up again as one of these Saudi players. I don't know what's in the water over there at the moment, but every single time that we have a Saudi competitor over here, they just seem to perform and just get closer to those finals, or if not, winning tournaments.
It's almost he felt like he had to step up because Dasari wasn't here, the Royal's not here, for example. So it's his time to shine, and shining he is. He has had some tough games, though, especially when we look at the elimination bracket. He's only won by 1 goal in both the round of 16 and the quarterfinal. His round of 16 game, by the way, he won 9-8. It was so tense, so close. And then against Gabri, he won 5-4. That one was extremely close in the end as well. However, he almost threw that game away. Remember, he was so far ahead, and then Gabri was able to claw back. So maybe that's something he would have learned from yesterday. And moving in today, he'll be focusing on just trying to solidify the result once he's scored a few goals.
And further on talking about that and, you know, being able to win these games by just the 1 goal, that's so valuable, especially in these knockout formats, because it's all about getting that win. I know it sounds very obvious and, you know, getting through to the next round, obviously you need to win, but putting yourself in those situations where you can grind out those results, you can get that goal, that 1 goal win that's what gets you to those finals, and that's what picks you up those championships. It's very rare you'll be able to run through a bracket winning by 3-4 goals every single game. And I really think that he's got that going for him here.
And sometimes it's not just about finding how you're going to win the game. It's about how you're going to stop your opponent from winning the game. You need to look at where their strengths are. And if you're Abuazer, you're going to be saying, all right, Levy, he likes to play simple football. Let's frustrate him. Let's not give him as much possession. And let's force him to try and get a little bit out of his comfort zone. Maybe he'll have to go for a couple of El Tornadoes or something like that. Because if he can't get the ball down on the pitch, if he can't pass it around, play a simple pass and move, he's going to have to try something different. And maybe he's not as comfortable with that. Or maybe he has got that up his sleeve. You never know with some of these players. It's why they're the best players in the world. They always have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. I don't know how long the plans go, Mark, but they have a lot of plans.
They certainly do, and to get to this stage of the tournament, you have to have, as you say, those multiple ways to win the game. And I love talking about this because we're not even talking about so much, you know, the mechanical ability of these players. Obviously, they're incredibly talented, but we're talking about the mental aspects of this game and getting to these semi-finals and getting yourself into this position. All of these thoughts come into your head. It becomes a tactical battle, it becomes a battle against yourself, as well as against the person who's sitting across the stage. And I always find it fascinating when we get into that second leg, how much more of a prominent sort of thing in the game that becomes.
And if you're at home and you're saying, it's not a mental game, it's just a game of FIFA, you know, if you let your head drop, it suddenly feels like the game's against you. The game's not against you. You just start playing worse. You start making more mistakes because you're just expecting too much of yourself. So you have to be very focused in FIFA. I've always said, in any 1v1 esport, it's always going to be difficult to have a mental battle with yourself.
Yeah, you got no one to blame. It's all on you, and we look like we're about ready for our semi-final here on the Xbox. Looking forward to seeing who is going to have the opportunity to take on the current champion F2TEKKZ in our Xbox Grand Final. And I mean, that's got to be something that these guys got to be looking forward to, right? It's one of those things where you're looking forward thinking, this is my opportunity here, not only to get to a final, but if I beat TEKKZ, then that is one hell of a statement to make.
It's a chance to put your name in the history books, that's for sure. I mean, not many people have managed to achieve beating TEKKZ. Of course, there has been times he's lost. But I'd like to think they won't be focusing on that too much right now, just focusing on what's in front of them. We know that they've played each other before. They'll know how they want to approach the game. We can see the tactics on the screen at the moment as well. The 4-5-1 is the preference. And of course, both of these players will be able to see that when they get into the pause screen as well. So I'm not alluding to anything that they don't know. But it's nice to see so many different formations that have been generated in this tournament, Mark. We're not just seeing a simple 4-2-3-1 every single game. We're now seeing 4-5-1, we're seeing 4-2-2-2, we're seeing 3-5-2, even in some games.
I was loving the 3-5-2,
my favourite, 4-4-2, has been my favourite.
4-4-2 has been incredibly effective this tournament. And just looking at personnel here, obviously we're seeing a lot of different favouritism for FUT items with the different players so far through this tournament. Seeing N'Golo Kante, the Team of the Year Kante, no Patrick Vieira in the lineup here, especially with that prime icon moments FUT item being added to the game. What are your thoughts on that? Because we have seen Kante in some previous tournaments pop up with some very, very vital goals at vital times.
It's funny you should ask, Mark, because I was having a discussion with Brandon.
Was it at breakfast?
No, it wasn't at breakfast, actually.
Just
I mean,
to get that
we
clear.
could say it was lunch, however, it was just in the green room. Brandon was talking about how Patrick Vieira, when he's on the ball and you are attacking, you don't really want to be having shots with him because of his weaknesses, because of his weak foot, etc. However, if you switch out Vieira and you bring in Kante, there are positives when going forward with Kante. The Team of the Year FUT item can hit a banger from outside the box. You're not going to be scared to shoot with him. But then, of course, there's the downsides of Kante. He's short, like me. We have our downsides, but it's okay because we're quick.
This sounds like, is this like something...
This is a lot of
I'm not getting into
pent-up
this,
anger.
yeah, I was going to say, but it's
15 years of Sunday League football, all
Okay.
coming out at once. But yeah, Kante, he's just one of those players that will chase the ball around the pitch. And if you are that, if that's your style, it's going to work out for you.
Of course, he's got that increased agility as well. So when you're getting around the 18-yard box, usually you see the players sort of, especially in the 4-2-3-1, kind of carrying the ball forward with Vieira, with Hullet. And when you have Kante in there instead of Vieira, you can sort of change direction very quickly. You can find those quick passes, and that can open up some opportunities. And when you have footballing players, much like Abuazer and Levy, the man on screen right now, that is a really viable option for you to not only create chances, but also drag that one defender out of play.
And I think chance creation is one of the biggest taboo words that we have at the moment in the current meta, because everyone just sticks like 11 players behind the ball, it seems sometimes. So creating chances is so difficult. If you are one of these players that finds a way that you can break down your opponent, you are going to succeed. That's why the best players are the best players, because they almost exploit weaknesses of their opponent, and that's where they're going to find success. So little things, whether it be a cross to the back post, or whether it be over-the-top through balls or simple through balls, it's wherever you notice those little gaps in your opponent's A, either their formation, or B, their style of play. Because both of those, they don't always link up, formation and style of play. Usually do, but sometimes they don't.
We could touch on that a little bit more, actually. We could use the example of the last game that we just saw between Houston and Diego Pizzotto, in the fact that, you know, we're talking about players behind the ball and how players are defending with a lot of men behind the ball as well. Going back to our conversation before about the mental side of FIFA 19 and how taxing it can be, I find it fascinating sometimes how many times that a player has to work so hard to get the ball back, and then eventually they do, and they give it away almost immediately because they kind of like, finally, so they have a little bit of breather, a little bit of a mental break from having to focus so hard on, kind of passing lanes, on closing down space, that when they get the ball back, they sort of rush a pass, and then they're like, oh, here we go again. You've got to switch on for 10 more in-game minutes before you have another opportunity. And that's where these players make mistakes. And that's where goals are scored a lot of the time.
And there's two sides to that as well. There is the side of just wanting to rush it because you've suddenly got the ball back, so you get all excited. But also, if you win the ball back quite high up the pitch from your opponent, they are going to be out of position. Some of those defenders aren't going to be where they would be naturally when you're attacking. So you want to take advantage of that very quickly. You want to hit them on that quick counter-attack. And maybe you're not used to being a counter-attacking player, but you've got to familiarize yourself with several different styles because you can't always play your style. That's what FIFA Houston, M10 USTUN just found out in that previous game. He wasn't able to play his possession, his attacking. He was just contained for the entire game. So he said he had to play his opponent's game and start keeping the ball himself and waiting and being more patient with his attack.
And for someone like him, I think that's a fantastic thing to learn, especially in a game as big as the one that he just played, because that's where he has struggled in the past, is defensively. It's keeping that focus. And I think being forced almost to go into a possession-style play means that now he might have sort of had another string added to his bow, should I say, that maybe coming into the tournament he hadn't really realized was there. But now that he's managed to close out a game in that style and play a game in that style, and most importantly, get the win as well by doing that, that could make him even more dangerous moving on in the tournament.
And there's so many negatives, I think, when you come into a game of FIFA of like, oh, I've got to go up against my own mental game. I can't play my play style. You've got to focus on the positives. For both of these players in particular, I mean, there's very little pressure on them now they've got this far. They don't have to worry about if they're going up against TEKKZ, yada, yada, yada. They've already overachieved in probably a lot of people's eyes and maybe even their own eyes, and they have a chance to really show what they're made of. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, they can really jump up the leaderboards when it comes to the Global Series ranking points. 850 are on the line for this one. They've already secured 625. I mean, Levy, he was on 163 before this tournament. He's already on 788. He can be on 1,013 if he wins this game. That will see him stride all the way up to around 20th. And that is all the way from 99th.
It's an astronomical jump, isn't it?
It's crazy.
And that's how big these games are. And then we talk about pressure. You can see the point distribution on your screen at home right now. For first and second place, what, 1,500 Global Series points. That's going to push them even further up the table if they can make that jump into our grand finals here. So much on the line, especially for these two players who want those ranking points, who want to make it through to those playoffs, and who want to make it through to that E-World Cup grand final.
I would even argue it's not a want, it's a need.
It's a need,
they
yeah, you're completely right.
Those Global Series ranking points. They need to be able to get them so they can achieve playoffs. And yeah, one tournament wonder can make playoffs.
And especially with the fact that, you know, events are dwindling down now. It's not like it's the start of the season and we've got 2 events a month and everything's rosy and you think, okay, it didn't go so well this time, but, you know, next event we can change it up and we can come back and grab some points. Now that there's not a lot of events left, every single game, the pressure's even higher on these guys.
And that is going to be in their minds as well. They will know that this might be their last chance to actually get towards playoffs. And we can see games now loaded up. We are going to get into this shortly. Thank you for bearing with us. I hope that we were able to keep you somewhat entertained with our insight.
Only talked about breakfast once as well.
Yeah, we didn't mention breakfast.
And we won't. We'll keep you waiting for that one because that's obviously what everyone's tuning in for. But we're looking forward to getting into this game. And as soon as we can, you can see it looks like the players are finally ready. The headsets are going on and it is time for our next semi-final. So we're going to get this one kicked off. Dan, What are your thoughts on how this one's going to go?
I'm so excited to see what Abu Azza has to offer. I was extremely impressed with his persistence yesterday and sticking to his game plan. If he can do more of the same, he should be able to at least upset Levy here. But Levy's beautiful football, his way of approaching the game is going to be phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an intriguing battle, this one. And a reminder to everyone at home, this is our second semi-final on the Xbox bracket. The winner, obviously, of our first one was the man himself, F2TEKKZ. So the winner of this game will have the opportunity to go up against him and have the chance to take down the current champ. But it is going to be Levy now playing in the yellow kit, shooting from right to left, and we're going to see a switch of the play early on, bringing Marcelo into play.
And that's the simple stuff that you've got to do as well if you're playing a game of FIFA. Just switch the play, recognize where your opponent is going to be defending, which areas they're pressing, and trying to open up a little bit more space. It didn't work out too much, but at least he's regained possession here.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there with Rafael Varane giving the ball away early. Little misplaced pass, and now it's going to be Levy coming forward. And once again, this beautiful passing almost results in the first goal of the game. But what it does result in is a huge save at that near post.
And of course, the man from Netherlands just really showing us why everyone was appreciating his beautiful football. I'm so impressed with him. It's the pass and move game, Mark. It looks simple, but it's very difficult to actually achieve in FIFA 19. You can't always play pass and move, pass and move, pass and move because of defensive midfielders who often cut the passing lanes. They get in the way.
And I want to talk about the impact of a simple skill move like that after you've had 4 or 5 consecutive passes, because as a defending player, all that comes into your head now is, where's the next pass coming? And you kind of try and cut the passing lane. You commit slightly too early. And a simple skill move like a scoop turn there, that can completely open up the play for you.
Yeah, you've got to have something in your back pocket. You've got to be prepared to pull out one of the skill moves that you're comfortable with, but you've also got to recognize the situation you're in. Which skill move is going to be the perfect situation?
Well, Vieira almost managed to squeeze the ball through to Neymar, and it looks like Levy's had the better of the two players as far as possession and chance creation is concerned, but only 10 minutes into this game, of course. And now it's going to be Abu Azza with the ball. And for his first time to really sort of formulate some sort of attack here.
Yeah, and it's difficult because you can see how Levy, even though we notice how he's beautiful when he's attacking, his defensive play is very strong as well. A nice offside trap there as well to make sure it's not going to be an easy through ball from Abu Azza. So he's very switched on at the back.
Here's Marcelo then going forward down that left-hand side. Hullet now back to Marcelo. Abu Azza very patient in his build-up. Be interesting to see if he does opt to go down the line here and maybe whip in a cross of his own. Instead comes back inside now with Marcelo. And here is N'Golo Kante, the player that we were focusing on. Interesting selection in that central midfield position. Mbappe now, twisting and turning. That's a beautiful ball around the corner. There is that scoop turn. Ronaldo might have had the chance to hit it there, but just showed too much of it to Ruud Gullit, and now Levy can bring it away.
It's sometimes when you've already kind of made that third turn, and you notice you had that space, but it's just too late. You've already put that input onto your controller. It's frustrating, but at least the positive is he knows he does have the ability to actually beat that first man.
Here's Lionel Messi then for Levy. He's looked good every time he's gone forward so far in this tournament. He's looking pretty good again. Mbappe almost dropped the shoulder there. Vieira finds Ronaldo. He's battling inside the box. It's fallen to Mbappe, but maybe just one too many in that situation. A clear sight of goal. And Levy deciding not to pull the trigger there.
It's one of those where you hope and you know if you're able to make that pass across goal, it's going to be a guaranteed one. It's going to be easy to slot that one away. But of course, in hindsight, it does look like it might have been better just to take a whack at it. But it's about reaction times. It's about recognizing when you're able to receive that ball in situations where maybe you didn't think you were going to. So it's very difficult to analyze the situation quickly.
And he's looking so silky going forward at the moment, Levy. Every time he's getting that ball and going forward, it's very direct. It's very pass-orientated, and he's always direct with the passes as well. Hullet now on the edge of the box, might have a chance to strike it. No surprise there to see the little ball into Messi, looking for the return pass to Hullet. But Abu Azza switched on there and make sure that he got that tackle in just in the nick of time.
Levy really is one of the best players that I've seen at this tournament of using the kind of LB and RB or L1 and R1 to try and bring players towards him and send players away from him. Most of the pro players, if not all of the pro players, know how that works, of course. However, your average FIFA player might not realize that you can really dominate possession and generate some fantastic attacks by doing so.
Well, here's Eusebio then for Abu Azza going forward. That's a beautiful little drop of the shoulder from Ronaldo. Played out wide now to Mbappe, looking for an opportunity to shoot. Oh, and it's Hullet who actually gives the ball away here after making that initial tackle. Mbappe now, bit of space for Kante. Scoop turn around the corner. Marcelo, though, on his fellow Brazilian, makes the tackle. Now it's going to be Levy on the break. Well, it comes back in to make that tackle. Varane now in that right-back position. He's kind of become almost the go-to for a lot of players. That team of the year, Rafael Varane, obviously in there for his height, for his jumping ability. Much like this man, Cristiano Ronaldo, El Tornado, just picked off at the last second. A pinky toe from Sergio Ramos, just as he looked like he was getting ready to set up for that volley.
Quite a few players trying that in this tournament. Of course, El Tornado's shots were very prominent in the early meta, and then the nerfs came through and it changed a little bit. However, if you can time it green, there is still that opportunity of banging them in.
Here's Vieira then, good tackle there by Varane, just as it looked like he was about to pick out a pass, one of those penetrative passes into one of those forward players. No real big chances apart from that one early on, really, for Levy right at the start of the game to speak of so far, but Eusebio might try and change that now for Abu Azza. Finds the ball inside to Neymar. There's plenty of space in front of him. Forces a save out to Gea. Eusebio on the follow-up, heel to heel. Nice tight dribbling again. Neymar trying to fight his way through 3 or 4 defenders here. Keeps the ball well. Finally, Ruud Gullit makes that tackle. There's just bodies in the way here for Levy that's doing the defensive work, and now he comes away once more with CR7.
And there's always going to be bodies in the way, and it's so important to be effective with those drag backs. You can see in the box how important they are, how they manage you to beat that first man and beat that second man as well. So if you are sat at home and you're wondering, what do I need to improve myself as a FIFA player? Get used to drag backs, know when to utilize them, because it really can turn you from a good player to a great one.
Certainly one of the most effective and simple skill moves in the game. So many different options with it as well. It's not the full drag back. You can obviously change direction. You can kind of do the half drag back as well, where you can add a scoop turn on the end of it just as the defender kind of commits towards that tackle. But there is the halftime whistle. No goals to speak of so far. We said this one was going to be tight, Dan. And at the end of the first half of the first leg, it's kind of going the way we thought it might.
Both players are going at one another, though. It's not like they're just kind of sitting back and trying to deprive the other of the possession. Instead, they are actually attacking. They're just really struggling to get through some solid defensive work from both players. I think both of them are using their fullbacks great, just pulling them out of position, going in for those manual tackles, but also knowing when to switch off of them and when to switch to a centre-back or to your central defensive midfielder. It really is a lesson in defending here.
Well, it's Levy from the restart here. He's going to be looking for the first opportunity, and Neymar's got some space to drag back, and the finish! There it is. Levy takes the lead. And again, his composure inside that 18-yard box is absolutely superb.
Drag back City. As I said, it's so important when you're inside the box. Look at how he just fools that man, and he's able to slot it away. Decent finish from him. And that's the goal that he has been desperately searching for. We haven't had too many shots on target, but when you're presented with an opportunity like that, you know full well Neymar is going to slot that one home.
Now Abu Azza down by 1, has the opportunity to go forward from the restart himself here. See if he can take advantage of the situation. Kante now gives the ball away, though. Well defended there by Levy, and he'll be happy to come away with the ball from the restart.
We could potentially have an Xbox final of 99th versus 1st, which is just absolutely insane. With a difference, by the way, of what, 7,000 in terms of Global Series rankings? And that just shows if you can play well at a tournament, if you can play well on the day, anyone can do it. Anyone can achieve it if they're good enough.
So then Abu Azza with a croqueta to get a bit of space. Neymar, a little bit of physicality there, but not enough to knock the Brazilian off of his feet. It looked a little bit dangerous there, just as he was getting towards the 18-yard box. I've already seen a lot of penalties given away in this tournament. Mr. Ramos, again.
It's silly Ramos. I think it's, 5 out of 6 penalties has been because of Sergio Ramos. I don't know what it is. As we said, maybe a hidden trait for him. But just watch how Levy is really utilising the kind of pass and move game here. Using both LB and RB to bring players and send players away.
It's beautiful again. The drag back's created the space. It's a second one from Mbappe. And again, it is absolutely wonderful from Levy. This man, he's an artist in front of goal.
Levy deserves a bevy for that drag back. Very impressive stuff. And I don't want to say Lev, I don't want to get him confused with Lev Vinken, who also offers incredible football, and of course, a big fan of Levy as well. I can see him in the crowd just getting hyped up whenever he sees him score a goal, and it's always good to have support, I feel. It's amazing as a player if you can look up from your console and see people spurring you on, and to be fair, you can say the same with Abuaza. There is people in the crowd who want him to succeed, and that's going to help you mentally, I feel.
I mean, every time that Levy's getting the ball inside the 18-yard box, I'm just sitting there with bated breath, excited to see what he's about to do with the ball. And for a defender, that must be horrible to have to think about, to put yourself in that situation. How does Abuaza combat what has been incredible close dribbling and chance creation coming out of Levy?
And one of the best ways is, well, good manual defending. If you do allow the AI to just step off, sometimes they are going to be vulnerable to a drag back. Sometimes you do have to just dive in, but there is always that risk of giving away a penalty. So it's one of those situations where you feel like you're done if you do and you're done if you don't. But that's going to be a 2-0 lead now for Levy. And maybe he's going to start and stick it into cruise control now.
Abuaza, 2 goals down at the moment. Remember, we do have a second leg to come as well. Maybe some time to have a little bit of a think about how he wants to approach that. Of course, lots of time left in this one as well. 2 goal leads. We know all about them. They're kind of cursed. But obviously, you would take it if you can get yourself in that position. Might be an opportunity here with half an hour to go on the clock.
Definitely is.
For another one to be added here. Free kick just outside the 18-yard box. Neymar goes direct. And De Gea has to get a hand on it.
And there's always a little bit of me that just wants to see someone hammer one home from a free kick. And it takes a very brave man. And I think Levy is just that man. He's an entertainer. He plays good football. And he also tried to smash that one home.
Abuaza then with a chance to counter-attack it. Cristiano Ronaldo in a real battle with Sergio Ramos. And he takes him down finally. The ex-Real Madrid man against the Real Madrid captain. No love lost there, I'm sure. Now Abuaza with the chance. He's managed to get Mbappe in behind Ramos now. Goal here would be huge in the context of the tie. Hullet. Back to Kante. Little run inside from Mbappe. Oh, and it's just under hit the pass, and now the counter-attack opportunity is here for Lev.
Yeah, there's not many red shirts back, but as soon as you say that, you see the absolute speed from everyone else just joining the defence, but it's Messi on the right-hand side here.
Puts it in towards the back post. It's a free header, and it struck the post. The ball falls inside the 6-yard box as well. Big chance there for Neymar. Mbappe can't get round Ferdinand, but that might have been the chance.
I'm going to be honest.
To almost seal that.
That could have been the game right there. 3-0. Levy playing like he looks so comfortable, playing like he's in a Swiss game, not in a console semi-final. At 3-0, he really would have been in cruise control.
And will that missed chance come back to bite him in this game? Ronaldo now tries to fire the ball in. Rather speculatively in towards the striker there, and that's a risky ball there, and it's given the ball away. Ferdinand manages to get the ball back, though, and that was an important tackle there.
And there's going to be more chances for Abuaza. I believe he switched up his formation where he's playing maybe a 4-2-2 or a 4-4-2 because he's having 4 players just all attacking together with the 2 strikers linking up. And that means Levy has to be very careful when he's playing out from his defence.
Here's Ronaldo now. Another drag back from him. Neymar in all sorts of space. Pops it towards the back post. And Lionel Messi rises highest. Look at the reaction from Levy as well. He knows how important that goal is in the context of this tie.
I don't know how many tournaments I have to say it. Why is Marcelo at left back? He is so vulnerable to those headers. It doesn't matter if it's Messi or if it's Ronaldo. He just seems to be using them. And yeah, okay, Marcelo is fantastic going forward. But we've seen some players put Varane and Ramos on the left and right to stop those headers from happening. It's a shame for Abuaza. Of course, he's going to feel somewhat frustrated now. 3-0 down. But wow, what a start to this semi-final from Levy.
However, we have seen players in that second leg, Dan, take their foot off the gas sometimes.
We have.
An early goal for Abuaza. Maybe another goal here, giving the momentum going into that second leg. This is very much still all to play for, but Levy has been absolutely superb so far in this first leg.
And clean sheets aren't something that we've seen from Levy in this tournament. I mean, if we look at his quarterfinal and his last 16, he only won his games by 1 goal. He has been vulnerable at the back as well, but if he can now keep it tight, keep playing his normal game of football, he should be able to go on. He should be able to be facing TEKKZ in the Xbox final, which would be absolutely phenomenal for the 99th ranked player in the world.
And what a story it would be if he could go that far and maybe go one step further. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. abuazr's still got a lot of time on his side here. This is the first leg. Still an entire game of FIFA 19 to right the wrongs of this one. Eusebio fresh on the pitch now. I believe that Lionel Messi, the goal scorer, has just been removed from play. But I mean, this man has impressed everyone at the tournament here in Singapore. The way that he has approached the game, the way that he has scored his goals,
I think
the
that's
way
the
that
key
he's
thing.
entertained as well, Dan.
Yeah, it's the entertainment. It's about not just winning games, but winning them in style, winning them in a fashion where he's showing what he's made of.
Neymar now with the Cruyff turn. Close attention to the defender there. Managed to get the ball, but you almost feel something's going to happen every time that he plays it inside the box.
It's because of his just quick passing style, the pass and move, and utilizing the LB to make those runs, that it just means that abuazr is really struggling to keep up with the pace of the action. Even though abuazr is a phenomenal player,
that's a hell of a
just
ball,
struggling.
though. That's a hell of a ball, and it might be a hell of a finish as well. It is.
Oh, nice
the offside
finish.
trap was played. abuazr
عاش يا
spied
باز،
it
عاش،
and timed that
عاش،
through
عاش.
ball. And
الجول
Neymar
ده
with a
صعب جامد
cheeky
في
little
اللعب.
dink over the goalkeeper does get that goal back. Game on.
الماتش الذهبي إن شاء الله.
Those are the type of goals that can really frustrate you. You can see Levy just look into the heavens because he knows he did play that offside trap. He did allow that lofted through ball to get through there. But a great finish from abuazr, and that is a lifeline in this semi-final tie. And now it's going to be whether he can press on in this first leg.
We'll just wait to see what's happening. It might be a slight technical error on our sides, but we'll get back into the game as soon as we can from that pause menu. But let's talk about the importance of that goal now. Scoring a goal just before the end of the first leg there.
It's so important if we go back to mental game. I mean, if you've played enough FIFA, Mark, and everyone watching has played enough FIFA, if you finish a game, the last thing you think about is the final goal. And he's going to be thinking, well, why did I concede that goal? I could have been 3-0 up going into this. He's going to be looking at his previous results, saying, I haven't really kept many clean sheets through the tournament. I could have been 3-0 in the first leg and cruising into the second leg. Instead, there's only that 2-goal difference. And how many times do I have to say 2-goal just seems to be that curse? It seems to be that really weird, false sense of security when you go into a second leg.
Yeah, it's kind of that concentration just slips for a moment, and we've talked about it enough now for everyone at home and watching the crowd to probably understand that's where the mistakes happen and that's where goals are conceded. We play with such fine margins in FIFA 19, especially when you have so many talented players all in one place here in Singapore. But I wanted to touch on some of the other games we've got as well today, and some of the other players left in the tournament. Who has impressed you so far? Because before I ask you, I want to put my one name in the hat, and it's someone who we always say we don't talk enough about, and it's Stefano Pinna. Stefano Pinna, once again, has found his way into a semi-final, and this guy is just phenomenal.
We have some really juicy matchups today, and we have the potential of, if Stefano Pinna were to win, him against EXCELSIOR in a PS4 final. I know,
that's exciting, isn't it?
It sounds very saucy, very sexy, as I say. But he has to get there first, and I mean, Stefano Pinna did struggle a little bit in Atlanta, but he looks more like himself here at this tournament in Singapore. And sometimes you are going to have off tournaments. That's what happens. But that is also the benefit of there being so many tournaments at the moment. And we can go back to the conversations we've seen on Twitter about who's the best player, who's the best FIFA player nowadays. Is it TEKKZ, or are we going to go back to Gorilla when he was in his prime, for example? There's so many tournaments now. If you have that one-off tournament, you get the chance to make up for it.
And you can see the bracket here, and you can see on the left-hand side the PlayStation 4 players that we have left in the tournament fighting for a spot to take on FIFA Houston there, M10 Houston. And on the other side, Xbox, of course, being represented, and Mr. TEKKZ. Not a surprise there to see him finding his way through here and waiting to know who his opponent will be from these two players, Dan. But, I mean, let's talk about this game again, because we are coming towards the end of the first leg here, and hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible for everyone at home who might just be joining us. But what's abuazr got to change here? Because so far he has kind of been outplayed a little bit.
Yeah, I think to put it simply, I feel like he's just been a little bit outplayed. He's not looked too comfortable, and you know what? He's got to have that plan B. He's got to have a backup for him, and I think the one goal is going to be such a lifeline for him that now he can actually say, all right, well, I've got a chance here. I'm not struggling as much as I thought I was.
Well, good news, everybody. We're back into the game. We've only got a few minutes to go here, and that goal for Abu Azam might be vital in the context of this tie. 2 goals the difference between the 2 players now, as they both strive for a place in our Xbox Grand Final. Neymar, though, coming forward now for Lev. Finds Hullet. Eusebio tries to find that ball back into Hullet. Finds him, and just in the nick of time, Paolo Maldini makes that tackle.
And it's how he always finds those balls as well. He's always looking for that one extra ball into the box. Sometimes they're risky passes, but he goes for them, and that's why he succeeds. He takes risks with his pass.
Oh, that was almost a great ball in. It just kind of split the 2 attackers, unfortunately, there for Abu Azam. There might have been an opportunity there to squeak a goal just in added time here at the end of our first leg. Ramos now going forward, and maybe Levy might have a chance to go forward and restore that 3-goal lead that he's had for the majority of this game. Eusebio gets it into Ronaldo. Here's Neymar. This is where he's dangerous. Ronaldo might just get beaten to the ball there, but he gets a tackle in to get it back. Will the linesman's flag go up here? It didn't. And Levy's keeping the pressure on. Neymar now. Oh, and he just showed too much of it to the defender, Eusebio. Referee won't blow his whistle. Neymar with the chance to strike, and I think finally that will be the end of the game. 3-1 to that man on your screen. What a performance from him in our first leg.
I mean, the referee gave him every chance.
He really did.
A 3-goal cushion there at the end, but Levy just not able to beat that final man. But you could see the silky moves in the box, just the simple drag backs that are so effective for him. But I think he'll be overall very happy with that performance. Of course, 3-0, he would have been feeling fantastic, but I feel 3-1, I think he's going to be feeling confident.
Oh, for sure, and you can see he hasn't got too carried away with the situation as well. You can see him just sat there, you know, not getting ahead of himself or too excited, because he knows that's just half of the job done. We're going to go for a very quick break now, just before we get into our second leg, but after the result of the first one, you're certainly not going to want to miss it, so we'll see you in just a moment.
I think my face will be like this.
Don't know, my head's down. Disappointed.
I have no reaction, so I don't know. I don't make a face, it's just, it is what it is, you know? Just gotta move on.
It is my phase when I lose the game in the last minute.
I don't really have a face for it because it's never happened to me, so hopefully it won't, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, TEKKZ is still in the competition. He qualified to the final, Xbox final, after 2 games from now. No, he's still winning. He lost 1 match, but he won the second match. He lost 1-0 and won the second match 4-1. TEKKZ match will be after 2 hours from now. You're welcome, bro.
Like we're ready to go now. So Dan, obviously we know the situation. 3-1 at the moment to Levy, looking pretty good after the first leg, and the questions are going to be now asked of Abuazar.
Yeah, it's whether Levy can just keep his head composed and just say, all right, well, that 1 goal was just, it was a little bit of a fluff from me. I played the offside trap. It didn't work out. He just needs to keep playing his own game, approach the second leg like he did the first, and he should be comfortable. However, it's not always that simple. Sometimes people change how they approach the second leg. They get a little bit more defensive. They offer their opponent more opportunities, and then you know the rest. The story writes itself.
And
it does. So 2 goals, the difference between the 2 players. A late goal, though, for Abuazar has given him a little bit of belief here. After you have to say that Levy was most definitely the more dominant player in that first leg. Looking so dangerous every single time that he got inside that 18-yard box, or within sort of 25 yards, to be honest with you. And maybe you are going to see a little bit of a change from the start here. As far as formations are concerned, these might be some of the custom tactics, so we'll have to see once we get into game what Abuazar is going to be starting with. But already you can see maybe some thought process come in for later in the game.
I would like to see 2 strikers. I think that's going to be an important factor here, just to try and break down Levy's defense. And you saw how the passing move is effective for Levy. Well, maybe Abuazar can learn from that and try something a little bit similar and really utilize the 2 strikers and the strength and the speed that you can have with some of these incredible FUT items.
Well, here we go then. Second leg of our second Xbox semi-final of the day underway. 3-1 to Levy on aggregate. And this time it will be Abuazar who's playing in the green. And it will be Levy who's shooting from a left to right now with possession. Vieira comes forward. A great early start here. Nice passing play again, as we would expect. And again, just timing these passes just as Abuazar is sort of lunging into tackles Neymar. But there's a tackle from Abuazar, timed absolutely to perfection by N'Golo Kante. And now he can start moving forward himself, and it does look like he might be starting with 2 men up top here, Dan.
It's crazy. It almost seems like Levy sees the passes before they actually come about. It's like he can see into the future. He knows which runs his player's going to make. Maybe he's that familiar now with this team that he's been using at this tournament. He's just expecting certain players to be in certain positions because the pass and move game from him is phenomenal.
And as you say that, he makes a misplaced pass.
It's
so thank you,
phenomenal.
Dan. There it is. To be expected. Commentator's curse coming into fruition once again. Now Abu Azza has the chance to move forward here. Marcelo on the left-hand side, little ball roll. Kante round the corner, great ball now into Mbappe. Drag back just a little bit too early there, just showed a bit too much of the ball to Marcelo.
But it was good prediction from Levy. He knew that the drag back was going to come in, so that's why he attacked the back of the player with Marcelo and said, look, if you are going to drag back, you're just going to be going straight into me. And unfortunately for Abu Azza, he was read like a book there. It means that Levy can now just go straight up the other end with an attack.
Here's Mbappe then. You can see Messi's just waiting for that ball in. He gets the pass from Hullet. Returns it to the Dutchman. Great pass in again. Mbappe, beautiful fake shot around the corner. Looks for the croqueta, can't get past one, but the drag back's going to be effective. Oh, he just manages to scramble the ball away there. Abu Azza, but from the resulting corner now, Messi might have the chance to whip this in. Neymar. Vieira. Back to goal and decides to recycle here. Smart play this from Levy. I like this, making sure these players get back into that defensive shape.
And it kills a little bit of time as well. I know it's very early in this second leg, but still, every second is going to count. He noticed there were several green shirts coming towards him. It was a risk to play a ball, and he's not going to take as many risks now, I feel, in this second leg. Now he does have the lead, and he has the advantage, because if he plays a smart game, he is going to win this tie. That is without a doubt. However, if he makes mistakes, then that's when there's going to be chances for Abu Azza.
Messi now, the little magician, looking to make a spell, but what a ball that is, and again a chance to hit it, not taken. Mbappe turns, Neymar turns, everyone's having a touch. Neymar can't find the final pass though. And maybe there, another opportunity to Levy to just have a striker go in that position.
And yeah, okay, he didn't have the strike and it was a chance, but oh my goodness, again, he's just so unpredictable. He is the most similar, attacking-wise, that I've seen, similar to TEKKZ, if I'm honest. You don't know what he's going to do in the box, and that is terrifying if you're defending.
He's on the attack once more and decides to go back to Marcelo to recycle the play. Ronaldo now, look at Hullet, just waiting for that ball in the centre of the pitch. The dynamic duo, Vieira and Hullet, in action once again in that central midfield position. Marcelo using Mbappe. Good defending here by Abu Azza, not getting too frustrated with the situation, but here are the passing plays again, and we tried to squeeze it through to Lionel Messi. But he gets it almost immediately back, and that's what I mean about the concentration, Dan.
He is so focused, and you have to be to play a style like Levy is actually playing. You have to be reading the game so quickly, expecting every single defensive movement, knowing where you want to pass the ball, having a backup plan for if that first plan isn't going to be executed. It really is impressive stuff from Levy at the moment.
Abu Azza's doing well to keep his concentration, though. Messi, here's the quick passing once again. Ronaldo to Messi, round the corner, tries to get it back onto his left foot. Maybe just slightly telegraph that. Let the defender get back into position to make the tackle, and you have to give huge amounts of credit here to Abu Azza for the way that he has defended what has been some superb, slick football going forward from Levy.
Levy does have to be careful with his offside trap, though. He is popping it every now and then.
Oh, there's the goal! There is the goal for Abu Azza, out of nothing. Now it's just a one-goal game, and for all that we've been praising Levy going forward, one attack here for Abu Azza has now changed everything.
And it was from that offside trap. He played the offside trap, the defenders came forward, and then they were slightly out of position, which just allowed Abu Azza to be able to smash that one home from outside the box. Abu Azza has a lot more going forward now because of the 4-2-2. Ronaldo and Eusebio just linking up, just waiting. And sometimes you do have to take risks like that. You do have to just try a shot from outside the box, especially when you're being frustrated by your opponent, which is what Abu Azza has had to face. He's been on the back foot for the entirety of this first 30 minutes. But if you can take chances like that, then there is always going to be the possibility of you getting back into this game. And now we really do have a semi-final tie on our hands.
We do. One goal the difference between the two players, and the level of player that we have here in Singapore, it does just take one chance for them to score a goal. The left-footed strike found the top corner. David De Gea could do nothing about that whatsoever. Eusebio the man who gets on the score sheet. And you have to say now the pressure kind of goes back onto Levy. He's been dominating possession. He's been playing the ball beautifully, not maybe shooting on sight when he has had the option. And maybe if he gets into one of those positions again, he will unleash a strike.
And maybe he'll learn a little something there from Abuaza. That's not kind of a traditional goal that you might see every single day, but they do go in with these incredible FUT items. I mean, Eusebio Prime Icon moments, he does have the ability to do that. And with some of the FUT items that maybe these players use at home, they wouldn't be able to do that. However, they get treated to these players at these tournaments. You do just have to take the risks now and then.
That's a beautiful ball in behind, and Hullet had to get his skates on there to make sure that he got in position to intercept the ball. Messi, that's a slightly risky ball across there, but Marcelo got up, won that header. Now Levy's coming forward, but the 4-2-2 certainly has been more effective for Abuaza. He's had a lot more defending to do, had to use those CDMs as effectively as possible, and there you go. Hullet snapping in to win the ball back. Now he can go forward, and more options to go forward now with those players striding up the pitch.
And he's not only getting more options to go forward because of the 4-2-2, but because of how he's defending. He's being very successful with how he's actually trying to contain Levy's attack. He knows he's unpredictable. He knows he's going to be pulling out skill moves. So instead of just sitting and watching and waiting for Levy to do something, he's taking it to him, and he is diving in with a couple of tackles. He's pressing a little bit more, and it is working out for him.
Slight misplay there. Means that the ball will go back into the hands of David De Gea here for Levy. Having won it back there, Abuaza. Building from the back here, no surprise to see that. Just playing that possession style of football. And one thing that's impressing me so much is the timing of these passes coming in from Levy, Dan.
Yeah, he just, like I said, it's almost like he sees into the future. He's just watching and he's expecting his players to be in this. And his reaction times are unreal. He really does read the game fantastically. But it's all well and good reading the game. You've got to be careful at the back.
Big save there from De Gea. And that was a lovely passing play there that time from Abuaza, showing that he's got it in his locker as well to carve open a defence. And as we go into half-time here, at the end of our second leg, one goal separates these two players. And if there's one man who's been able to scrape out wins by one goal, so far in the tournament, it has been Abuaza, but look at that possession, 68% for Levy. There's not much you can do, to be honest with you, if you haven't got the ball.
But he needs to pull the trigger. Even though it's beautiful, and I can appreciate all the pass and move play, he has had opportunities, and he will know he's had opportunities to actually have a couple of strikes on goal. But he's always been looking for that extra pass, which is great, because if he was to find that extra pass, it's probably a guaranteed goal.
Yeah.
However, he's got to look at the scoreline now. He's only one goal ahead, and how many times have we seen in this tournament, in previous tournaments in FIFA 19, the dominant player of possession just not able to grind out the victory because of just a counter-attack that they get hit on.
So Eusebio on the pitch then for Lionel Messi. Neymar now with a bit of space there. The offside trap that time played by Levy, trying to push up the pitch and put some pressure on. Good tackle by Rio Ferdinand. Will find Ramos, and now he can come forward, but this really is set up beautifully now, Dan. It has been a real clash of styles here. You've had the possession-based, beautiful, flowing, passing play of Levy against the mental strength of Abuaza and the ability to take that chance when it came. And it's going to be interesting to see. I really feel like the next, not even opportunity in the game, the next chance to strike on goal could be a big factor.
And it's whether Levy is going to actually, like, maybe change his play style a little bit. Maybe he'll stay persistent. Maybe he'll keep looking for that extra pass, because surely one of them's going to come through.
Neymar now inside the box. That extra pass has been found. Oh, it's beautiful from Neymar. It is superb from Neymar, and it is superb from Levy.
He's just so persistent. He wants to play the game how he has been taught how to play the game. And it is absolutely phenomenal to watch. And now he's got that 2-goal cushion once again. And Abuaza is going to have to answer back. But, I mean, it's just a treat to watch what this man can do. And it's the drag back with Neymar. Neymar, one of the best, if not the best FUT item in the game for skill moves and close dribbling. And that's what you can do.
Absolute artistry now coming in. And I think you summed it up perfectly, Dan. It has been an absolute treat to watch the way that Levy has approached this tournament, the way that he's played. And not only the way he's played, the fact that he's winning games doing it as well. Really is exciting to see a player like him coming to the fore in such a tournament. And now with a 2-goal lead. He can relax just for a moment. Now he's got at least one mistake that he can make in this game.
I feel like it is worth mentioning, though, the defensive ability of Abuaza and how well he's contained Levy for this game, because, I mean, if Levy was going up against me, for example, we would be like 16-0 up by this point. Like, in the box, it is unreal what he is able to do with the football. Whereas Abuaza has stopped him in so many of those opportunities, whether it's just cutting those passing lanes or whether it's diving in with a tackle, he has been very effective. It's just he hasn't been able to find as many counter-attacking opportunities as he would have liked.
And Levy with the possession of the ball, excuse me, once again, 68% possession in that first half of our second leg here. If he can recreate that, there's not going to be much of a chance, really, for Abuaza to go forward and create the two opportunities that he needs to at least send this one to extra time down. And now we're into the last half hour. He's maybe got to think about changing the pressure of his team, pushing that line up a little bit higher.
Yeah, and I think we probably will see, of course, with the pause coming through, we might see like a 3-5-2 or something crazy like that. I say crazy, it's not like it's that crazy after what we've seen in this tournament, but in comparison to how Abuaza usually plays, I feel like he has to throw everything forward now. He has to take every risk possible and really pressure Levy, not allow him to have the possession that he's got in the moment.
Ronaldo will just be forced out of play there.
Well, I think it might have been a free kick or even a corner there, and you could see Abuaza was not happy about it. He thought he would have won possession back and had a goal kick, but here we go. It's going to be pushing everything forward now for Abuaza.
It's no surprise to see at this point, Dan. As you say, we're inside the last 30 in-game minutes. Now he's down by 2 goals. He has to at least put pressure onto Levy when he has possession and try and nick that ball back. As I say, if the possession stats are the same as they were in the first half of this second leg, he's just simply not going to have the time on the ball to even create 2 opportunities.
And it was a free kick that was given to Levy as well, and you can just play this one short and then try and think it to the back post if you want, but Abuaza pressuring, well, that's what he needs to do. He needs to get stuck in those situations and not allow it to be any sort of easy pass for Levy, because that's when Levy thrives, when he's given space, when he's given time, because he reads the game so well.
Neymar's managed to just about get round the attentions of Rafael Varane there, but the Frenchman came back in and put some pressure on him. Abuaza then, 2 goals needed to send this to extra time. Mbappe finds an opportunity for a strike there for Cristiano Ronaldo, and that couldn't have been closer. But look at the space now on this left-hand side for Kylian Mbappe. The young Frenchman has the chance to finish this off into Neymar. Oh, he went for the extra drag back again.
And he could have smashed it with Mbappe, but he was trying to stick to what he knows, stick to what's worked, and it was almost there. But that means that Abuaza is still alive in this semi-final. He just needs a goal. He just needs one chance to get back into things.
And is this going to be something that Levy regrets? It's Neymar. He's dropped inside the box. It's Sergio Ramos once more.
What?
He can't believe it, but it is a penalty here, and there's still time on the clock here for Abuaza to make the comeback.
Just run it, Sergio Ramos. Apparently he gives away every penalty.
Neymar then for Abuaza to bring this to within 1 goal.
Right?
There it is. 1 goal the difference between the 2 players. And we are set up for a grandstand finish here.
And that's such a shame for Levy as well, because for all his domination, all of his possession, all of his fancy footwork in the box, now it comes down to such a tense 15 minutes. And it doesn't matter what kind of FIFA player you are always going to be nervous every time your opposition's attacking when they're only a goal behind with this little time left. And it is really going to make or break this tournament for Levy. Can he hold on? Can he show the composure of a champion?
Question for me, Dan, is we've seen the flair, we've seen the ability. Does he have the steel to grind out this last 15 minutes? Because that's kind of something that some players have and some players quite simply just don't.
It's about being confident in your possession-based football. Can you keep the ball for 15 minutes? The answer is yes, it is possible, albeit very difficult in FIFA 19 with the pressing ability that your opposition can offer. But if you're good enough, if you read the game successfully, you can really stop your opponent from having a chance in these last 15 minutes. So this is going to be a true test for Levy here, but
Messi's got the ball back straight away, though. Perfect situation here from the restart. Neymar will just be caught offside there. You can see the frustration on the face of Abuaza, knowing that he saw that run and he just played that ball a little bit too late, because he knows Time is dwindling down for him now. He needs to make the most of every opportunity. And when he is committing more players forward, there's going to be more space for Levy to do what he does best. Neymar across to Hullet. Oh, big tackle from Marcelo.
And the thing is, if he just goes at Abuaza, if he tries to take these opportunities, Abuaza is going to have counterattacks. He is going to have chances on goal. He just needs to actually make it count. You can see he's slowing down the play, though. He's not rushing. This is good from Abuaza. Some players, they'll do too much in these situations.
Didn't green it.
Oh, and you saw Levy just look to the skies as he finally gets possession back, and it's going to be a little bit of time management here. As he is so close.
You just have to wonder, Dan, if he hits that green, is the result different?
That's not good enough. You can't just hoof the ball at the other end of the pitch and give away possession. Yeah, okay, you're not giving it away in your own half, but surely you can offer something better from there.
So then Abuaza gifted possession back from that wayward kick from De Gea. Abuaza has stayed in this game, and Mbappe's trying to beat Ramos to the ball. De Gea will again send this one long. This time it will find the feet of one of Levy's players, but Abuaza again comes forward now. Kante to Mbappe, it's through to Neymar. Neymar strikes, it's deflected. Oh, it's just wide of the upright. Corner.
What's he got from the training ground in the corner then? We're going to see offering short El Tornado. Is he just going to dink it front post?
Ball into the box, or safe hands
Hello?
from De Gea. Shake of the head
Hi.
from Abuaza. Look to the heavens from Levy. He knows now the game is in his hands. If he doesn't make a mistake, he will find his way into the Xbox Grand Finals.
Oh, but that's going to be a little mistake, just trying to play the pass and move. One last attack maybe for Abuaza to make something of this semi-final.
Oh, and he gets dropped there.
Free
set
kick.
piece here in added on time.
Last
And that's
chance.
scary. Neymar stands over it. Abuaza needs to make this count in towards the front post. Hullet gets up. A huge header in this situation. And now he can just bring the ball away, Levy. He's striding forward now with Neymar. Does he try and put the icing on the cake? Ronaldo gets there. And I think that might be it. Levy, what a performance in our semi-finals. He lets out a roar.
GG.
You can see how much that means to him. He will be in our Xbox Grand Finals.
99th in the Global Series rankings, has made an Xbox final where he will face first in the Xbox side of things. It's going to be TEKKZ. That's the matchup that is his reward. He's worked so hard for it. And, of course, he secured himself 850 Global Series ranking points. He's at 1,013 now. He's probably secured his spot at the playoffs.
And you want to see what this means to him. Just look at him right here. He can't believe what's happened. He's found his way into an Xbox Grand Final. Commiserations to the man on screen right now there, Abuaza. A fantastic performance from him. Just couldn't quite get over the line and make it into the Grand Finals. But what a mouth-watering Xbox final that is, Dan.
I mean, Abuaza, he's secured enough Global Series ranking points as well that we should be seeing him at playoffs. So expect for him to come back and come back strong. The amount of players we see who fall short sometimes in a semi-final and then come back and get to a console final and then win a grand final, for example, we will see that name again. But it's Levy who gets all the plaudits. It's Levy who played the phenomenal FIFA. I was really impressed. Everyone should be impressed. Is TEKKZ going to be impressed?
I think one thing that we can certainly guarantee is that is going to be something that nobody wants to miss, that Xbox Grand Final. Two of our most fluent, most attacking, most impressive players so far in the tournament will match up. It was a fantastic semi-final, though. We have our finalists on the Xbox, so gentlemen on the couch, it's back over to you.
Thanks very much. Yes, another fantastic semi-final, full of everything. A bit of attacking flair, a bit of defensive frailty, some free kicks, some fouls, and obviously some tension between these two players. Fantastic two legs that Levy comes out on top of and reaches his first grand final at the first attempt. Fantastic result. Brandon, I sort of feel like this is the fairy tale story of the tournament. You know, a guy that comes in, first qualification, 99th on the leaderboard, goes all the way to the Xbox final. It's fantastic.
Exactly that. This is what this esport needs. Stories like this of players that have made their first event of the year. And it goes to show, one big tournament, you get yourself a playoff spot. And if you go and win it, such as a Tuga, who did really well and got himself to the Atlanta Grand Final, it can look towards even the grand final if you do so well for him. But once again, we spoke about it, because he's playing at an event where he can use a special team that he's got in front of him, team of the years, icons. It just goes to show how much more powerful the Dutchman can be.
Yeah, and I mean, on the PS4 side, we're seeing this a lot of times with new names coming up. But on the Xbox side, it's almost every tournament we see the usual suspects. This is the first time in a very long time that we see such a low seed on the Xbox side getting to the final. And they did it with these fantastic dragbacks, just tearing apart here Abuaza's defense with these dragbacks. And Abuaza was really struggling in this first game, and what he did wrong, I think, is that he was simply just laying too low with his defensive line, and he was allowing Levy here to play his type of gameplay. And in the first game, he was simply just chasing.
Levy
and with
against
the 3-0 lead, it's very hard to come back. I guess I feel like Levy, who's so good at keeping the ball.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the the victory is built on that first leg, isn't it?
It is. We often see it in, for example, the RESENDE-TEKKZ game. RESENDE scored 1 goal, and that wasn't enough.
TEKKZ match
I think
is
the best
after
thing
2
about
hours.
a two-legged game is get yourself 3 or 4 goals. Of course, you can see how he went on there and went 3-0 up. Then it's kind of like a statement for game number 2, because even if you don't have a great second leg, that 3-0 advantage can sometimes take you through, and it did in this occasion.
Yeah, good fight back by Abuaza. I think he's shown us enough in this tournament to suggest that he's got a bright future in FIFA as well.
Definitely, yes. I mean, he had a fantastic season this far, and this is definitely not the end of Abuaza. Like we heard before, rumors are saying that he has the same talent level as his fellow countryman, M10USTUN, even though that is a big statement. He's still showing that he is close, and he's up there. And he also was very close to get this comeback. I mean, also showing this mental strength. And also some tactical knowledge afterwards, changing to the 4-2-2, applying more pressure, and he was really close getting back. And Levi, the last 10 minutes, he was really stressing, but managed to get this victory, which will get him into the console final.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Abuaza in the second leg, because as you say, 3-0 down, and then 3-1 down at the end of the first leg. Many players find that difficult to come back. You've got to reset mentally, and you've got to come back strong. He's done exactly that in the second half, given himself a chance and put Levy under some real pressure.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's one of those, when you're 3-0 down, every goal you get coming back, it's like a bit of confidence, that extra 10-20%. And I think the way you've got to look at this for Abuaza, his best tournament finish this year. He's played in a few LQEs in London, and it's just showed, if anything, a bit of progression from the Saudi Arabian. He's trying to still emerge himself, as you said, Boras, in front of the MS Dassaris, the Royals, and people have gone out and said that he's at the same level. And I'm looking forward to seeing how FUT Champions Cup number 6 goes, and all these LQEs that we've got in front of us as well. Will we see more of Abuaza? I think we definitely will.
Yep. Yeah, terrific effort from him. In the end, Levy comes through. He's going to face a tough finalist, though. I mean, it's a fantastic story, but is that the end of the road? We're talking about the #1 player in the world versus the 99th ranked player in the world. Ordinarily, in any sport, in any e-sport, that's a done and dusted grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy one, to be honest, because if you look at all of the knockout games that Levy's played, he's won every game by a goal. So it shows how tight every game's been. But you can't take away the type of football he's been playing, can you, Boris? He's played some fantastic stuff today.
Definitely, and this is also what I like personally, because this is more of the, let's say, old school FIFA style. We saw he was the Dutch champion back in FIFA 12. And he's trying to play this same style with the passing combos. He doesn't really try these typical ultimate team goals with the crazy long shots, with the flick-ups crosses. He tries this a bit more patient style, slow style. And I believe that he's also a big fan of Pep Guardiola, and he's trying to mimic this play style, and he really does it so well.
Okay, let's hear from the man himself. He's in the player area right now. Levy joins us, having qualified for your first final ever. You've managed to qualify for the grand final on your console. It's a terrific achievement. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Unbelievable. I really can't believe it. I've worked so hard, all my career in FIFA, to finally show it on the big stage and to make it to the grand final. Yeah, I still can't believe it. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's not like, a lot of people will say, oh, who's this new guy? But you're not a new guy. You've been around for a long time. I remember you back in 2012 doing really well. So, what does it mean to you to come this far over such a long period of time and finally make one of those big grand finals at a major?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's been such a grind, and my dream is always to be show it on the big stage, and it never worked out. And like finally, I can do it. I'm so happy. It's amazing.
Well done, gents. Questions?
Yeah, actually, I have 2 questions here, Levy. First of all, in the last 10 minutes, we saw that you were very pressured. How did you think these last minutes?
Man, I couldn't take it anymore. It was the stress level was too high. The moment I scored the 3-0, I was like, I can't choke it. I can't choke it. That was going through my head like all the time. And he came back to 3-1, 3-2, and I was like, oh no, it's gonna happen, because it happens a lot to me. I'm not like really good in holding a lead, so I was like, no, not at this moment. I cannot give it away. And yeah, the last 10 minutes, it was horrible, my play style, but at the end I did it. So yeah, it's such a good feeling, such a good feeling.
Yeah, and also I was wondering, because we know that you don't really have the same kind of team at home. Here at this tournament, you have, of course, the access to all players in the game. Do you play the same style at home, or does these players in the team now give you a new dimension in your gameplay?
Yeah, I try to play the same at home, but to be honest, like the difference in the team it's so big. You can't believe it until you like really feel it, and I really think like those players here, they are quicker in like the drag backs are so much quicker, and turning, passing, shooting, everything is like alright. And also in defense, you see make them moves, you are not even like controlling them, and that says a lot about the game at the moment as well.
Yeah, just one question from myself is that, you know, this was a massive tournament for you. You've come into it, you needed Global Series ranking points, you just had it from Weekend League. Can you go the full way now? You're obviously up against PGL, and you've already surprised yourself. You said just to get yourself out of Swiss style format was a dream. How do you go into the next game now?
I don't know. This guy is like unbelievable. I watched this game against Resende, and I've played Resende as well this tournament. Resende was like one of the best I've played, and he like really destroyed him second match. This guy is another level. I don't know. I'm gonna give my best, and you never know. You know, I didn't expect to come this far, so why not take it all?
Keep it up, amazing.
Yeah, fantastic result, fantastic game as well in the semi-finals. Congrats on reaching the final. We'll see you in that Xbox final a little later on.
Thank you.
Well done to Levy. First qualification of the season and a grand final in the Xbox. So, we've said it before, and I've said it again, it's a fairy tale, isn't it? It's fantastic to see that, and I love the format of these majors and the qualifiers, is because you can literally get anyone from any corner of the earth can do exactly what he's just done.
Exactly that, and you mentioned as well, Paul, that, you know, we saw him in 2012, and it's great that we've still got the likes of Boras. He's still in there, he's still going.
We're trying to look after him. Like, he's like one of those elderly players with the legs. You know, we only want to bring him on at half time. You know, give him half a match.
But even Boras, you know, you still are so hungry to compete now. You know, you've been involved in this scene for so long, and you know, 2012 for him, you've got Adito, you've got yourself, you've got, you know, so many people that have played in competitive FIFA for so long, and now it's got bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm sure you're wishing it was this big 5 years ago, but
definitely is.
It's still, there's still that hunger there, isn't there?
Yeah, and it also makes me so happy seeing Levi, seeing this kind of gameplay. That also was the gameplay that I started with. I mean, that is the classical head-to-head gameplay. And when you learn to play FIFA, when you choose your identity, you don't really change it that much. And just seeing that that kind of FIFA is still working to still make it into the final, amazing.
He's getting me all teary-eyed, Brad. It'll be going on about Real Madrid versus Real Madrid next, and we don't want those days back. Thank God for Ultimate Team. Thank you very much to our gents on the panel, and congratulations once more to Levy. He makes the Xbox final. Next up, we're going to find out who makes the PS4 final. It's a thriller. I'm really looking forward to the next one between Zizinho and Pinna. Of this Champions Cup in March. It is day number 3, finals day for all these players. We're 3 semi-finals in. Next up, our final semi-final of the day to decide the 4th and final player that goes through to a final. I know the maths don't make sense perfectly, but trust me, they do. They work out. There are 2 consoles, of course, and eventually we'll get the cross-final between the 2 consoles. Decide who is our champion for March. Will it be PGL for the 3rd time in 5 months? That's the big question we had coming in at the start of day 1. It's still the question we have towards the middle of day number 3. Next up, though, 2 players who lit up the round of 8. In particular, Zazinio, a man who put up the biggest victory of all the quarterfinals across both consoles against a man who is seemingly the best player on the PS4 if Nicholas isn't around. That's right, Pinna is also in our 2nd semi-final here on the PlayStation as well. We'll welcome back Mr. Kyle Walker and Boris Legend alongside. In theory, and I don't want to build this up too much because I'll get the Dan Gaskin curse, it should be a really good game, just purely because you've got the perfect match of players. You've got a player who's scoring goals for fun, Zazinio, just on fire in the quarterfinals and beforehand, and potentially the best player right now at this particular tournament on PS4.
Definitely, and I've got my fingers crossed that you've not cursed it because...
I'm hoping I haven't got the Gaskin curse.
It'd be nice to see lots of goals, end-to-end stuff, it to go to the last few minutes and someone's got to score, just like the previous game did. But for someone to maybe equalise, for it to go to extra time, we want those things, we want to see that. So if the players are listening, let it go all the way. Penalties, come on, let's have some penalties, let's do it.
Be careful, don't get carried away too far here. We want to see a good game. Am I hoping too much, Boris? Because these games are so tense, they have been exceptionally close, and it would be unlikely that this one's not another close game, wouldn't it?
I think we're definitely going to see a close game. Seeing here Pinna and Zazinio here, 2 guys who yesterday, I think were the 2 guys who played actually the best FIFA in the quarterfinals. I mean, they really showed up. But I think we maybe won't see as many goals in Zazinio's matchup as we saw yesterday, because Pinna is one of the world's best players in the defense. He's also really good at keeping the ball, so I'm expecting a slightly lower scoreline than we saw in the Tuga game.
Yeah, he's got the 2nd best defensive record of all players that reached this round, so it shows you just how difficult it's been. But he's also got one of the lowest average goals scored per match as well, and that's mainly because he's got this kind of, I wouldn't say it's a style necessarily, but it's a thing where he's like, I don't really care about scoring 7, 8, 10 goals. I care about winning the match, and if that means winning 1-0 or 3-2, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's only interested in one thing, and that is to win the game. And he does it in his special way. He has a very nice way of playing FIFA. It doesn't really look that spectacular, maybe not the way that PGL wins his game with many skill moves and stuff like that. He plays more simple FIFA. He is so good at the simple things. And like I mentioned also, the one on, maybe on the PS4 side with Nicholas, the best defensive player in the world. And it is, after all, the defense that wins you championships, simply.
Okay. All right, we're going to get more from both of these men in just a moment, but let's introduce you to our final semi-finalists. Well, with the amount of support that Zazinio has in the crowd, you'd think we were in Sao Paulo or Rio right now, but he'll be very happy with the fact that he's got support. There is the mention, actually, Bradley mentioned this on Twitter just recently. It's great to see players hanging around day 2, day 3. Some of these players got knocked out on Friday. They're still here, coming back every day, supporting their countrymen playing on stage. I think that's amazing.
Yeah,
shows what a great community it is.
That's it. That support also helps those players as well. We talked about it, or I talked about it in the intro. PGL has got this for some people, but I said, oh, the Brazilian's going to come and snatch it away from him. And that's what they want. They're here supporting when he's walking out. They're shouting his name. You can hear them now. You can hear people going wild. And that's
amazing.
For me, that's something that I would love. I'd feed off that. That's something that would really, really help me. And it seems like it's helping Zezinho as well.
Yeah. What do you make of this? You've been a top player. You've played at big events. Have you experienced that before? The support of other fellow players and crowd. Have you had that?
Yeah, I had it.
Does it make any difference?
Makes a difference. I have a very nice memory from when I won in Vegas 2013, and when you also were there, Paul, and commentated. And I had a big gang of Swedes.
You did.
Who supported me in that final, and I could hear them chant and cheer after every goal, and of course that gives you a mental boost. So I definitely think that it makes a difference, and also that then you mentioned yesterday that didn't really have the best start of the FIFA 19 season. I mean, FIFA 18 had a big breakthrough in Manchester where we got to the final and lost to Icefogel, but in FIFA 19 it started off very slowly.
Yeah.
But the Brazilian scene at the moment is amazing. So many great players, and they help each other out. They have these scrims, they practice a lot, maybe even share tactics. And this is giving Zezinho here the extra power, the extra confidence, because he knows that Brazil at the moment is one of the best nations in the world on FIFA. So definitely, yes. Zezinho here looking very, very strong, and if he can play like he did yesterday against Tuga, Pinna is going to have a very, very tough game here.
Definitely, I think that support is going to help him, but also he's feeling great. He looks confident, and the FIFA that he's playing is lovely to watch. So actually, I think we're going to have a great matchup here. A little bit of an insight. I was in the bathroom doing my teeth, as you do.
Hold on, is this a ninja thing? Is this a ninja story?
Well, yes, it kind of was. I was doing my teeth in the bathroom, as you do. I just had lunch, and I was in there, and then Tex walks in, as he does, obviously, and then Pinna came in as well. And I had a moment where I thought, I'm in the bathroom doing my teeth, and I've got the greatest FIFA players in the world here with me. As we were walking out, I was speaking to Pinna, and I said, so are you going to change anything? He said, I'm going to change something in my defence. I've seen that Zezinho plays Ronaldo on the right, so I'm going to move Ramos to left. So instead of Marcelo, he's going to go with Ramos on the left back. So it's those small changes. Yep. They're watching each other's game. They're watching the formations. They're watching how they're playing in previous matches, and that's what's going to be the difference, I think.
Yeah, he's going to have to watch that diving in stuff as well. Then, if he's
definitely another one was given as well. The last game that was Ramos. Yeah. So
yeah.
It's going to be good to watch.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's going to be fun. Let's do some predictions, Boris.
This is a tough one. After watching yesterday, will I go against the giant Pinna? And I will, actually. I will go with Zezinho in this matchup because I think that what he did yesterday to get he can replicate it here against Pinna. Even though Pinna is maybe on a different level than Tuga, I still think that Zezinho can do this.
Okay, we've already got some chanting in the audience. I like that. Zezinho ranked 49th at the moment. Pinna ranked 2 behind Nicholas. Is that enough to sway you?
Oh, I genuinely am struggling with this one. I am going to go with Stefano Pinna. Yes, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for Pinna with this one. Just because speaking to him, he seems confident. I've seen him at so many previous tournaments, so that experience is going to take him through it.
Okay, so you're both in agreement?
No, wait, opposite.
Are you okay,
Pinna,
all right. So I wasn't sure if you were going the other way. So you're going for Pinna, you're going for Zezinho.
Yes.
I like that. I like the fact that they've split you. I think it's been very competitive, hasn't it, at this time? Not just in the matches, but also on the competition for the prediction game as well. Not least of which from two of our men in the commentary couch area right now. Gents, your predictions for this one?
For me, you know me, I don't mess about. I just give you a nice prediction straight
You do.
I'm going to go for
Stefano
Pinna. 7 events this year he's played in. He's won an LQE. He normally makes the last stage in a tournament. Stefano Pinna for me.
Okay, Buckley, before you say anything, you can only pick one of the players in this match. Okay, I don't want it to be any wilder than that.
So you might have read my mind right there, because I was going to give you a Buckley special on the prediction. I'm going Stefano Pinna on penalties.
Oh, for my goodness. You don't get extra points for predicting the score. You can't change the rules.
It just makes it look better.
All right, okay. I like it anyway. It's good. Gents, enjoy the last semi-final.
Thank you very much, Paul. And yes, we've had some amazing semi-finals here in Singapore, and we've been lucky enough to bring you through 3 of them, in fact, which have been some fantastic games there. You know, you saw the one just a minute ago. The dream story continues for Levy. Over on the PlayStation side, we still need to find out who is going to be joining Houston in the console final, Richard. And we find ourselves with a massive game. Zezinho from Brazil, who took out Tuga. Again, someone else that's had a bit of a fairy tale story. He's out the competition. And this man, Mr. Consistent, Stefano Pina.
Perfect way to describe him. He's the formidable face in every single FUT Champs Cup, LQE, whatever it may be. If he's at that event, he's good money to be in a semi-final, to be in a console final. He's been in a cross-console final, a number of console finals, a number of semi-finals. He's won an event as well. He won a penalty shootout against Megabit in the LQE in London in February. So that's why I just feel like I think he's won a penalty shootout in this event as well against Lev, I want to say.
First game of the day, wasn't it?
I feel like a penalty shootout could be the thing that sends him through to the console final to take on FIFA Houston.
Well,
but the man opposite him, Zezinho, he's been a little bit special for this tournament.
He has indeed, Richard. Of course, we'll come on to the man from Team Hullet in a minute. But if you know Stefano Pina and you know about how a professional player will prepare for an event, Stefano Pina, thermal, on still, even though we're in Singapore. It's very hot outside, of course. Nice and air-conned in here. But the only change he hasn't got, no Romo Abdi, his coach, who will be watching, probably staying up late over in Netherlands now.
And I asked him about that. I said, does it feel weird? He went, it feels very, very strange to not have Abdi there. That sort of reassuring presence. That can be a big thing for you. There's a reason that Tex brings his mum to every single event, because it's that reassuring presence. There's a reason that Abdi has been with Pina throughout this journey, from the 2018 Grand Final, losing to Desari in heartbreaking fashion, to then almost being a rebirth in FIFA 19 and coming back and winning events and competing at the highest level, to being the second best player in the world, and potentially can leapfrog Nicholas if he goes on and wins this event.
And at the same time of that, you look at players like Ajax Danny, Coach Bass, that comfort there, that person that travels around the world of you, and not just a coach, but a friend in that as well, of course. So it shows that, of course, there's no Coach Romo Abdi, but he's still in a semi-final. He's 2 legs of FIFA away from a console final, and there's 47 spots that separate these two on the Global Series rankings. A word on Zezinho then, Richard. Obviously, 561 Global Series ranking points to his name. We said the story yesterday, this man that came from a very small town in Brazil had kind of a fairy tale story again. We're saying this a lot, you know, the term fairy tale, because it was back in 2017, back in Los Angeles, one of our first FIFA events. This unknown player, Zezinho, he brought his mum with him all the way over to Los Angeles. There was tears, there was heartbreak, but more importantly, there was a lot of success at that tournament.
And to quote one of my very good friends in the FIFA scene, Abdou from France, he was unknown and now he is known.
He is.
Zezinho, this is his time to make a console final, to go to what he did almost a year ago in Manchester, where he took on Icevogel in the final, and final settings have been sorted for these players. A last formation change from Zezinho, and we will be underway in your final semi-final here in Singapore. Zezinho taking on Stefano Pina. The winner meets USTUN.
And of course, if you don't know how the Xbox final is looking, we've had both the semi-finals from there. It's going to be a TEKKZ up against Levy, from Excelsior, the Eredivisie club. That's going to be a great game, but we've got to find out who will be joining M10 USTUN. It's getting a little bit noisy here in Singapore as we approach towards both of our console finals. Here we go then, 2 legs of FIFA. That hasn't changed. Aggregate scoreline. You said maybe a penalty shootout, Richard, but let's see what this game's going to deliver to us. And you mentioned there, look, straight away, Sergio Ramos at left back for Stefano Pina. Carl Walker mentioned it just a second ago, with that risk of maybe Ronaldo on the right-hand side, and it will be Pina with the first shot of the game.
Yeah, the way that Pina tends to play, again, he mastered the basics of the game. The timed finesse from outside the box, the timed green shots, the back post cross. He's got it all in his locker. He's almost like you said, he's Mr. Consistent. He's so good at doing all the basics right in the game. And you can see there, as you were saying earlier, backwards tap.
And there's a first chance of the game. You can put Ramos there.
It still won't make a difference, because Ronaldo is next level in the air. He's a prime cut above everybody else.
And to be honest, the only person you can really put there is Ruud Gullit, that's going to jump up and compete. Ramos at left back, Still, you're not going to stop that man that's got 99 jumping, 99 heading accuracy. Ronaldo will score again.
So good in the air is Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a reason that he's that omnipotent presence in every single team. He's the epicenter of the attacking force, is Cristiano Ronaldo. And he fires Zizinho into a 1-goal lead here in Singapore.
It's safe to say. This cross comes over and now.
Oh, just look at him.
Straight down one end and back down the other. Cristiano Ronaldo. An aerial threat for a reason.
He's run about 100 metres to get onto that ball. He's met it. Off the forehead, into the back of the net. 10 minutes gone, 2 Ronaldo-headed goals.
And literally, whatever I can do, Stefano Pinna saying I can do it even better. Alexandra that time in a left-back for Zizinho on the ball right now. You can see how the Global Series rankings are sitting at the moment, and yep, that is Pina. You see on the left-hand side of the screen, who's in its second at the moment with 3,905 Global Series ranking points. He's definitely on the way to a grand final spot, even if he has a bad time at the playoffs, which I really doubt he is, for, as I said, the man that I call Mr. Consistent from Belgium and PSV. 15 minutes into this one, we've seen 2 headers.
What a start. What a start to this game. Zizinho won his quarter-final tie 7-2 yesterday against Tuga. The current PS4 #1 player, the champion, out in emphatic style to the hands of Zizinho. Pinna on the other side with a very comfortable performance, winning by a couple of goals. Up against Rasta Arta.
One thing you notice about those games, Richard, he didn't concede many goals, did he? I think he won 4-1 and then 3-1 round of 16 and quarter-final. So one thing that he's very good at is defending, that's for sure. We've commentated him in Bucharest, in London, and now in Singapore, and that hasn't changed the way he's played at all there. He's going to come forward now. Messi is starter for the Belgium, and it should be a corner. In fact, it's come off the head of Maldini there, out for a corner, and watch out for Cristiano Ronaldo, who's probably going to put himself in the box. There he is, number 8 on your screen, to the front post. Ronaldo with a flick on, and
I feel like with Ronaldo, why he's so good in the air is because he can run onto the ball. When he's like, he's got a very good vertical jump. So like when the ball's in the air, he can jump up and head it. But it's just that when he runs onto it and he attacks the ball.
But watch him again at the back post, Richard. Number 8 on your screen. This is Neymar there, just with the little scoop to cross it in. I doubt Messi's going to be winning the header there on the edge of the box, and it will fall straight back to Zizinho now. I think one word to summarise this tournament so far in Singapore is just surprises.
Yep.
So many surprises, so many big names in the top 10, top 20 of these rankings that we keep on talking about, we keep on referring to, because that at the end of the day is what is going to determine whether you make it the playoffs or the grand finals.
So I recently been doing a bit of thinking about this back post header with Ronaldo. Who could actually compete with Ronaldo at the back post? Apart from putting Ronaldo there yourself.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
The 92 SBC Bale, I feel, could do a job on Ronaldo at the back post.
We had this chat before,
Comes
didn't
out
we?
as a right mid in game, but he used to play left back in real life. His defending is pretty good in game. He's got remarkable jumping, great heading accuracy. I feel like he could potentially do a job at left back.
It's going to be Neymar now, and he nestles into the right-hand corner. Wasn't even timed from Neymar. 92 overall. That team of the year, as you said, fan-voted FUT item. 97 overall, I should say. Just caresses it into the top-hand corner, and that just comes out of nowhere, and that is so Stefano Pinna-esque. Unpredictable, but at the same time, magnificent going forward.
Dangerous from every single area on the pitch is Stefano Pinna. It almost lulls you into a sense of calm, does Pinna, the way that he plays the game, and then he just strikes very, very quickly.
So as we were talking about there, potentially someone, as you said, to stop the back post cross. Gareth Bale.
Yep.
You're going for there. Again, would love to see him in use, maybe just in a weekend league for a few pros. To see how he can maybe slot in. I'm sure there'll be a few other players out there that they look towards as we Kind of Marcelo kept his place at left back. Yes, there was a few Alexandro players, or some players used to pick Alexandro, as you can see with Zizinho right now on your screen. But it's always been the right back that's kind of been a little bit more contested. This time, Zizinho! And once again, just pretty much just copies the exact same finish that Stefano Pinna's done down the other end.
Worked it across the box into the left cam area where Ronaldo is, and I think that's a potential change from Zizinho. So what Pinna did before the game, he put Ramos over to left back. If Zizinho's noticed that and now put Ronaldo to right cam, or left cam away from Ramos, very, very smart move. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Pinna maybe pause it and move Ramos over to the other side. He constantly get this game of chess from both the two players.
And I'm going to quote you on that, Rich. Before we got into this game, you said, I don't think there's going to be many goals in this one. Tell you what, we see 4 goals, but we're not even in half-time yet.
I mean, it won't be the first time I've been proven wrong with a prediction.
Of course, as we've seen over the 3 days. A few interesting predictions, but you did say a penalty shootout.
I mean, there's a lot of time left to go, but is it on the cards?
At the moment, they are all square, but for me, I did see what you said at the same time. I thought Pinna would be able to control the game and maybe not concede as much, but you saw that exactly from Zizinho yesterday. Up against a 4-4-2 in Tuga. Just seemed to dismantle it completely. Yeah. 7 goals he scored.
Actually, oh wow, that's an interesting pass. I actually caught up with Tuga this morning. Speaking of breakfast, I was walking down with him from the hotel down to breakfast, and I was saying, what happened yesterday? And he was like, he just took his chances. His pressing was remarkable. Zizinho's.
It's a lovely little fake shot there, but unfortunately doesn't get away from him.
I said, who are you thinking in the semi-final? He said, I think Pinna, just because he's more consistent. He's been in this position multiple times before.
And it comes front post, flick on Mbappe! It doesn't need to be Ronaldo. Mbappe could do it as well.
And the actual corner that resulted in that, Pinna will be disappointed. You saw a shake of the head as the ball went out for the corner. He felt like he could have potentially avoided giving away that set piece. And in the end, it's been dangerous for him. Ramos on the post for some reason. Get him in the box, get him defending the corner.
What do you make of the fact that he's actually put Marcelo at right back as well, Stefano Pinna? And then he's gone for Ramos at left side. Do you put a centre? I know you're looking to put Ramos at right back anyway, but I'm pretty sure Ramos is right-footed, and he obviously used to be a right back.
I saw somebody's team, I can't remember who it was. I saw somebody's team, and they were using 4 centre-backs across the back 4 in their formation that they were using. And you see there, exactly matching up for the formation. He moves Ronaldo, I move my Ramos. Simple as that.
And now we're back, as I said, to the team that you would maybe expect to see slightly more. As Ronaldo's moved up there, but if he goes and just changes his again, Zizinho, I'm just looking to the left of me now, this is going to be a very long pause. If he's going to change him as well, but you can maybe hear some Brazilian voices in the background there. Everybody's out supporting each other here as we slowly fill up here at the big box. Has he changed it back?
I think so.
He is as well, he's out on the right. Is he going to have to change back? Is he going to have to pause again?
If you move your Ronaldo, I move my Ramos. If you move your Ramos, I move my Ronaldo.
I remember we had a situation like this back in Manchester last year when it was 2 players and they were kind of doing the same thing, like just matching each other up, and no one would play until the other person didn't match each other up. There's Ronaldo! And maybe a sneaky little change from Zizinho at half-time. You move Ronaldo, I'll fake to move and then put him back out on the right-hand side for that exact reason there.
You can't defend it. When he's against Marcelo there, he's above him. And Ronaldo just directing that header into the left corner. I wouldn't even be surprised to potentially see a pause from him. And see, this is where you potentially go free at the back to make sure that you've got a centre-back marking against him. Van Dijk, Maldini and Ramos, they could be your 3 centre-backs. So you've always got somebody in a better aerial threat marking Ronaldo, potentially so.
As I said, 6 goals scored already, and it's made me laugh that the way he faked it. He kind of put him on the left-hand side of the cams there, obviously in the 4-2-3-1. Now he moved him back again. It was just a bit of a guessing game. Pinna didn't see it, and now Pinna, I'm sure, did see that as soon as it went off the head of Ronaldo. It is Pinna to come forward now. 4-2 down in this first leg. Our last semi-final of Championship Sunday, then we'll move into the console finals.
So as I was talking about before that goal went in, I actually saw a couple of accounts using 4 centre-backs across the back 4.
Oh no, this could be worse, Richard. All the time in the world for Neymar.
Van Dijk at right back. And you got the strong link to Ruud Gullit to get him on 7 chem. Ramos, Varane, Maldini. That was a back 4 to try and stop this threat of Ronaldo in the air, and Mbappe for that course.
Of course, I think you've got to look at other things as well. Of course, you know, you are basing those kind of findings on the aerial stuff. But if a player that's a centre-half like Van Dijk at right or left back, he hasn't got the legs in him, potentially as well.
I mean, with Varane, with Ramos at right back, they do a job. Maldini, extremely pacey, 87 pace. He could do a job at left back.
Scoop turn. Nearly into the back of the net as well. In comes a corner again, and Zizinho this weekend has looked so deadly going forward.
He's in.
Look at Messi. He's just been pulled back there. I think Ramos just pushed him away. Mbappe driving forward, a ball roll or two into a drag back. Oh, he tried to find Messi.
Ramos with a fantastic bit of defending there, just a step across. Sweep up any danger.
Mbappe. This is Zizinho now into Ronaldo. Found back to R9 again, the Brazilian. 6 goals in just over 16 game minutes here. And still unpredictable FIFA.
I think 4 have been headers.
Of course, from the man ranked 47 places below him on the Global Series rankings in Zizinho. She picked up by Team Hullet. Yep, that is Ruud Gullit, made an esports organisation. I was going to say the Brazilian icon, the Dutch icon in the game, picking up a Brazilian FIFA Pro. A few players on their roster as well. And of course, you can hear, as I said, a few Brazilians in the background. Great to see the likes of Resende, Senna, the list goes on of players out the competition, but
still supporting their countryman.
And wanting to take the trophy home as well, because the exposure it would provide as well to the Brazilian scene. You heard someone ask Zizinho yesterday, I think it might have been Paul, saying, are the Brazilians the new Germans? I'll tell you what, the Brazilians have been finishing a little bit higher recently in events. That just cleared over the bar.
Yeah, you got to think that's a potential chance on goal as well. Given how he could potentially be looking for the low driven there. Good block from Ramos. Got to think that was probably going in, given where he is on the pitch.
Of course, we're just waiting now for Zeno to come back into the game now. I can't imagine what he'll be changing. And they are ready to get back into this straight away. There's a substitute for him. It looks like Pele's going to essentially be brought on now, and he's actually going to step up and take for the other side for Pina. See him there as well in the team. This is Pina still on the attack now. Ramos tried to play through to, it might be Eusebio that's been subbed on for him. You can just see him on your screen there, number 10. Pina's still 2 goals behind there, Richard, but just under 20 in-game minutes left as he's going to come forward now. Eusebio to Pele, who is fresh, we must mention. And
these leg saves from David De Gea have been so wacky, I feel like. They've been so spontaneous. Like, he'll save it with his legs, and it'll just be, it'll go anywhere. It'll cannon off him.
CR7 now. Of course, as I said, our last semi-final, if you are still watching. Well, around the world, we have our console finals next, and the big cross-console final. There's a finesse. Surely he's going to take it. See a lot of pros just move on to it, don't they? They just finesse it. They just move on to that finesse straight away. But he wanted to take an extra touch and maybe had that extra slice of unpredictability.
Just slowed down the momentum a little bit in the move there. As soon as though he did actually pause with the ball, take an extra touch, it just sort of all just slowed down a little bit.
Mbappe, hill to hill. To Hullet now. Look at the men back for Zizinho. Only one man forward, and you can just see him there. In Pele, I believe. Look, Ronaldo's back, Messi's back, everybody's back defending.
This Brazilian contingency in the crowd, getting very, very loud for their man. Zizinho right now leading 4 goals to 2 in the first leg of this semi-final.
Of course, you can see going forward Pele and Eusebio for Zizinho. They're kind of the front two, it seems. Pele's right on that far-hand side. Number 20, I think you can see Eusebio there as well, around the edge of the box. This is Vieira. Into now. Look at the attacking players as well. He's got Messi, Eusebio, Pele. There's Pele now. Is he going to get a shot away? No.
Good defending once again from Pina there. If it's a 2-goal game going into the second leg, he's certainly got a chance to get back into this game. We've seen him overcome larger obstacles in his FIFA path than a 2-goal deficit. However, the way that Zezinho's been playing, he's been scoring for fun throughout this tournament, and it was the second leg against Tuga where he really pulled away from the Portuguese man.
As you said, 2 goals would be enough to pull it back. If he goes and concedes again, looking at a bit of a mountain to climb. There'll be 3 goals down on aggregate. 5-2 overall. Referee has added a 2 minutes added time. Maybe enough time for one more attack for Pina. You can just see him getting slightly frustrated on the right-hand corner of your screen there.
That's
Lovely
a good ball.
over the top. It's actually going to fall to Pele. So no, he wanted to volley it, but...
Yeah, he just did the header in the end. That's going to take us actually into, you could say, half-time. The first leg has been finalised here. And this break right now, very important for Stefano Pina, just to relax, just to take his time. After this first leg, you can see
they're loving it, of course. Mainly all made up of competitors as well. Someone out in Swiss, you got Resende in the middle as well.
Rodri, all the guys there supporting their man, Zezinho.
The question is, will that support be enough to carry him on into the second leg, Richard, to move him on forward to going into the console final? And again, it adds up a completely new console final as well. It'll be Houston against Zezinho, if he can hold it out, and that'll be 2 new names that you wouldn't normally expect to see. Or, of course, they've both got the ability, they've both got the talent to do that, but of what we've seen so far this season, it's always been the same name. The Nicholas is, obviously, we know he's unwell and unfortunately could not make this event. But
Pina, Joksan, these names recurring. Tuga now among that sort of upper echelon bracket of players that you tend to see in semi-finals, in quarterfinals, in console finals. On the Xbox side of things, you tend to see TEKKZ, Megabit, these sort of Desari players who are constantly making late runs in tournaments. Nicholas Razek, another player in that sort of bracket. However, Zezinho looking to add his name to that elite list of PlayStation players and will find himself 850 points better off if he does go on and win this game.
of course, whoever wins today will be picking up that trophy you can see on your screen right there, and $50,000 alongside the Global Series ranking points, as you did mention, of course, Richard. Massive points at this stage in the season when, we're in the 5th major out of our 6th one. Like, points couldn't mean much more.
I'll talk about it again. We talked about it yesterday with Tuga when he took on Zezinho. Do the points mean more to Zezinho than they do to Stefano Pina? Could potentially, if he goes on to win this side of the bracket, find himself into the grand finals.
Most definitely, and you know, although that Pina's guaranteed himself a grand final spot, you have to say, you know, whenever that's going to be at the end of the year, the last big event of the year, he still wants to play for money. He still wants to play for trophies. He still wants to play, for all the accolades that follow that on social media, and to make PSV proud and get them the exposure that, you know, they've invested back into Stefano. And Stefano probably still wants to finish the year at #1 on the Global Series rankings.
Yeah, it's been a battle, really. Joksan, Nicholas or Pina, it's been that trio all chasing the #1 spot. At the minute, Nicholas is there with the recent Club World Cup victory alongside TEKKZ for King Esports to fire himself probably, 1,500 points clear of Pina in 2nd place. But a big performance here from Pina would really see him close the gap, you'd say, on Nicholas at the top of the pile.
Would most definitely indeed, Richard. But 90 in-game minutes of FIFA in front of us now. El Tornado all the way over, and we know David De Gea has been a little bit dodgy in the air over the last few days, but
yeah, a little bit suspect, I think. Has Spanish David De Gea.
But he's been able to catch that one there. 4-2 the score to Zezinho. He's kicking from left to right here, and he's going to take a finesse, and it's going to be matched up by De Gea once again. That's 2 warning signs early on for Stefano, who needs 2 goals to send this to extra time.
Just moved his keeper across there, did Stefano Pina. Pretty comfortable with the finesse shot from that sort of range. Pina has to find himself back into the game. Just play his own play style. If he can continue to just keep hold of the ball, frustrate Zezinho. Zezinho knows that one more goal pretty much see him through with a 3-goal cushion.
It's not just the goal, is it? It's so much more. It's the mindset of everything. Messi on that left foot is deadly, as we know. Oh, Ronaldo tried to shield it and unfortunately just hoofs it over the bar.
That time finish from Messi from the edge of the box there looked like it probably on target. Probably going to test the keeper. Probably go in. I'd even go out on a limb and say.
It's a clever little foul to win there as well by Cancelo. Knew that Stefano's going to be a little bit more aggressive in this game. Just shielded it. Expected the tackle to come, and that's exactly what happened. The error to Neymar, and a chance to go forward again, intercepted defensively. He has looked really good, Zizinho. He's just looked good this whole tournament.
So Pina's going into a 4-2-2 right now, and a few changes. He's actually using Messi and Ronaldo up top together, which is something you rarely see. You usually see Messi more of a cam, whether it's a central cam, usually a central cam because he don't really have the height out wide. He can head the ball. He's got great heading and great jumping, has Team of the Year Messi, but just lacks a little bit of the physicality. So as a striker, I think you're just playing for that left foot, aren't you? You're playing for that chance to fall to him. Reliable in front of the goal.
Here we go then, 15 or just over in this game. So you can just see by the expressions that Stefano is showing us here on that right-hand side of the screen. Just not happy with a few things in the game. You mentioned it perfectly, 4-2-2 for the Belgium. Who, of course, was a grand finalist last year and actually played in the big final. One of the best PlayStation players in the world.
Yeah, he won his PS4 side of the bracket and went on to take on MS Desari in the cross-console final at the FIFA World Cup last year.
Neymar to Mbappe now. This is when Stefano needs to make use of all this possession. Pull it. Edge of the box. Where's he going to go? Is he going to take a shot? The Dutchman. Oh, again, he made so well to get that space.
I feel like talking about that grand final last year, I think the nerves got a little bit the better of him. Didn't actually score a goal in the cross-console final, did Stefano Pina.
And to be honest as well, Richard, it was a case of he didn't really get spoken about. And still, so maybe about 2 events ago, still went under the radar somehow in competitive FIFA. People maybe not giving the respect that Pina deserved until maybe the last 2 or 3 events.
Yeah, so in the cross-console final, I think he went on against TEKKZ. And then since he won the event against Megabit on penalties, I feel like people are more accepting. Obviously, we've known that he's been quality for such a long time.
Here's Zizinho now. Oh, that would have been naughty.
Yeah, lovely. McGeady spin inside the box there. Really nice, tight control from Zizinho, but a chance here for Pina to come forward.
Messi, play Ronaldo again. Doesn't want to. Vieira there, just rushed it in the end, it seemed. Played it into space, played it into nowhere.
I think you're looking for the run of Ronaldo, obviously played the 1-2 Messi to Ronaldo, but just a second ball from Ronaldo just seemed a little bit forced if it had played it through.
Jan Cancelo, this is a chance. Zizinho, as we said, scores. This will be massive for his confidence. Falls back to R9. He's going to turn. He's going to drag back. And he's going to finish it. In front of all his friends, all his fellow competitors here in Singapore that have literally just jumped off their seat in front of us to celebrate the 5th goal for Zizinho across these 2 legs.
Yeah, and who else would it be but R9 Ronaldo? Lovely bit of close control inside the box, drag back. And that's why R9's so good. You can go on either side. With that 5-star weak foot, it means that you're not predictable. You can turn to the left, you can turn to the right, and it's a defender's worst nightmare playing against someone with 5-star weak foot. You simply just can't commit as a defender, and it means that you back off, and you give your opponent so much room. And now Pina really has to show what he's made of for you to get back into this game.
Spoke to Zizinho before this game even started. He just went, I said to him, "Are you feeling nervous?" He went, "No, I'm not. I'm not feeling nervous at all. I've never played against Pina before, but from what I played like yesterday, I'm feeling good." A 7-2 win against Tuga, as we know, was the quarterfinal result that sent him into this game. But he went back to the hotel relaxed, and now just wide of the goal was Time Green, but
they're the sort of chances that have to go in if you're wanting to force a comeback. Those chances have to go in. Time Green, and I'm wondering, did he just go to the wrong side of the goal? He went looking for the near post. probably to try and counteract the goalkeeper movement, and in the end just screwed it wide.
As we know, he won 7-2 yesterday, Zazino. I think he's actually going for that scoreline again, to be honest. Has not even cracked a smile, it seems, as well, across these two legs. He knows more than anyone, he's an experienced pro player. It's a long old game, these two legs. Not get ahead of yourself. As we've seen scores wiped away to the back post for Ronaldo. It will be a free kick to David De Gea, who's just challenged in the air.
Collision in the air there, so it's pretty much a goal kick. Same spots that you would clear. Oh, that's a risky. It's always risky playing out the back.
Added time of 2 minutes, Richard. Maybe one more attack. It's fallen into Messi. Just off a rebound there defensively again. I think Pina just shrugged his shoulders there, going, what am I supposed to do to try and break down this guy? That's half-time, Richard. 45 in-game minutes away, Zazino is from making a console final and guaranteeing himself at least 850 Global Series ranking points of $7,500. And this is what we like to see, a massive defensive change, a massive attacking change for Stefano Pina. He knows he needs to make a game out of this.
Yeah, he switched formation, going to a 3-5-2, has Pina, and you see that back three almost plays into the 3-5-2 formation. You can bring on the attacking changes and really just try and make something of the game. Very similar team to what Resende was using, actually. Resende was using Pele and Ronaldo up top, and Cruyff at cam. You see Pina using Ronaldo and R9 up top, and then Messi in at cam. Apart from that, pretty much exactly the same personnel for Pina. He's got one half of FIFA to salvage his FUT Champions Cup.
And of course, been in a console final before. That was back in January in Bucharest. Been in the cross-console final before against TEKKZ in the LQE in December. Fortunately, on both those occasions, he did lose. But he's been consistent. When we talk about consistent players in the past, we spoke about the Megabits, the Gorillas, the Mo Albas. Of course, that's changed a little bit in recent tournaments, but you always get that handful of players that will make the latter stages in tournaments.
He's a winner. He won on penalties against Megabit, I believe, at the LQE in London. We had back-to-back PlayStation winners, actually.
A penalty shootout to decide all that prize money. And of course, those 850 Global Series ranking points. That big check he picked up in London at the month of February. See, Nicholas, it was the month before. And they're the kind of consistent plays you look at. The Nicholases, the Stefano Pinas. In previous months, Joksan in there as well. And over on the Xbox, we'll see it's TEKKZ, Megabits.
Dosari. Danny. Ajax Danny, another one. When he's competing, he's always making a quarter-final. He's always making a semi-final. And again, another sort of frustrated look on the face of Stefano Pina.
Ronaldo to Ronaldo. This is Zazino now. 5-2 he leads. 1-0 in this game as well. Go as far as saying just like a different animal today at this event. In the way he's playing his FIFA. So good. As you can see Stefano Pina on the right-hand side of your screen. Some of his stats of this year, including that big one down the bottom. FIFA Global Series ranking points. And who will be waiting for him? That's the question. That man with a smile on his face on the right-hand side. M10USTUN, ranked 21 on the Global Series rankings. And tell you what, Rich, I'm looking forward to commentating over that one. That's going to be an amazing console final. Whoever joins him in there.
As it's looking, it's going to be Zazino up against M10USTUN, unless Pina shows us something that he's not showed for 30 minutes. You can see he's dinking the ball into Ronaldo there. He just looks...
I say, tell you, keep it on the deck.
A little bit lost for answers right now.
He needs someone, he needs a bit of Rome Abdi by him, just coaching. Someone that he can vent to. You know, as I say, a lot of people ask what a FIFA coach can do for you. Whether it's just someone to vent to, whether it's someone to help you through a game that's got a lot of experience in previous tournaments, such as, you know, we talk about Alan Bryn, obviously PSG coaches Dax a lot, coached Bruce Granick to numerous victories as well.
Yeah, a coach can do a number of different things. You can have someone like Bass from Ajax who is very analytical. They'll get game plans. They'll think of strategies on how to work the game. You've got someone like Al Bryn, who is a little bit of everything. You've got someone like Sir Alex, who's very, again, analytical. You've also got the ones who are more friends to the players. Dragon with Gorilla in FIFA 17 for the World Championships. Mover, a good friend of a lot of the players. Someone that the player can vent to, can almost get the feelings out, the negative energy. Roman Abdi is sort of a hybrid between all those things. He's a great friend to Pina, and also he's a former pro player.
Of course, at PSV as well.
Why are you asking that?
One of many Dutch football clubs involved in competitive FIFA, involved in the Eredivisie as well, which is also one of the leading virtual leagues out there. Looking forward to seeing the Premier League this year as well. That's going to rival that one, if not better it. Ronaldo now. This is Stefano Pino. It's just a heavy touch there. You just saw as well. He tried to get a time finish off. It was completely red. Didn't even have the ball.
It's just not going to plan for PSV Pina here in the semi-finals. I talked to the two players before they actually came on, and I said, do you ever get nervous before the game starts? I said, the only time we ever get nervous is the preparation before the game starts, when you see your opponent's team loading up, when you're waiting for the time to kick down. That's when you get nervous. In the final sort of predictions from us, and you're just waiting. It's a waiting game. That's when you get nervous. As soon as the first ball kicks off, it just takes away.
You're playing your FIFA, exactly that. And of course, we're looking forward to seeing how Stefano can try and get forward. He has been playing through at the back for some while now as well, we must point out. And although he's had the ball a little bit more in the attacking third, he just hasn't been able to really create anything from it, chances-wise. He has got fresh legs on up top as well. Now he's got to defend this free kick from 35 yards out. I doubt it's going to be a direct shot. Messi runs over it. Played short to Ruud Gullit, I guess. Yeah, it's going to do that. If anything, just see out this game from Zizinho, honestly. 5-2 up. The only Brazilian left in the competition. Many of them made it through to the knockout stages. Zizinho wants one more goal. He might even get it. Eusebio, a fake shot or two, an accelerated fake shot.
Well, it's creating every single pass. The Brazilian players here.
And just waiting.
Giving it a big
I think it's done. Zizinho
celebration,
win.
every single completed pass for their national teammate and compatriot.
Oh, look at that run. Look at the run from Messi. He's tried to just ball roll away from him. David Hayward came clattering in there. That could have easily been a penalty. There we go. Just hoofed along. Pina's like, where is my players? Especially when you're free at the back, you expect someone to be up there. And what a game of FIFA again. We often see people that do well in Swiss and come into knockouts. It's a different day. It's a completely different day of FIFA. A lot of people can sometimes just fall under pressure. Zizinho yesterday beat PGL 7-2. Went home and slept on that one.
It just got better and better and better, has Zizinho throughout this tournament.
And now he's minutes away, Richard, from getting himself in a console final in which he'll be playing against Houston. And if that's not a goal fest, I don't know what will be.
Well, we've predicted Houston's semi-final to be a goal fest. It was 2-1. I predicted this to be a low-scoring game. It's been 5-2, the biggest goal-scoring margin of all the semi-finals. So I don't know what to predict anymore.
So unpredictable FIFA at this level. Pele now wants one more. Just a cherry on top of the cake, and it will get it as well. Maybe. Zizinho now just gives a thumb up to his mates in the crowd. He knows it's over. He knows it's job done. 6-2 to the Brazilian from Team Gullit.
And he's going to be in that final. And not only does Houston need to play against Zizinho on the pitch, he's also got to play against this sort of atmosphere that's been brewing here.
It's like every
Singapore.
Brazilian that goes out the competition just joins the fan group. Just joins the fan group down on the stage in front of us. I'm sure as we approach those console finals, this place is going to start rocking in Singapore. Added time of 2 minutes, seconds away. Commiserations to Pinna, but once again, a top 4 finish for the Belgium. Mr. Consistent, he's still making events really late on, and that's going to sting the hands of Manuel Neuer. And that will be Zizinho through to a console final in which he'll be playing against M10 USTUN.
Another top 4 finish for Pina. Another final day in a tournament weekend for Stefano Pina. But it's the man of the hour, Zizinho. 6-2 victory for the Brazilian. You can see his Brazilian teammates there in the crowd, all celebrating, all cheering him on to potentially a big, big final game against Houston.
He's not even cracking a smile, does he? Though he knows that he is. He's still got work to do. For him, he's probably not too impressed with his competitive year so far, because this is his furthest tournament he's obviously got to here in Singapore for the Champions Cup. Of course, number 5. We've still got one more big major to come. But for someone that's sitting, I think, 49th in the Global Series rankings, he wants to be higher. That goes without saying.
I sort of predicted penalties.
Yeah,
and
we're a long way away from that.
Probably the furthest thing away from penalties. But the prediction game lives on. I've not got one right. Hopefully the final's going to be a change of fortune.
Exactly that. Of course, we've still got many more games to come here in Singapore, but that's going to do us for the semi-finals. I'm going to throw it back over to the couch.
Yes, thank you very much, gents. Prediction game might not be on point, but your commentary certainly was, so thanks for that. A fantastic victory for Zizinho, a man who dominated his quarterfinal and had the best result in the quarters, and goes on to do exactly the same thing in the semi-finals. The best and biggest victory of all the matches that we saw. And despite the fact that one said we'd have penalties, another said we wouldn't have many goals, 6-2. What a fantastic victory for the Brazilian as well. Let's find out from our panel members what they thought of that one. Kyle, first of all, it's another big win for this man. It goes, I mean, I said to Boris in the break, it says a lot about when you play this game a lot and you practice and you work hard and you come in with confidence. Combine all of those things means you are a very good player, very dangerous player.
Yes, when we talked to him yesterday, he said he's been practicing a lot. He's been playing against the best players in the world. He's been playing against Nicholas. He's been playing against his fellow Brazilian competitors. So he's been practicing. He's been putting the work in. He comes to Singapore. We've seen upsets, and he's the one causing some of the biggest upsets of the tournament. Everybody went against him except for one person, and that person is sat beside me right here. And I genuinely thought Stefano Pina was going to win. And then, 7 minutes in? Well, I thought, okay, all right. There's a bit of a change here. No, Pina's going to bring this back. He's going to bring this back. And then throughout the game, we just saw someone who was feeling confident. We saw him at the end. He doesn't need to smile. He doesn't need to show and scream and do everything that everyone else is doing. He just lets his FIFA do the talking, which he did in that game, definitely.
He certainly did. I think that first half and the first leg bias was key to the victory in the end, because it was kind of just out-and-out attacking from both players, and that suits Zizinho perfectly well.
Yeah, and both players here were very effective in the start of this game, and this was a tactical battle. I mean, these back post crosses where Pina was actually trying to stop them by having Ramos on that left side, but it didn't help because Zizinho here, tactical masterpiece, he just kept changing the position of Cristiano from the right side to the left side and then back again to the right side. And Pina, he had no clue how to stop these crosses, and I also think that this fact that Pina knew that he has this very, very lethal weapon in the attack, this made him feel very unconfident in the defense. You can see here just the start of the second half. He just once again switched side of Cristiano from the left side back to the right side, and instantly from a kickoff he manages to score this back post header.
He's also one of these players, Carl, that seems to score a lot of headers.
Yeah, and we saw that with him having Ronaldo there, and we talked about just being able to have that there. Stefano tried his hardest to combat that, as we talked about, with having, just when you think about the tactics that your opponent is putting up, you try and match him. Wherever he was moving Ronaldo, Stefano Pina was moving Ramos, and he tried to out-tactic each other, and it just didn't work out in the end, which was such... it was a shame, really, because that could have been those small margins which differentiate these players.
Yeah, and also I want to highlight one of the new features of FIFA 19 here, which was a key for Zizinho, the game plan. So he just made a small switch here, going from, I think,
takes the game
defensive
after
tactics
an
towards
hour,
ultra
so I
defensive,
will go
just
and
changing
come back again
the
after half an
position
hour.
of Cristiano without pressing pause, without giving Pina any info. And I believe that was a key here for Zizinho, who has been playing some unbelievable FIFA here the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him come through the group stage, Carl, and he looked okay. Didn't necessarily Right, okay. Gents, questions?
Now, on Wednesday, we were actually on the same flights here, and we got into Singapore in the same one. Were you sat on that flight thinking, I'm going to make the finals here, I'm going to win this whole tournament potentially?
No, actually no, because every tournament is a different tournament. Last tournament I did go to the LQ in London, didn't go so well, faced Nicholas and got out, unfortunately. But you have to do your best and hope for the best. And this is what it brings me to the final.
It brings you here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Could also hear that you had a fantastic support here in the crowd from your fellow countrymen. And did you hear it through your headset, and how did it affect you here in this game?
Yeah, it was very important because I turned the volume low just so I can hear them screaming.
All right.
It gives me extra much motivation.
Very nice.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go. Quick break now as you get to watch the other Xbox final, I guess. And then get ready for the PS4 final. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done to Zizinho's fantastic play in both the semi-finals and the quarterfinals against two former champions have taken him all the way through to the grand final on the PS4. He's got one more match after that. If you can win that one, of course, off to the crossover final as well. So still potentially 2 matches for him upcoming. Also, some very important fact is that he's gained all of these points now because he wasn't on the cusp as such. He was just inside that top 60, but this is now firmly put him in. They shouldn't have any issues now.
No, definitely. I think this has completely changed his season. As you said there, he just hoped for the best, and he's come here and he's definitely got the best. He's got one more match that he wants to win, so he can then be the PS4 winner, and then also he can go to the cross-console. But if he does win on his side, that would guarantee him 1,500 Global Series ranking points.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's huge for these players.
Massive, isn't it? And goes head-to-head with a player that's very similar to him in the style that he plays and the fact that they're very high-scoring players. It should be, in theory, a really good final for us.
I mean, it should be on paper a final with a lot of goals, but then you never know because we're also going to have the fact that both players will be very nervous. They've never been in maybe this kind of finals. Sure, Zinho was in the final last year, but not on FIFA 19. And if he wins this one, it could potentially secure him a spot, not only in the playoffs, but also at the World Cup finals. So a lot of nerves, but I think we will see a high scoreline, definitely.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So, 4 players have made their way through on their search for gold. We don't know which one they're going to get yet, whether it's going to be gold or silver, but we do know one thing. If you've linked your EA account with your Twitch account, then you can take part in the rewards. Up for grabs is a golden player pack right now, so make sure you have connected your 2 accounts together and continue to watch for our last 3 matches. We're down to the finals of both the Xbox and the PS4, and of course, the grand final to find our champion for March. Stay with us as we head to a break right now. When we come back, though, it'll be time for that Xbox final.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT-Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT-Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
The best player in the world at the moment is F2TEKKZ. I mean, he's won how many tournaments so far this year, so I think it's without a doubt F2TEKKZ.
I think the best player right now is F2TEKKZ.
The best player in the world is TEKKZ. He's so good, so yeah.
The best FUT player in the world right now is F2TEKKZ because he's shown it time and time again.
I think the best player in the world right now is TEKKZ.
The best player in the world is TEKKZ.
Right now, the best player in the world is F2TEKKZ, but he's not unbeatable.
The best player in the world right now is me because I'm first on the rankings by quite a lot and I did win the last tournament in Atlanta.
I think the main favorite is TEKKZ because they won a lot of tournaments, but hopefully I can win this tournament, so we'll see.
The main favourite for the Singapore event, I'd probably say TEKKZ again. Heading into this event, I think he's the main player that everyone wants to beat. So I'd say TEKKZ is the favourite heading into this event.
The main favorite is always TEKKZ. He's young and he's good, and also Megabit I think is a favorite, so it will be one of the two.
I think the three main favorites here in Singapore are TEKKZ, obviously, and MS Dosari, and then me.
The main favorite to win this tournament, I'll say again, is F2TEKKZ.
The main favourite to win the tournament is me again because obviously I won the last tournament and I'm first in the rankings.
The main favorite to win the tournament is TEKKZ.
I think there's not really a clear favorite because every tournament is different. So I don't think there's a clear favorite.
The most overpowered player in FIFA 19, I'd probably say Team of the Year Mbappe.
I think right now it's Team of the Year Mbappe.
The most overpowered in-game player is probably the Team of the Year Mbappe card.
I think the most overpowered in-game player right now is Team of the Year Mbappe.
The most overpowered in-game player is CR7, Totti, because he's the best player in the world.
The most overpowered in-game player is Cristiano Ronaldo. He's always overpowered since 5 years.
The most overpowered in-game player is probably Ronaldo, Team Year Ronaldo, because he wins all the headers and things like that, yeah, so Ronaldo.
I think the most overpowered in-game player right now is Team of the Year Mbappe, because although he's just 178 centimeters tall, he can overjump everyone and has every ability in offense.
Welcome back, everyone, to Singapore. It is finals time. That's right. We are moving on to our first final of the day. It's the first of 3 finals as well. That's why FIFA is so great. You don't just get 1. You don't get 2. You get 3 finals. Love it. Xbox final coming up. Of course, TEKKZ going for his 3rd Champions Cup, 4th Cup, and about, I don't know, 5 billionth final or something in the last few months. He's just been unbelievable, on a massive tear, and is the #1 player in the world right now. Is he going to confirm that in this final? That's a question we're going to pose to our 2 panel members. We've got Mr. Buckley alongside, a prediction extraordinaire, or just calamitous predictions. I'm not quite sure. And Mr. Nightwatch as well alongside. Isn't it, I just want to take this time, right, as 2 Brits, right, ignore him for a moment. Isn't it great to have a player from England doing well at football?
Yeah, I feel as though they come in stages. Like, we can't have too many good players at once.
Right.
So, like, we had Gorilla.
Yeah, we had Sean Allen before that.
Yeah, and then
Chrissy B.
Now we've got just TEKKZ dominating. Like,
Yeah.
each player's had their domination period. We've got a lot of very good players right now. TEKKZ,
Yep.
Stokes, Lyrics, Gorilla. All these players, like, top of the game. But TEKKZ, it just seems to be, like, on another level compared to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I said Nightwatch before. He feels like he's got another gear. That he can just kind of go, oh, crap, I'm losing? Oh, I'll engage warp speed, and I'm now doing something that others can't keep up with.
Definitely, that's what we sometimes joke about, that TEKKZ just plays with his food. He just concedes a couple of goals to make it harder for himself, and then he just decides, yeah, enough is enough, let me just win this game.
He goes up against a player. The ranks are just absurd.
Yeah.
99th in the leaderboard. It's like, well, okay then, that's game over. In any other sport, you'd look at it and just go, well, that's one-sided.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily in this final, because anything can happen in this final, can't it?
Yeah, it's the equivalent of what, like Lincoln City versus Man City in the like current sort of
in the
football
ranking,
league.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the quality between the two, there's not that much skill discrepancy at all.
Yeah.
And I think looking at the way that Levy's been playing throughout this tournament, I'm not going to predict the result yet because that's for a little bit later on. That's where you get the other side of Richard Buckley coming out. But just the game itself, if he can take the game to TEKKZ, I feel like he's got a good shout.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Nightwatch, do you not put yourself in Levy's shoes right now? You're 99th on the leaderboard at the start. You've definitely moved inside the top 60, very likely to qualify now for the playoffs. Are you not of the mindset that you go into this going, everyone expects me to lose, it's TEKKZ, so therefore nothing to lose, so I can be a bit more risky, I can play differently, I could change tactics, formations, different play, I could do whatever I want.
On one side, yes, but on the other, you've made it to the final, and to be honest, nobody remembers second place.
Yeah. That's true.
And this is a perfect opportunity for Levy not only to make the most out of his first and only competition this year, but to also maybe secure his spot at the Grand Finals.
Yeah.
And if he knows that if he wins this game, he will be very close to the Grand Finals. And I don't know to who this game is more important, because TEKKZ, of course, bragging rights and winning finals, winning titles, but Levy needs these points. TEKKZ doesn't, obviously. He's miles ahead.
Well, he does, because I know that he likes historical moments and he wants to win another title, but also he needs these 1,500 points to then be... he'll have more points than the next 3 players on the leaderboard combined.
Yeah, from that point of view, maybe.
It's just absurd, isn't it, when you say it like that?
Out of kindness, he could maybe spare a couple, a
Have
few.
you known him to be kind in a competitive environment? He's kind outside of that at breakfast maybe, but not kind when he's in the match, is he?
Yeah, not really.
No.
When he's leading by a lot, he just subs on Gerard and starts
Okay,
mocking
all right,
him.
we're going to get more from both of you in just a moment, but time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to our Xbox finalists. Man's name you are familiar with in terms of Grand Finals. The other maybe not so much, but he's been around the block. He knows how to do this, that's for sure. It's Levy versus TEKKZ, your Xbox final. These two players will get themselves set. We'll move towards our predictions as well with our 2 panel members, but also talk about Levy's success at this tournament as well. It is the only one he's qualified all season, but he's made the most of it.
Yeah, 100%, and that's what you need to do when you've only got one opportunity to do it. It's very much the tale of David versus Goliath. One player renowned for winning trophies, one player renowned for making finals. The other, this year especially, this is his time. This has been his one opportunity, and has he taken it with both hands? 100%. And some of the football and the FIFA that he's been playing has almost been a throwback to yesteryear. The little moves in and around the box, the extra pass. It's been really, really good to watch.
Has he got enough?
Well, we've seen a similar situation with Hasso in Bucharest, his only event of the year, where he managed to go all the way on the PlayStation side. He did lose the cross-console final, but it didn't really matter, as all he wanted was the points going into that competition. And I think Levy will be of the same mindset. He'll do whatever he can to beat TEKKZ. The question is to not let him fold under pressure.
In all honesty, the pressure, I was talking to Levy just backstage before this game got underway, and he was talking with Lev Finken, one of his good teammates from the Netherlands. He was saying all the pressure is on TEKKZ. He's got nothing to lose. He's already exceeded his expectations. He was expecting to get knocked out around the 16. That was his realistic expectations, to get out of Swiss and maybe get 300 points, 425 if he could make a quarter final. He's guaranteed himself 850. He's guaranteed himself playoffs. If he wins 2 legs of FIFA against, granted, the best player in the world right now, he's got a grand final spot.
All right.
So close yet so far, because you got to play TEKKZ.
Yes. The question is, can he beat TEKKZ? Everyone's going to be asking that question without any pressure on him either. So, as Mr. Buckley rightly says, no pressure, all of it's on Tex, but is that okay for Levy? Does it matter to him?
Tex
I mean,
already
he's gone
played
so far.
the
I
semifinal.
heard them talk earlier
but
backstage
that the
Tex
final.
said to Levy,
It will start about
last time we played in Rivals
after
Online,
15
you beat
minutes.
me. So
15
he knows that
15, 20 minutes.
Exactly, Tex's psychology, but you know that Levy can beat Tex.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of how the game will go, how confident both players go in the game, and in a way, how the game goes. Because if Levy goes ahead 1-2 goals, we've seen Tex make comebacks, but Levy holds the ball a lot. He holds it very well.
Very good win possession.
And same goes with Tex. If he goes 1-2 goals up, he can also hold the ball. So it will be, I think we won't see many goals in these two games, unless it just slips away and, no offense, Tex and Gerard, etc. But I think it will be a matter of, until the second half of the second leg, where if it's not tight, it will just go a big margin, a lot of goals. But if it's tight, I think we might go all the way.
Okay.
Extra time, etc.
With all of that said, you're going with...
Go with him first. I'll be thinking.
Okay, all right. Buckley, no pressure, but you're gonna infect.
I wanna go the opposite of him.
Okay.
Tex is like a roller coaster.
Right.
If you can strap yourself in, if you can ride that roller coaster, you might be able to get a result. If you're scared of roller coasters, you might as well get off now because you're going to get battered.
Okay.
Tex.
That made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Exactly. I was
No,
talking
what?
to Tex backstage, and I was playing weekend league, and Tex was kind of being annoying.
Okay.
And I told him I'm going to root for Levy, so I'm going with Levy.
Wow, some BM on the couch here as well. I'm hoping the players have got their headsets already. Let's head over to our grand final commentators for Xbox. Gents, prediction time for you two as well.
I don't know what to do after that Richard Buckley roller coaster.
I mean, who knows what to do? I mean, where was that going, right?
It was wonderful.
It went up and down, it
It's why we
meandered a
love him.
little bit, and then it kind of didn't go anywhere.
It is why we love him, and never
It
changed,
is.
Richard. I absolutely loved it. As far as predictions are concerned, I mean, I have to go with Tex. I think you'd be crazy to go against him, multiple-time champion. He's found
So
his
you're
way to
calling,
another champion
hold on,
league.
so you're calling Nightwatch crazy?
I'm
okay with that.
Yes,
I'm okay
I'm
with that.
not calling him crazy, all right?
Obviously, I'm going to go with my breakfast buddy.
Yeah.
Tex.
Fine out loud.
It's hard not to. Statistically, he's incredible. He's been playing phenomenally this tournament, the best tournament he's had in quite some time. I'm going to go for him.
All right, well, it's grand finals time. Bring the grand final hype, boys.
Thank you very much, and it is time for all of the joking and all of the laughs that we're having down to get serious, because it is our Xbox Grand Final right now, and two very different stories coming into this one. We talk about F2TEKKZ, multiple-time champion, qualified for every single Xbox event that he could have qualified for, and on the other side of things, Levy, his first tournament he's managed to attend this year, and he's found his way to the grand final.
I mean, it really is David versus Goliath here. Tex, he has dominated the competition all season long. If we exclude the E-Club World Cup finals, because it was a team event, he's won 3 events. He's got to 3 semi-finals. He's got to 1 console final. It is an absolutely phenomenal record. This is his 9th event in a row where he's just absolutely smashed the competition. And the amount of goals that he scores is incredible. And this event, he's nearing his best goal scored record. The last time we saw him score this many goals was in FUT Cup 2 back in London, where he scored 53 goals across 11 games. He's played 8 games at the moment, scored 48. So he's creeping up there, and that's pretty scary.
Still potential, you know, every single match has 2 games in. We've still potentially 4 games for him to score some more goals in. But I want to talk about this man on our screen right now. If you're wondering, who is Levy? I mean, this guy has come out of nowhere at this event. He said himself, he just wanted to get out of Swiss. He just wanted to get some points on the board. He has captured the imaginations of everybody who's been watching. He's captured the hearts of everyone who's been watching with the style of football he has been playing. F2TEKKZ versus Levy. Our Xbox Grand Final is underway, and this is going to be one you don't want to miss.
7,382 Global Series ranking points separate these two players coming into the tournament. It really is a phenomenal chance for Levy to prove what he's got against the best in the world. He can just shoot up the leaderboards with a victory here.
Well, here's R9 then on this left-hand side. Vieira on the ball now. You can see Hullet was there, and there's the first time shot from TEKKZ. First shot, first goal. F2TEKKZ is off the mark.
Oh dear, we are in for a treat in this Xbox final if we're going to see more of that. I was speaking to Buckley backstage, and he said, I think this could be an absolute rout from TEKKZ. If he manages to get the first couple of goals, he's going to be absolutely streaming here.
We didn't start
One thing
it.
I've learned from both of these players throughout this tournament is what they offer in that final third. They're both very creative. They're both very good with linking up their skill moves. We could have a goal fest, but at the same time, if Tex is feeling confident, you know he's going to pummel his opponent.
Yeah, this is the kind of mood that Tex wants to be in. Starting off hot here, especially kind of just stifling the momentum of Levy's. As I say, we've been lauding praise on him after his performances so far. But going down one, we're going to have to still see if he has that steel to grind out a result and come from behind now. And Tex is on the attack again now. Neymar with the drag back. Taking a little page out of Levy's book from what he's produced so far in this tournament, but well defended by him. And here comes the Dutchman coming forward now with Vieira.
And you know he's going to be trying to answer back instantly. The longer this game goes on that he's behind, it's just going to give more and more confidence to Tex. But look at this, skill moves inside the box. That's what Levy has shown us in the tournament. He can do very similar things with the ball that Tex can.
And I love what I saw from Tex defensively there. He didn't dive into the challenge. He almost stood off of the man, just waiting for that turn, maybe predicting a drag back and not getting pulled out of position and overcommitting early on. So good signs defensively from Tex, and now he's going up the other end with Neymar. All inside now to Mbappe. You can see again, Hullet and Vieira just waiting on the edge of the box, marshalling that space. R9 turning, a little back heel almost found its way through, but well defended by Levy. Now he comes away with the big Frenchman in midfield.
And it's very difficult to defend against Tex. I mean, I know that's obvious at this point, but you have to step up against him. You have to actually try and win the ball back early, because if you do step off, if you allow him to just have the space in the box, he's going to pull out PGL. He's going to pull out EXCELSIOR. I mean, we saw what happened in Atlanta. 4 EXCELSIOR back-to-back to score one of the greatest goals I've seen in quite some time in competitive FIFA. That's what he's got in his locker.
And this is where he's dangerous. These fullback areas, I talk about it so much, because when he's able to isolate one of the fullbacks in a 1v1 situation, especially if they're being defended manually, he's just deadly, Dan.
Deadly could be his middle name at this point. It's the amount of goals that he scores in tournaments. I mean, that one goal there is his 339th across the season. That's across 63. This will be his 64th match. That really is an incredible statistic.
Well, here comes Levy then, looking for a chance of his own, and Neymar's in a bit of space here. Almost gets the ball back from Ferdinand. And Ferdinand again showing why he's held down that centre-back spot for so long for Tex.
And it's all tournament long. That's like Ferdinand has just been constantly there in the right place at the right time, and even Tex said it himself. He's got a mind of his own sometimes, and you could just rely on him to get the job done.
Mbappe then bursting around the outside with the fake shots, pulls it back. CR7 was waiting there, looking to pounce to double Tex's lead. And this has been end-to-end so far. This is what we expected from two very aggressive attacking players. R9's going to collect the ball inside the box now. What can Tex create here? Can't quite get past Vieira, but now he's found CR7. There's a man in the middle here. Neymar, can he find the space? Well defended, though, by Ferdinand. At the other end for Levy. And now Messi can bring it away.
Levy's doing really well to contain Tex. Tex is always looking for that drag back to get a little bit of space and then go for the low-driven, timed green, often with Neymar or Cristiano Ronaldo. But Levy's not allowing it. He's attacking the back of the defender rather than approaching the front and jockeying. And he needs to do more of the same, but Tex is one of these players who is very good at reading his opponent. If he notices that's the defensive method, he's going to change things up.
Unfortunately, though, for Levy, that ball, as good as it was, the player was just beyond the line there and got caught offside. You have to say, Dan, even at the start of this game, every single time that Levy has gone forward, he's looked super dangerous. But speaking of danger, here's R9 now. Is he going to take his man on? Will he look for the cross? He drives inside, and well defended there by Levy. His decision-making had to be perfect.
So good.
And it was.
You could see he didn't know at first whether he should chase the man, whether he should follow and track the runner. Instead, he kind of sat in the middle, and then he committed right at the last moment. Just a little bit unpredictable, and it caught Tex off guard.
Here's Marcelo then in this left advanced position on the pitch. Marcelo now turning back inside. Vieira coming short. Pull it now into Neymar. This is where he's dangerous, using the body shape to try and buy a penalty there.
Lucky it wasn't Ramos.
Almost got away with it. And Tex defends again there, but promising signs again in the attacking third of the pitch here for Levy.
Well, look at what a different game of FIFA this is in comparison to some of the games we've watched so far this tournament. Both players just straight up the other end, trying to hit the attack, trying to get the goals. They're both very attacking-minded players. They just want to put that ball in the back of the net.
And the EXCELSIOR there from Tex, I believe, might have just taken that. Actually, it was a free kick. The referee's pulled that one back for. Well, that ball might have just strayed out of play. And TEKKZ just loves to use this spacing behind the fullbacks. You can see all the time he's looking for that ball down the line, trying to commit one of those players. And Ramos actually, this time, is on the receiving end of some punishment from one of the players. Gives away the free kick.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Mbappe's known for his strength, but he brought out some sort of Superman punch there. I don't really know what happened, but Ramos fell to the ground. But that's the pressure that TEKKZ is applying. You can see he's dragging his fullbacks out. He's dragging his wingers out to make sure there's no time for Levy on the ball. Levy has to be so quick to think about every single pass. Because if he dilly-dallies on the ball, TEKKZ is going to be there to tackle him, just as we see there.
Yeah, he's reading the game so well at the moment. But speaking of reading the game, Patrick Vieira steps in at just the right time here for Levy. We're into stoppage time here at the end of the first half of our first leg. And Vieira now comes forward. There might be a chance for an equaliser. What a ball that is! Oh, it's beautiful, but Varane gets in the way just at the last second. The linesman's flag went up anyway, so it wouldn't have counted. But again, Levy showing us signs of what he can produce in those areas.
And that's what he was doing during the semi-final, Mark. He was always looking for that one extra pass. Sometimes he could have taken a shot a little bit earlier, but it was his persistence, his resilience to actually constantly go for that, constantly look for that extra pass, and it worked out. However, he's not been able to find a goal thus far, and TEKKZ takes a 1-0 lead going into halftime.
Yeah, just that early strike, right back at the start of the game from TEKKZ to give him that lead. And even though those statistics don't say a lot of shots, and you would presume if you just looked at those stats, not an exciting game, it has been end-to-end, Dan.
It's because both players aren't the type of player to just pull the trigger straight away. They always do look for a little bit more something in the box, whether it's a drag back, whether it's a pass, whether it's a croquette, or whatever you want to do, whatever is your tool. That's what they're looking for constantly, and eventually it's going to work out.
An interesting tactical change there from TEKKZ as well. You saw him moving Cristiano Ronaldo out to that right attacking midfield position.
I wonder why.
Break it down for us.
Probably for those back post headers, Mark. We've seen it all tournament long. Marcelo at left back is going to be very vulnerable. And if you can get those crosses in, Cristiano Ronaldo, 99 jumping, 99 heading accuracy, he's going to be banging them in all day.
And we saw it in the last game that we saw on broadcast as well. 2 headers at that back post from Cristiano Ronaldo. And he is now in an advanced position on this right-hand side. He's got around the back of his man as well. 2 fake shots, drives it back across goal. Couldn't find the man in the middle. But Ronaldo already showing what he can do now on that right-hand side of the diamond. Pull it now into Neymar. TEKKZ looking dangerous once more. Showing the variations of the cricketer as well. He can change direction so many different ways and shift your body weight. Vieira now drives a pass in, but well defended again by Levy. And I have to keep saying it, Dan, because there's not many people who can defend this kind of attacking play from TEKKZ.
Yeah, and some people maybe would have been expecting TEKKZ to really take advantage of Levy here and how maybe he's approached games in the past in this tournament, but he's really shown that he can actually go to toe-to-toe with the best in the world. And he really is showing that the skill gap, even though TEKKZ has shown throughout the majority of tournaments, he is leagues above everyone else in terms of results. On the day, anyone can take a game to him.
Approaching the hour mark now in our first leg. 1 goal still the difference between the 2 players. As TEKKZ now comes forward once more. A little bit of space here for Hullet to move into. TEKKZ more than happy to take advantage of that. Great little pass around the corner. Oh, man, looking for that run of Mbappe. But one thing that stood out for me, Dan, so far, for all of the hype we were talking about, attacking play and attacking finesse from both these players, it's been the defensive display that's been so impressive.
It's the patience that both of them have in defence. You can see that Levy isn't straight away diving in with any of his players. He's waiting for TEKKZ to make kind of a through ball or a pass that he can then jump on and he can try and intercept. That's when he chooses his moment. So they're both just very clever with how they approach the game defensively.
Here's Levy then. First real chance he's had to get forward in this second half. Mbappe goes past one. Nice tight dribbling from him. Hullet with the drag back. Look for the pull back. After the little skill move, couldn't find his man, and you can see TEKKZ is always aware that extra pass is in the lockup from Levy. Ronaldo now, the little flick over his head to buy a bit of space. Neymar goes past one. Hullet with the space. Great ball inside. Just couldn't reach that one, R9. And De Gea will gleefully grab that one.
And it's almost like both of them are just trying to pass the ball into the net at the moment. And I say at the moment because eventually they will start hitting them from outside the box. It does come into play. You will start to see crosses coming in as well. It's about kind of a little bit of repetition, getting your opponent used to how you're attacking, and then suddenly surprising them with something new a little bit later on in the first leg.
Neymar there, aggressive into the space and finds Mbappe now on this left-hand side. Turns back onto that right foot, flicks it up. There is Cristiano Ronaldo, he wins the header. And that was that little tactical change from Tech, showing that he's got some extra things in the back of his locker. The mistake, though, from Levy, a momentary breaking conversation, almost gifted a goal there to Tex.
And I don't blame him for hitting it there as well. It looked like he was maybe going to be able to steal a second goal away. Levy definitely has to be careful with that, just trying to rush the ball out from the back. And you can see, it's probably because of frustration. 0 shots on goal at the moment for Levy. He just hasn't been able to get that ball into the positions he's used to be getting in the tournament. And that really just highlights how well Tex has been defending.
I mean, again, he has had opportunities to strike it on goal.
Yes.
It's not like, you know, he's been camped inside his own half here. It's just looking for that super high percentage chance to put away. Maybe this is it. Ronaldo into Kante. Varane makes the tackle, though. And it's just that final pass that's missing at the moment, that last piece of the puzzle.
And it's because Tex is just making it too difficult for him. He's making sure that Tex knows. That's what he does. He reads his opponent. He knows that Levy's going to be going for that extra pass. So maybe Levy needs to switch things up and just hit one early to try and catch Tex off guard. It might be the way he gets an equalizer here.
Ramos then wins the ball back for Levy, and there is space for Eusebio to get into here. Neymar goes back inside instead. Kante, look at the space out on this left-hand side now for Marcelo. Levy, down by 1 hit, needs a goal to tie this grand final up on the Xbox. Maybe this is the opportunity. He finds its way through to Eusebio. Is he going to hit it? He does! But De Gea gets a leg on it, turns it behind for a corner.
And that's why De Gea's in so many sides. He gets down quickly and he stops those shots.
Ronaldo now inside the box, drag back from him, make it 2. Eusebio, there is a man over here, and Mbappe was trying to get him behind his man. But Varane couldn't find the pass, even with his incredible short passing statistics on his Team of the Year FUT item. The door was once again just slammed shut at the last moment.
But eventually, one of these passes is going to break through. He is so persistent in his gameplay here, Lev. We saw the same thing in the semi-final. He's going to keep trying it here.
And Tex, for once, just got a little bit desperate defensively there, just dived into a tackle. Maybe he didn't need to. He gets away with it. And now we can go up the other end. 83 minutes on the clock here. And it's going to be possession actually turning back over to Levy here, so he's got a chance to go forward once more.
And Tex showing a little bit of frustration on his player cam there as well, as he's given the ball away a couple of times. A couple of attacks that he has given away, and usually we'd expect him to have kind of perfect attacking play style.
Neymar then finds Eusebio inside the box. Neymar gets it back. It's beautiful, but the goalkeeper movement from Tex is superb.
Absolutely insane to make that call in such a split second there from Tex.
Ramos gets the ball back, lays it across the Hullet. He's doing everything he can to find an equaliser here, Levy. Just cannot get through this solid defence of Tex. One more opportunity maybe towards the end of this game.
And what we often say is champions, they can win games where they're not playing so well. I definitely wouldn't say that Tex isn't playing well here. However, he does look uncomfortable. He's not dealing with Levy's attack as well as maybe he would do against some other players in this tournament. Levy is really taking it to him here. And that's going to be a free kick as well.
Big chance. Big chance here towards the end of the game for Levy to create something, to paint another one of his beautiful footballing pictures he's managed so far in this tournament. Marcelo into Eusebio. Oh, it's beautiful. Neymar with the chance. Oh, and he's blocked his lines. What a save from De Gea.
His goalkeeper movement again is just absolutely unreal. And then the pressure from the corner to just snuff anything out.
The deflection, though, might give him another chance towards the end of the game, but that might be it. Tex sends it upfield. Marcelo has to deal with this. But who would have thought at the end of our first leg, the biggest talking point would be how good Tex has been at moving his goalkeeper.
That was not a comfortable nor easy game for the best in the world. And I don't blame him for having a little mental reset. We know it's just standard now. Tex just pops off to the toilet at halftime just to make sure that you can have a little reset, because I think that's very important. You don't want to dive straight into another game of FIFA.
I mean, what a game it was, though, Dan. Let's break it down a little bit more, because let's compare what we were talking about at the start of this game to what we're now talking about halfway through this Xbox Grand Final. We were going on about how good Levy has been going forward, how majestic his passing plays have been, how dangerous he's been in front of goal. We were talking about Tex, you know, everything that he brings to the table. But the one thing that separated the two players has been Tex's goalkeeper movement in those vital moments when Levy has managed to finally break through his defense.
It's always about taking risks in FIFA, and sometimes that can be in your offense, but it can also be in your defense as well. It's split-second decisions to say, I think this is where he's going to be taking that shot and moving that goalkeeper. We didn't think, or maybe we didn't know, that goalkeeper movement was going to be this effective in FIFA 19, especially after the patch. But it was just the, fifth-minute goal, just about, from Tex that was able to give him the victory in that first leg. But both of them so evenly contested throughout.
Yeah, and there was that mistake there from Levy, and it was Ronaldo who put it wide. Tex can't believe it, as you can see there on the replays. And a little bit of deep breath and a thanks to the FIFA gods there from Levy to make sure that that one didn't actually find the back of the net. But Levy, this is what he can create, Dan. Look at these passing plays.
They're just both so creative going forward. They're always looking for that extra touch, that extra pass, and that's what makes them the best. That's why they are in this Xbox final. But ultimately, Tex's defense has been on point, and we always talk about his attack, and we talk about statistically how incredible that is. I mean, we can also look at his defensive record across the season. 197 goals he's conceded across 63 matches. So that means on average, he's only conceding around 3 per match. That's pretty incredible if you consider the players he's been facing against.
And that chance towards the end of the game, I mean, De Gea making another big save. And look at this, Levy's so frustrated because he knows he's done everything. I think against 99.9% of players in the world, that's a guaranteed goal for him. But Tex always has that little bit extra to find the way to keep these, not only to score goals when he needs to, but also to keep a clean sheet or deny a chance to his opponent when it really matters.
Do you know what is really interesting about this situation? For a lot of games for Tex this tournament, he's gone in behind and he's come back, whether it be from the first leg or whether it just be the first half of the first leg. He's been 1-2 goals down. Now, he's got that goal lead, and he hasn't been able to put as much pressure as he might have liked when he has that goal lead. Even though he's been very impressive this tournament at grinding out victories as soon as he gets the lead, 1-0 isn't particularly safe, especially against a player like Levy, who plays fantastic FIFA.
It's very rare that you'll see a 1-0 lead being carried into the second leg and that being the final result on aggregate. Yeah. It's very, very, very rare, especially when you're chasing the game and, you know, you're going to change formation, you're going to put some more attacking players onto the pitch, and obviously get a little bit more aggressive in your play. But I mean, Levy. Usually, I ask you as we go into a second leg, you know, when's he going to look to change things? I don't think he has to change things here because he was creating chances.
I think Levy will be more than happy with how he's actually. Well, I say more than happy. He will be
happy enough.
He's going to be okay about it. He will be pretty disappointed that he didn't convert one of those chances in the latter stages because it's as simple when you look back on it of, oh, well, I could have gone right. And if he had gone right, it was going in. But you can't look at it that way because, of course, it's just a guessing game with the goalkeeper movement. But the fact he has created those chances, the fact that he has had that space in the box, that all he knows, he just needs that one extra turn or that one extra pass to come off, and then suddenly he's equalised against Tex.
And how many times have we seen a player sit on this stage here in any match against Tex and be able to create such clear-cut opportunities? That in itself is incredibly impressive. That in itself is something we haven't seen from many players. I mean, every single second that I'm watching this guy play and every single moment that he's passing in this tournament and we're watching his point of view, he's impressing me more and more.
And I don't know what's more impressive about Levy is the fact that, yes, okay, he's been able to break down Tex's defense, or the fact he's been able to hold off Tex's offense. The reason why I say Tex is the best player in the world is because of his creativity and his versatility going forward. You never know what he's going to do. He is so surprising when he's going forward. You don't know whether it's going to be croquettes, you don't know whether it's going to be a pass and move type of style, or whether it's going to be crosses into the box. He just has a little bit of everything. However, no matter what Tex has thrown at Levy at the moment, Levy has an answer, and that shows that he's ready for this Xbox final. He is not under the cosh in this occasion. He is saying, look, I'm going to take it to Tex, and maybe I'll get to a grand final.
Well, it looks like both players are back on the stage. You can probably see that at home on your screens. You can see that for yourself. I don't need to be telling you that. Tex then, hood up, ready for this second leg of our Xbox Grand Final. And that trophy there is what these guys are fighting for. A place in our cross-console final. Of course, after our Xbox final here, we will have our PlayStation 4 final to come. And that one's going to be exciting in itself, Dan.
I mean, it's just been a tournament of surprises. I think Brandon hit the nail on the head with that one. We've seen so many players who are quite low on the Global Series rankings really surprise us at this tournament and show what they're made of. And we've seen players who are high up in the leaderboards fail at this tournament as well. And of course, there are many factors to that. There's the consideration that everyone has a bad tournament. There's jet lag. There's playing in a new region, etc. However, TEKKZ is here yet again.
And another thing I want to maybe add on to that conversation is the fact that these players who were lower ranked, this tournament means more to them because they have to get points on the board. It's kind of the last chance saloon for a lot of these players to make it towards the playoffs, to make it towards the FIFA E World Cup, excuse me. It really is a case of the pressure being on them to perform, because if they don't, then their season's done.
And it's one of those situations where if you don't perform at a tournament where you are kind of have to perform, you're just going to be saying to yourself afterwards, what could I have done? And you'll look back and you will regret it. So you have to seize that moment.
Well, here we go then. Second leg underway. 1 goal the difference between the two players, and it was a superb first leg as well. Neymar will just be forced out of play there from the start of this game, from the kickoff. And LEVY has shown he knows how to break down TEKKZ's defense. He's also shown that he knows how to defend against everything that TEKKZ can throw at him. It was just that one early goal that separates these two players now.
90 minutes, and it's going to be a very tight 90 minutes as well. We saw that TEKKZ was under a lot of pressure towards the end of that first leg. He won't want that to be the same here.
Ronaldo versus Marcelo.
Didn't time it green, though. That was definitely a chance. If you had timed that green, that might have just nestled into the top corner, and TEKKZ will know that. But also LEVY is going to be well aware now that is something that TEKKZ is going to be trying in this second leg.
Already mixing things up then, F2TEKKZ. Starting off by throwing across into the box, trying to isolate Marcelo in that left-back position versus Ronaldo. Now LEVY comes forward again, Neymar turning. Just waiting for those runs. Looking for that penetrative ball, and there it is. Ronaldo now at the back heel, but Hullet had got back into position there to help out the centre-backs. And he won it back, but TEKKZ uncharacteristically gave it away there just for a moment before retrieving possession. But that's another wayward ball, and it's ping-pong between these two at the moment.
And again, it's because TEKKZ wants to get that ball up the pitch as quick as possible and try and take advantage of the fact that LEVY's pressed up, because when TEKKZ waits and when he bides his time, LEVY's players, they just drop back and they get into those defensive positions, and it makes it very difficult to break down. So if you can hit just whether it be a through ball or whether it be just a short pass, if you can break down that defense early, you're going to have a much better opportunity of scoring.
TEKKZ there with Marcelo, tried to squeeze it through there, and it was good pressure from LEVY. There really wasn't many options for TEKKZ as far as a comfortable pass was concerned there. Vieira snaps into the tackle, and Mbappe tries to fight back. Both players just putting pressure on here. Ronaldo now. Neymar turns back onto his left foot. Eusebio into CR7. Neymar, beautiful again, and he's done everything right, but he's hit the post. Mbappe trying to recycle here for LEVY. Ramos gets it away. What else has LEVY got to do?
It wasn't even enough. The goalkeeper movement was there from TEKKZ, but it looked like it was going to be enough to slot it away. But just not quite timed right, unfortunately, for LEVY.
And Mbappe now's muscling Rio Ferdinand off the ball. The ball's going to fall here to Hullet as well. This will be cruel from LEVY to go from one end, hitting that post, to then conceding, but he keeps his head here. He defends well. Shows that mental strength I was looking for. Now he's coming forward once again. Mbappe then tries to squeeze it through to Neymar. Hullet in position again, and Hullet's been doing some fantastic defensive work here for TEKKZ.
I mean, are we surprised at this point? The prime icon moments, Hullet and Vieira, are just staples in so many teams. Yes, okay, we'll see a little bit of difference. Kante comes in here or there, but for TEKKZ, he knows he can rely on both of those FUT items to get the job done. And he positions them well as well. It's not like they're just doing the job for him. He's cutting the passing lanes, he's putting them in the right place at the right time. And then he's able to just do so well on the counter-attack usually.
First time shot then from Neymar. De Gea has to deal with that one and push it behind. It was a similar situation to the only goal we've had so far in this tie. Corner there to TEKKZ. Neymar, edge of the box, tries to look towards that back post. We've seen him whip out the El Tornado in those positions from the set pieces. This time just opted to whip it into the box. Vieira now. Decides to spread it wide to Marcelo. Brazilian finds another Brazilian here in R9. Good tackle, though, again from Levy. And this game really has been arguably one of the tightest games I've seen between Tex and an opponent in a while. But Tex now steals the ball away. Neymar finds Mbappe. Little dinked ball into R9. Again, no overcommitting here from Levy. It's going to be up to Tex to break him down. He can't find the pass to do so.
And you're completely right. I mean, this is the tightest game we've seen Tex face so far. He's always scored at least 4 goals in this tournament against an opponent. So the fact that Levy has him at just 1 at the moment is a massive improvement.
Oh, huge chance to hit it again there for Levy, and he doesn't take it. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. It's on his strong side. Just want to see him take that risk sometimes. Pull the trigger. Make the goalkeeper work.
And maybe that's all it's going to come to. It's going to come to like last-ditch attempts maybe in the latter stages of this second leg where he has to hit it in those scenarios where he says, look, nothing's been working. Tex has been defending absolutely incredibly thus far. So maybe I have to take a risk. Maybe I have to just hit one. And then suddenly it's an equalizer and you're heading towards extra time. That's how close this tie is.
Around 7 minutes or so plus stoppage time until half-time then. And it is still poised beautifully between these two incredible players. Neymar coming under pressure. I think Mbappe will just... No, he won't actually get there. Thought his pace might help him out there, but it will be a throw in here to Levy. Maybe a chance or two before the referee's whistle does go for half-time. Mbappe beats a man, and that's going to allow Hullet to have a little bit of space. Here is CR7. He turns back.
Wow.
He just allows Ferdinand to get another tackle in.
Rio Ferdinand. Tex has believed in him. He's kept him in his side, and he's done so much work there. And that was very impressive from Tex as well, to just lunge in at that right time. Yes, okay, Levy's turn, but that turn could have absolutely destroyed Tex if Tex wasn't switched on.
Here we go, then Neymar at the other end for Tex. Neymar flicks it up, sends it towards the back post. Ronaldo's there, and Ronaldo's up. 2-0 to Tex. We've said it 1,000 times before, but Cristiano Ronaldo is the one that rises highest.
And Tex, he made that decision to put Cristiano Ronaldo out there, and he's tested Levy a few times with that cross, but he's not been able to find that perfect ball. But eventually, he's able to do so. And it's not an El Tornado, it's just a flick up from Neymar. And of course, Marcelo's going to lose that header, as we've seen every single tournament as of late. But even though we've seen some players try and put Ramos in that place, you're just not going to be able to beat Ronaldo in the air. He is too strong. And at the moment, Tex now has this 2-goal lead, and Levy's going to have to just fire up something here and really dig deep.
Goal here before half-time would be huge. Mbappe can't get past that man, Rio Ferdinand. There is the half-time whistle. And the Tex train is coming in to pick up another trophy potentially here. 2 to the good, Dan. And just 45 minutes left in game for him to close this one out.
As it stands, if Tex were to get this victory, it would put him up to 9,045 Global Series ranking points, 6,000 ahead of MS Dasari. Like, that is absolutely insane if we consider that MS Dasari is the current world champion. And also something to remind you, for you viewers watching at home, at the moment, there's only 4 names on that FUT Champions Cup trophy. Of course, Tex has been on there several times now. He has a chance to be the first player to ever win 2 back-to-back FUT Champions Cups. If he loses, then we would have a new name on that trophy. Of course, we already had one new name in Dylan Mike the last time we saw a new winner get a FUT Champions Cup. But Tex, he just looks like he's going to be breaking yet another record if he can carry on this fine form through this console final and then into the grand final.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable performance again from Tex, and we say it so much, but you can't give a man who is constantly breaking records enough plaudits. The records speak for themselves, but there's one man on this stage who's looking to cause this upset now. 45 minutes left in our Xbox Grand Final. In the David versus Goliath story, for David to step up and make something magical happen.
Interesting substitution with Kante coming on as well, just for a little bit more speed in the middle of the pitch. Maybe a little bit more aggression for Levy, but he's got to be careful. If he gets aggressive, he's going to open himself up at the back. And that's going to be a free kick for Tex as well. And one thing I've always credited Tex for is his creativity from set pieces. Let's see if he's got anything special here.
See if he looks to pick out someone like Cristiano Ronaldo. Maybe Sergio Ramos is going to get up to win a header. Maybe Ruud Gullit. So many options here. Neymar stood over the ball then. Does just whip it in, and it's Ronaldo who's under it. He wins the header. Vieira win the second ball, and Gullit is there, and Gullit's going to finish! The set piece pays off. Tex is now 3 to the good, and it's looking like it's going to be yet another Xbox Championship to the phenomenon.
And I'm not sure if it exactly went to plan, but yeah, okay, it was creative. He found Cristiano Ronaldo. He knew Ronaldo was going to win that header. Thankfully, Vieira was waiting, and then even more thankfully, Gullit was there just to slot that one away. But yeah, now this is going to be incredibly hard for Levy to get back into things. The fact that he hasn't been able to get as many shots away as we're used to seeing from him, I'm really concerned for how he's going to approach this last portion of the game. It's going to have to be tactical changes. It's going to have to be formational changes as well for him. He has to throw everything at Tex. Even though it's been the best tournament we've ever seen from Levy, I mean, it's his first tournament at a live event, he'll still want to be reaching a grand final.
What has the Dutchman got in his locker then? He's coming forward now from the restart. A goal here, he gives himself a chance. Neymar just muscled off of it, again by Rio Ferdinand. We talk about irreplaceable players. It seems like Tex has decided that Rio Ferdinand is that man for him.
It's just his positional ability. It's just he's in the right place at the right time. He's very quick as well. Yes, okay, he's not as quick as prime moments Maldini. But if you can trust your players and if you're used to how they play, you're going to be feeling very comfortable in the game.
Here's Ronaldo then for Levy. Another good tackle, though, comes in this time from Rafael Varane. But a little mistake here from Tex, but it will be pulled back here by the referee. And you can see, I think Tex realizes just focusing up now, knows that he's only got around 30, 40 minutes in this game to just hold on and just claim another title.
And that's been the difference that we've seen from Tex. He's still unbeaten so far in the tournament. Potentially this could be his third unbeaten tournament of the season, and I can't remember many players that have done that in recent times.
Ronaldo, chance to hit it. You saw the movement there from Tex. I'm pretty sure that even if that would have beaten the defender there, De Gea was in position from Tex to save that one.
And that's how Tex approached this tournament as well. He came into it saying, hey, I could be one of the first players to ever have 3 unbeaten tournaments. I could be the first player to have back-to-back FUT Champions Cup victories.
What a ball that is. Mbappe's managed to beat Ramos as well. He goes across goal. Didn't time it green, though, and he's just going to drag that chance wide of the upright as we hit the hour mark.
Tex is always setting himself new aspirations. He's setting himself new goals. He's finding ways almost to make it interesting at this point because he is leagues above everyone else in terms of Global Series ranking points. The real question for Tex is going to be, can he get it done in a grand final?
Oh, another chance here for Levy again. Looking for that extra pass to get a clear-cut opportunity. And we need to give, one thing we're not talking about enough, Dan, is the fact that Tex has managed to keep a clean sheet so far against one of the most impressive attacking players in the tournament.
Yeah, we've not seen any clean sheets for Tex so far.
And he might be looking for another hit
in this tournament. He's always considered at least one, but that is a gift. And that is going to be the final nail in the coffin for Levy. You hate to see it.
What is that?
But if you make a mistake against Tex, he is going to pounce. Oh dear, oh dear.
Not a moment that Levy's going to want to remember, and Tex will gleefully pick that one up and put it in the back of the net. Mbappe will be credited with the goal. But for all of the fantastic football and great goals we've seen so far this tournament, I think that one might be in the blooper reel.
And that's a shame, because that's going to be the one that Levy will remember as well. There's still a little bit of time left. But unfortunately, with the way that Tex has been playing this tournament, the way and the ability he's had of closing out games, of keeping possession, of just starving his opponent of possession as well. I think we know, I think he knows, I think even Levy knows that this is Tex on his way to another grand final.
Here's R9 then with a chance to finish. And he absolutely buries it. You can probably hear it. There's a shout across the stage from Tex. He knows how close he is to being your Xbox champion here in Singapore.
And I said the most goals he scored at a tournament this season was in FUT Champions Cup #2 when he had 53. He's just matched that. He is up there now. He is dominating the competition, and he's still got a grand final left as well.
It has been a great performance from Levy. He's exceeded his own expectations.
It's for his first tournament, Mark. His first tournament of the season, and he's made his impact. He's secured himself 850 Global Series ranking points. He climbs to 1,013, which puts him around, what, 20th on the leaderboards? That's enough to get to playoffs. It's been an amazing tournament for him.
Here's Neymar for Levy, tries to find another pass, but every single thing that he's trying as far as passing plays is concerned, little extra balls, short passes, dragging players out, looking for balls in behind. Texas reading it, and Texas defending it absolutely superbly. 5-0 on aggregate. So rare that you will see a player keep a clean sheet, and now Kante has the chance to maybe find a goal, and no! Sometimes it's just not your day.
And I think it's a famous Richard Buckley saying, I think it was a cha-cha slide.
Oh,
that
what
was
a save from De Gea!
Oh, it was the goalkeeper movement
Tex
from
can't
Tex.
believe it.
But Tex knows that this is just his game. It's his tournament. It doesn't matter what Levy does. There's just something to deny him from that goal.
And is there something special towards the end of the game here from Tex? Couple of step overs from Mbappe. Little flip-flap, Elastico time. Oh, and he can't. Oh! He's done it! He is a magician! And Singapore, it roars!
He's just smiling. He looked across and he gave a little smile. He tried to replicate his goal in Atlanta. 4 Elasticos. He hit 3. And yeah, okay, the deflection.
The same goal again.
Just bounds away, but he finds a 5th goal. And now this is his highest scoring tournament this season.
What else can you say, Dan? What else can we say about this player? He is the special one.
I'm wondering whether Steven Gerrard's going to make an appearance.
I think at this point it's academical. Kante coming forward. I want to see Levy maybe get a consolation goal here. Tex has been entertaining everyone in the crowd here. Everyone at home, I'm sure, is entertained as well. Ronaldo now down this right-hand side. He puts it across goal, and Mbappe forces the save from De Gea. But just a few moments left in this game. Is there time for yet another piece of magic?
And you can see it in Tex's eyes. He wants to just pull something out. He wants to get that memorable moment, that highlight that we'll all be talking about for years to come as well.
Oh, Neymar flicks it up, forces another save from De Gea. Another corner here for Tex.
It's just an exhibition match now.
Neymar then toying with his man. 5-star skills, let's see if he uses all of them. Fortunately not. Bullet gets the tackle in, and for Levy, it has been somewhat of a lesson here in the grand finals of what to expect from the best in the world. He's done everything he can, but that man on your screen, he is the special one. F2TEKKZ does it again. Ladies and gentlemen, your Xbox champion here in Singapore is Tex.
A one-tournament wonder, he was once labelled, and how he has answered any critic. There's so much conversation at the moment. Is he the best FIFA player ever? He's certainly up there, and he certainly has the possibility to be crowned as just the best in the world. But commiserations to Levy. He had one heck of a tournament as well. His first ever live tournament of the season. He secures himself 850 Global Series ranking points, and we'll be seeing that name again.
And before he leaves the stage, I want everyone who's in the arena right now just to put your hands together for Levy. It has been a fantastic performance from him at his first tournament. Certainly something he should be proud of. But Tex is the man we have to talk about, moving into our cross-consoles final now for a chance to pick up yet another trophy, Dan.
And there is a little bit of pride as a British man to see a British player succeeding, and Tex really is just dominating the competition. Paul and the rest of the guys, what do you think?
Yeah, I echo that sentiment as well. First of all, congratulations to Tex, another championship in the Xbox category. And also, congratulations as well, not commiserations, to Levy for reaching that final. I don't think anyone could have pulled off any better against a man in form like that against Tex. It was a wonderful display of top world-class FIFA. I wonder what our panel members made of it as well. Buckley, you've got one right.
And finally,
that's the
got
first.
a prediction
That's the
right.
first. Yeah, it's a bit of a roller coaster getting there, but you've got one.
Yeah, it really was. A roller coaster of emotions that Tex put me under there. That game was never a 6-0. That was not a 6-0 scoreline.
No.
Levy were in that for the majority of the first leg and the second leg. But it was just the fact that whenever he seemed to get the chance to score a goal, Tex either had a man in the way or... I don't want to be the guy to say sometimes you've got to play ugly, but you're almost trying to just do, like, the way that it will play a little bit like Arsenal, when they try and pass it into the back of the net.
Yeah.
Sometimes just take the shot.
Yeah.
That's what I was shouting. We were backstage with a few other players. They were just saying, just shoot. You had chances, just shoot.
Yep, early goal. We'll go through the replay, obviously, of the first leg on your screen right now. Levy disappointed to concede that first finesse shot, obviously, but there wasn't much in it after that. It was very tight, first leg.
Definitely. I mean, I feel very bad for Levy. Of course, he made it all the way here. The only difference in the first leg was a goal immediately at the start of the game from Tex. And after that, I think we all agree that it was Levy who was the better player in the game. He missed some chances that I don't think Tex would miss, and that's what made the difference. Levy missed a lot of chances in the first game where I think it was his fault, whereas the second leg, he missed some chances where he was massively unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, this goal here, this third goal, after that, it's really academic, isn't
and I
it,
did
about
call
what the
it.
score was
Second
gonna be.
half, second leg, that's when it goes downhill against Tex, especially if you're chasing a game. And you lose hope after missing so many chances, especially against Tex. You miss chance after chance, and then things like this just rub like
salt in the wounds.
Yeah, exactly.
It is, isn't it? It is salt in the wound after that. You're already 3-0 down. You don't need something like that happening.
Yeah, especially after the last game that you've played and all the chances you've missed, and this game, all the saves that De Gea has made, and the blocks that defender have made, whether Tex controlling or the AI. You just feel, you can see it, you can feel bad for Levy, but I think he did himself proud.
What I will say, though, is that after that, we got a bit of an exhibition.
You are welcome, bro.
The current number one in the world
this
as well,
game
because
is
the last couple of goals. I said this one was like, oh, that's the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake.
Enjoyed.
I'm not quite sure what the next goal was then.
But the sort of like hundreds of thousands.
Probably
it's a glitter on top. Yeah.
because it was ridiculous. Before that, we thought we were going to
But
get
the
a
last
consolation goal.
goal-
This should have been a goal. I don't even know how that stayed out in the end.
It was amazing.
I mean,
Well,
you can
look
see
at the
Levy.
shoot, though.
You can see Levy. I
Yeah,
think you can see Tex as well.
Yeah.
Tex, when that happened, he was
the cross
because there was a save
final,
of De Gea save.
I think,
it's this
after 1 hour
De Gea
from
saved
now.
the shot right after that.
Yeah.
And Tex, I think we will see the image of him just leaning
the
back and
the reaction,
smiling.
because he knew he was just like, okay, Lady Luck is
himself,
with me.
He himself, he was in disbelief. I think we're gonna get Tex on the camera in a few seconds. I think he will say it himself that he couldn't believe what he was seeing on his screen. And
Here
of
it
course,
is.
he
Here
was
it is.
Yes, I think he tried to replicate what he did against Tuga in
Yes.
Atlanta, and it almost worked out perfectly, except it was the bit of fortune that he got from this rebound that ended up to CR7. Of course, timing it on the volley was good, but Tex himself knows. Of course, it was a deserved win with very small margins, but it was just these little margins that all went Tex's way just made Levy feel very, very bad for losing that game.
Yeah. What do you say after that? Well, I mean, the commentary team, they were saying, you know, what more do we say about this man? Because we've talked about him being one of the greatest of all time. We've talked about how fantastic he's been on a consistent basis.
Hello, Joe.
And I also want to point out as well,
How
those
are
stats
you?
just absurd, aren't they? But what I also want to say is that they did call this kid a one-tournament player. They also talked to him about a one-patch player when he won another tournament. Well, where are those people now?
Yeah, he silenced all the critics, you'd say. He didn't even play that good in that game. For large portions of that match, it was 1-0, and they were under pressure for a lot of it. Is that not the style of champions? When you can play bad and still walk away with a 6-0 win and
In a
move
final.
into the cross-console final, in the final, like, it's
crazy.
It's ridiculous what he's doing right now.
It is. Well, it is ridiculous, but I'll tell you what isn't ridiculous is the man himself, because he's joining us right now from backstage, from the player area. Tex, congratulations on yet another championship win. It's not quite job done, because I know you want to lift the trophy, obviously, in the cross-console final, but congrats on that fun. 6-0, did that flatter you a little bit this time round?
Nah, forget me. Honestly, Levy is the best player I've ever played at an event. He deserved to beat me, to be honest. He battered me, had many chances, luck went my way, and it's the luckiest I've ever got at a tournament. But I'm happy to be in the final now.
Got to take your luck when it comes along, obviously. I think the scoreline was, did flatter you at 6-0 because he played a lot better than that, that's for sure. Every bit of luck seemed to fall your way as well in both attack and defence.
Yeah, even when the game was over at like 4-5-0, he's still getting chances and they're just not going in. So I don't know what happened, but thank you.
Yeah, I mean, take it, right? I mean, when it comes along. Gents, what do you got for him?
Well, it were almost like, I don't know if you remember in Barcelona when you played Ryan and De Gea were ridiculous. It were like De Gea 3.0. That performance from your goalkeeper, it was De Gea being ridiculous and also your goalkeeper movement for periods of that game were like next level. Do you feel like you've just leaps and bounds are better with the goalkeeper than other players?
Nah, throughout the tournament I've been rubbish with the goalkeeper, but every single time I'm in a final, the goalkeeper just, I don't know, I just become good at it for some reason. But yeah, in Barcelona, my De Gea was quite good in the second leg. First leg I should have won that one, but yeah, in this tournament, just De Gea was amazing for this game.
A few rounds ago, when I asked you a similar question that I'm about to ask, you dodged it and you threw it back at me. Don't do it this time. Who would you rather face in the cross-console final between the two PlayStation players?
I don't really mind, to be honest. Ustun's a goal scorer, so is Zizinho. So I think it's the same play style. I'm not too sure, but I'll watch the game, sit back, relax, and yeah.
So basically, you will make them adapt to you.
I don't know.
Ooh. Secret.
You just take it as it comes. One final question from me before we let you go. A few months ago, people said to me, when I made this statement on Twitter, I think you may have retweeted it actually. I said, maybe this is the greatest FIFA player of all time, just the kid's dominating. Someone replied back, this kid's a one-tournament wonder, a one-patch wonder, someone said to me in another thread. You've kind of answered all of that now. How good does that feel, just to make other people that have criticised you in the past shut up?
Obviously it feels good, but my main objective is for myself just to win all the tournaments I can, and then obviously this next game's a massive step.
It is indeed. All right, well, I'll let you go. Thanks very much for joining us, and congrats once more on another Xbox title. Fantastic, again, from TEKKZ. We're running out of stuff to talk about in terms of how good this player. I think we almost need to pick on these flaws.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't got many, admit.
What flaws are there?
Well, he's only scored 6.
Running out of superlatives, really, to describe the way that he plays. I think the only thing that you can really touch upon is the games that he's lost. I'm thinking Goal Machine and Nicholas Razek, both of those players just attacked him, were just really aggressive. That game could have gone a completely different way if Levy had scored the chances that he created. So if you're a PlayStation player, you're probably thinking Houston might be a little bit more of a tougher task against him, but Zizinho scored in the latter stages 7 and 6 against Tuga and in the semi-final as well. So I think either player is quite a tough game for TEKKZ in that final.
Although it is worth pointing out that this tournament, and I was almost going to ask him this, is he getting better? Because he scored more goals in this tournament than he's ever done before. That's also scary.
I mean, I think it's also due to this tournament having so many upsets and so many favorites not being here and at this stage that on paper he's had easier opponents, and maybe that's allowed him to just score more goals and just play better. Because it's one thing playing Dossary, who was top 5 in the world, at least maybe top 3, top 2, arguments to be made, and having tight games against him, whereas playing the number 99th in the world, who, although according to TEKKZ's words is the best player he's ever played, still put 6 past him. So it's a matter of perspective and the way the tournament went.
All right, thanks very much, gents. We're headed to a break right now. Don't go too far away. We've got our PlayStation 4 final coming up next. But a quick reminder for you as well, if you haven't already done so, whether you're in the arena here joining us in Singapore or watching via Twitch, do make sure you've linked your EA account to your Twitch account and you can take part in the rewards. Current reward up from a rare player pack as well. And we've got one more before the end of the show as well, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Break time right now, but as I said, don't go too far away. PS4 final is coming up next.
World Cup in London, so I had a big comeback. I was 5-0 down and I won, so it was a big game for me.
I think my biggest win was in London against Marcuso in the grand final, the PlayStation grand final. So I think that's my biggest win. Oh, and my win in license qualifying.
Next game is Austin versus Zenho.
My biggest victory, not necessarily the actual scoreline, but when I won FIWC in 2017 against Dito, that was my biggest win of my career, so I'll probably say the FIWC final.
My biggest victory was quarterfinal against Nicholas in the World Cup in London, so I had a big comeback. I was 5-0 down and I won, so it was a big game for me.
My biggest victory in my career so far is winning the Continental Cup in Paris. Oh, it was amazing, honestly, yeah, shocking.
My biggest victory was to win against PGL in the FUT Champions Cup in Bucharest.
I think my biggest victory was in the grand final against Crafty. It was a game I needed to win to get out of groups, and I beat him in a tough game, so I think that was the biggest.
My biggest victory in my career so far, scoreline-wise, I won 13-1 in my first ever tournament, and my favourite win was probably my first tournament as well when I won in the final.
بص هو اللي هيلعب النهائي دلوقتي نهائي البلاي ستيشن 4 اللي جاي دلوقتي هيبقى اوستن وزينو. اللي هيكسب منهم هيلاعب تكس في النهائي بقى ايه اللي هو عشان تكس كسب نهائي الاكس بوكس.
It was my biggest win in the career, so I will remember it for my entire life.
Warm welcome back to Singapore. Live coverage of our FIFA tournament continues. It is Champions Cup for March, and we are in the final now for PlayStation 4. We thank everyone for coming down here as well to the big box and cheering on the players, and we are going to get those players out very shortly. But first, let's catch up with our panel members. We've got Boris Legend and Kyle Walker alongside me to preview the final on PS4. Kyle, in many ways, this should be the better final. No disrespect to Levy or to PGL, but that was very predictable, and a lot of people said that's pretty much how they thought it would go. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it definitely did. Even though a lot of people thought, oh, could there be an upset? We've seen so many, but come on, everyone's seen what PGL can do, and he showed everyone what he can do as well. But moving into this one, it's going to be, well, everyone's going to think it's going to be high scoring. A lot of people are going to be saying these are the two players which have scored so many goals. They both like to attack. And actually, a little bit of an insight, I like to give this insight. I was speaking to Houston and I asked him, I said, do you think this is going to be a high scoring game? And he said, I think so. Right. I actually think that we're going to be going at each other, exposing each other's weaknesses and making the most of the mistakes. So hopefully there will be. Hopefully there'll be lots of excitement. And I'm looking forward to seeing who will meet PGL in the cross-console final.
Yeah, Boris, in theory, this is a clash of similar styles, isn't it? We've seen both of them very, very out-and-out attacking, don't pay too much attention to defence, but neither of them are particularly leaky when it comes to the defence either.
Definitely not. I mean, we saw this previous game, Zenio, I believe he nailed Pinna in that second leg, and also Uston only conceded one goal in his semi. So it's definitely two players that can also defend. I mean, it wouldn't be in a console final if they only could do one thing. I mean, both players are very good in the defense, but they have their special ability in the attack, definitely. But sometimes when you expect something, it turns out to be the opposite. So maybe we'll actually just see here very few goals because of the nerves.
Yeah, and partly because I guess their styles will cancel each other out in some ways.
Yeah, maybe they'll be so focused on attacking or so focused on not conceding that actually they won't attack as much because they're trying so hard not to concede so many goals. Obviously, we've seen with Zizinho that he's the highest scoring quarterfinal and semi-final. So Houston's going to know that, and Houston's going to be going, well, how can I combat that? Well, it's obviously to stop him from scoring those goals, and that might cost him going forward. He might actually just make the most of the attack that he has, but be so focused on defence that he might not go for so many goals.
Okay, Boris, how do you see the formations and the strategy playing out in this game?
I know Ustun for sure is going to go with his trademark formation this year, which is the 4-4-2, which we don't see too much this year. It's definitely the 4-2-3-1 that is the most common. But 4-4-2 is also the one that actually Tuga is using this year, and we know how it went when Zezinho played Tuga. But Ustun plays in a different way. Tuga likes to go back with his whole team in the defense, while Ustun uses more of the high pressure. So it's still same formations, but different styles. And Zezinho here, 4-2-3-1, and he's definitely going to do what he did against Pinna with the crosses. He's going to try to find these back post crosses for Cristiano. And I also spoke to Ustun, and he said that I have to try to stop this. And you can try to put, Ramos there, but Cristiano will still win them. You could go with maybe Gullit, maybe even Varane, Van Dijk, but the main key is to stop the crosses, because if you stop the crosses, if you apply pressure on the ball holder, they can have a score.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about strategy in just a moment. But first of all, ladies and gents, it is time to introduce you to our PS4 Grand Finalists. Here we go then, PS4 final between the two high-scoring players in the tournament throughout this last 3 days. Are we going to get more of the same in this final? Just one of those things that we're looking forward to. We were talking strategy just before we introduce the players, and I want to continue talking about that a little bit more, Kyle, because it is interesting, these contrasting formations. And yes, stylistically have been very similar.
Yeah, we've seen with them obviously scoring so many different goals, but I guess that maybe shows that the players that they like to use in different ways and the different styles they like to adopt with those certain players, because you can score goals with these different formations, that's completely fine, but it's the actual players themselves that they are probably scoring more goals with, that they like to do different things with, putting that cross in across the box. Ronaldo's always going to win that, so Zezinho knows that, and that's something that he's going to continue to use. Yep. Whereas with Houston, he's going to take a completely different route within his formation.
Yep. Do you see a lot more CR7 headers coming in? We've seen quite a lot of this tournament, specifically from Zezinho, who's really looked at that as a key part of his gameplay. Do you think that's going to spread around a little bit more? Maybe some of the other players are going to utilize that a little bit more?
We've seen this a lot lately, especially after the latest patch where the first time the finesse shots got nerfed. It turned out to be a new meta with the flick ups and back post crosses. And especially when you have the options with the team of the year players, you have Cristiano and Mbappe, they are going to win almost every header, so that is a very effective tactic.
لا اللي شارك بس ابو عزة وخرج من نص النهائي. ابو عزة لسه خارج من جيمين.
And change Cristiano as a winger, and that was also his key to victory.
As that meta changes, do you think we'll also see some people trying to combat that? I mean, we've seen Virgil van Dijk used a little bit more, mostly as a sub, obviously, but some of the players have started using him to try and give him that height and that presence, I guess, in the box to try and ward off some of those crosses?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of changes with the team. One very controversial change, which we've seen from some pros, is to put Gullit actually as a left back. And Gullit is really a guy who can match Cristiano in the air, but do you really trade such a good midfielder for playing him as a left back? That feels kind of a waste of talent. I think the best way to approach this as a defensive player is to just try to apply pressure on the bowler and simply just stop these crosses.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying before,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Just close that down.
Exactly.
Right? Stop it before it even becomes a problem, which is probably the best thing to do. In terms of your predictions, Kyle, this event, how have you? Because you were doing very well to start with.
I was.
للأسف لا هو فاضل الاثنين اللي هيلعبوا دلوقتي واللي هيكسب منهم هيلاعب تكس في النهائي وكده البطولة تخلص.
I've completely forgotten.
تكس ما بيخسرش ما شاء الله عليه يعني.
I know
Look,
that
I
I've
can
got.
tell you one thing: you're ahead of Buckley.
Okay, well, that's guaranteed. I mean, I think we all are. I don't think I'm in the running anymore with Dan and Brandon, but you know, one of them's going to win. It's okay. I'm not bothered. I'm really not.
You're not
I'm
worried
gutted.
about having it.
I'm really gutted. But in terms of this one, I genuinely, I'm not sure. One is my heart, one is my head, and I don't know who to go with. We've seen Zizinho, who's come and had an amazing tournament. He's coming. I thought he was going to get beat in the last round. He didn't. He showed how confident and how good he has been. And then you've got Uston, who I think has been equally as good. So it's going to be difficult. I think I'm going to go with Uston.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm going to go with Uston. I think he's going to be the one to stop Zizinho. Yes, it was really difficult, yeah.
Which suggests that it's going to be a tight game. You said it, Uston, 3 days
للأسف
ago.
مش عارف هو ليه ايه حوار الفيزا اللي ما عرفش يطلعها دي
Yes, he was my dark horse from the
بس
start.
هو كان الوحيد فعلا اللي يقدر يقف قدام تكس كتير ممكن يكسبه.
They matched up in Manchester last year and it
ميجا بت تقريبا مش عارف تقريبا ما خسر بدري ميجا بت.
and that was also a bit controversial because we also allowed
لا هم الاثنين مستواهم عالي فعلا.
in the crowd and they were booing every time that Uston
had no booing this time.
Yeah,
cheering good, booing not so good.
But I think that somehow Uston still remembers this and he wants his payback here. And he's playing amazing in this tournament, Zizinho as well. But I have to back my dark horse here, and I'm going to go with Uston.
Okay, it's a clean sweep as far as our panel are concerned. What's up in the commentary couch area? Let's find out with Mr. Smith and Mr. Buckley. Gents, predictions?
Just the usual here. Interesting predictions from Richard.
I love the fact that you're so solid, my friend. Right?
I don't know, to be fair, I think we've agreed, but I think we've both gone against the panel, in fact, because I just see Zizinho this week, and he's just been on fire. He's just looked so good, and to go and win his last game like 5-6-2 and then win 7-2 yesterday, just...
I'm slightly worried for you, though, Brandon, in the sense that if you've agreed with your partner in crime, it doesn't always bode well, does it? Let's be honest.
I've always got a little bit of a late change in me.
Right.
And you know what? I actually fancy Houston now.
It's okay, Brandon. You're saved. Just think of it as a positive thing.
شكرا على الاشتراك يا خالد.
Bring us the PS4 final.
جوريلا بقاله كام بطولة ما بيلعبش حلو خالص خالص. أداؤه وحش وبيخسر بدري. هو لازم بقى يطور من نفسه تاني.
All the way to the other side of the world to Singapore, where we are right now, and it's going to be 21st in the Global Series rankings, up against number 49th. And we both spoke about this already. If you win this game, you can jump up to the top 10, Richard.
Yeah, 1,500 Global Series ranking points for the winner. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tense. I'll say that. It'll probably be like a 7-0 to one of the two players. But one thing that I did have a little chat to Houston a little bit early on, and you were talking about the atmosphere that's been created here in Singapore and the Brazilians really getting behind Zizinho. He was saying he felt a little bit bad for Pina. Pina obviously doesn't like to wear a headset. He'd have heard everything,
including us,
that is going on. So I think that could potentially play a little bit of an impact. I imagine headset's going to be on for Houston. It's going to be cranked up as loud as possible to try and eliminate that audience sound.
بالمناسبة جوريلا كان مشارك في البطولة دي وخسر.
And of course the arenas we said slowly filling up here in Singapore.
ده شيء غريب مش عارف ليه هو دايما أو معظم اللي بيكسبوا البطولة في الآخر بيكونوا بيلعبوا على الإكس بوكس. يعني نسبة قليلة جدا يمكن 1 من كل 10 اللي بيكسب من البلاي ستيشن.
9,000 Global Series ranking points. The man is going to get to 10,000 before we even get to the playoffs, no doubt. But just a little stat as well, Richard, for you. 51 goals scored on the PlayStation side, the highest goal scorer in the competition, and he still has not lost a game, Houston.
Yep, he's unbeaten throughout the entire tournament. But if you're just looking at results, I think the form book is probably going with Zizinho. He beat Tuga 7-2. He beat Pina 6-2. These are two previous champions on their side of the bracket. And now he faces the Danish international in Houston. Zizinho versus Houston. Winner plays Tex in the cross-console final.
And of course, Richard, here we go. Two attacking players. There's going to be lots of goals in this one. Houston from left to right, and Zizinho from right to left. This is Houston's 4th event of the year. Zizinho's 2nd. Houston with the first chance of the game. It's going to be intercepted by Paolo Maldini.
Actually, a red timed shot as well, which shows maybe a little bit of nerves early doors. Forfeit for Houston.
You heard it from Borash just a second ago with the guys on the couch saying back in Manchester last year he lost to Zizinho. And the Brazilians were loud there, cheering him on. It's going to be Zizinho kicking us off here. And I was just mentioning Manchester last year. That's creeping back into his head again as R9 steps up and scores for the Brazilian.
Early start for Zizinho, the exact same early start we saw against Tuga in the quarters, we saw against Pina in the semi-finals. And he's rocked at that past David De Gea in the sticks. Probably a little bit of goalkeeper movement from Houston's, taking him off balance slightly. But it's Zizinho breaking the deadlock here in the console final.
Of course, they've already guaranteed 850 Global Series ranking points each and $7,500. It's not about that. It's about trying to get yourself into that cross-console final, trying to play for the trophy. And those all-important Global Series ranking points, and it will be Houston that comes forward now. Maybe he can reply straight away. Ronaldo, I haven't seen one of them in a few months.
In a few years.
Of course, Ronaldo doing it as well. Why not? Vieira into it again. So patient on the edge of the box that we've seen so many players do. Ronaldo into a drag back. Oh, it's all coming out from Houston.
What a bit of play from FIFA Houston.
حلو الرد السريع ده.
With Cristiano Ronaldo, you're going to see it on the replay here. Drag back into a little couple of step overs, a slight shimmy from CR7. And he fires us back into a level game. I think we're in for an absolute.
هسجلها ماشي بس تكس الجيم اللي فات سجل الاول في الماتشين وكسب.
Houston playing that round as I'm sure he could do with their fan base here right now. They made a lot of noise in the Super League with Mal Bashu and Hassan. I'm sure they'll do it again for season 2.
ماشي هو زيزينو هو اللي سجل الاول دلوقتي.
Played in the playoffs there last year in Copenhagen.
Lost in the semi-finals
against Bromby. Too much heartbreak for him this year. He'll be wanting to push on from that. As I kind of explained earlier, December was a really big month for him in competitive FIFA for Houston. Played a lot of events. You can see the Global Series rankings. Both of these players aren't in here at the moment.
تكس ده غريب جدا. انا عارف لو EA عامله اللعبه مخصوص عشانه، اللي هو تشوف هو بيلعب ازاي وعملتها علشانه، مش هيكسب كده.
850 that he's already equated will probably move into that top 10.
Maybe just 10th. Yeah, he might just about snatch 10th. Back to goal. Zizinho. How's he got that much time? Cancelo. Right place, right time to stop that. But it's hoofed all the way back again. I know David De Gea has been interesting in a number of games off the bar. Houston saying, what is happening?
Early pressure here.
شفت القائم ده اللي قدام تكس كان طول الماتش يجيب قائم 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 مش عارف يجيب في جوان.
Sit yourself down. This is going to be a long old 2 legs of FIFA.
Really good bit of composure there from Houston. He knew that the angle was slightly tightening with Ronaldo. So he just a little ball roll, dinked back into the box. And Kylian Mbappe jumping up to head that past the goalkeeper. Mbappe so good in the air. 99 heading, 93 jumping from the Frenchman. With alongside 99 finishing. He's always going to be deadly.
هو حظه حلو وكل حاجه، بس انا مع الناس اللي هي بتقول ان الحظ ما بيجيش غير للي بيتعب ويستحقه. هو الولد بيشوف الحاجه الاوفر باور فين في اللعبه وبيعملها. لما كان التايم شوت هي اوفر باور ده كان بص بيقعد يعملها. هو بيدور على الحاجه فعلا اللي هي اللي مؤكد تجيب جون وبيعملها. بس ده ما يمنعش ان هو لعيب جدا يعني.
Of Houston semi-final, I should say. I'm going to say there's plenty more goals in Zizinho semi-final. Zizinho won 6-2.
حتى جاب جون تاني زي الجون اللي جابه نهائي البطولة اللي فاتت، اللي هي لما قعد لما عمل 3 سكيلات ورا بعض.
20 minutes of a two legs of FIFA. Took him 180 minutes to score that in the last game, Richard.
Is in.
He's fed it through down the line. Lovely threaded through ball to Neymar. Just a little basic accelerated facial into a little dig to the back post. It was Cristiano Ronaldo.
Sorry to interrupt. You saw the goalkeeper movement from Houston. He was just edging him off the line, expecting the cross into the box. He's been quite aggressive in his goalkeeper movement as Houston. It's big movements. It's not the subtle movements that you see maybe from Tex, maybe from Nicholas. It's quite big, almost daring movements from Houston with his goalkeeper.
And he's come forward again now. He can never settle for a simple goal, can he? Always.
بصوا والله احنا عايزين لعيبة عرب تاني تشارك اكتر، بس المشكلة ان مفيش دول مؤهلة من الدول العربية غير السعودية والامارات وقطر بس. يعني مصر غير مؤهلة، يعني كل الدول بتاعت شمال افريقيا غير مؤهلة. حاجة لا هو زيزينيو تقريبا برازيلي.
Full of world champions, August Rosemeyer, Mal Basha.
Joined the leader for the most wins out of a region.
شوية بس هو مثلا ممكن تقول ان هو
Spain.
سوري لبناني حاجة كده.
Of course, the competition running since 2004, and it will continue to run again this year at the end of the season. Oh, another day. If someone dives in, then that's a penalty. Lucky enough for Houston, no one dived in there, and he can go straight back down the other end with Cristiano Ronaldo. I think the key thing here is Zizinho likes to start a game well, and Houston, although he went 1-0 down, he's responded the best way possible by going back in front.
And in Houston's semi-final, obviously he likes to play the 4-4-2. He had to change. He changed
طب
into the
وأوستن شبه مين
4-3-1
بقى؟
and matched up Diogo. That's simply how the game went. He had to match him up and play the slow, sort of tentative style that Diogo likes to play. In this game, they're both playing their own formation, their own play style.
Oh, I tell you what,
And it's
how many
whoever
times?
is simply the better attacking player will win the game.
As you said, Richard, both fantastic attacking players. Simply attack against attack here. Added time of 2 minutes. Zizinho's going to get an attack before we go into the interval. Crossed all the way over for Ronaldo inside to R9 off the bar.
Shake of the head from Houston. He's going to take a sliver of a lead into half-time here in the first leg. In your PS4 console
فعلا زيزينو مش ظابطة معاه.
What a game we've had just there. Them stats at half-time,
مين
they're
سيد
the
جزر
stats
ده؟
that you usually see after a full game of FIFA. 6 shots, 4 on target, 4 shots, 4 on target. Both these players just attack, 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 and you love to see it in such a big game.
That's exactly their play styles as well, Richard. Maybe not as many skills in the attacks as Zizinho's on the other side of that. It's not even Houston doing it as a show-off. He's doing it to his advantage.
They're
to be
effective
unpredictable.
skill moves. Effective skill moves. Boro, La Croqueta, Elastico. These skill moves are used in the right area. They're not just done for flash.
And we're going to see a few more here, I'm sure. Maybe not with Hullet or Vieira. He's going to just recycle it between them two. Vieira is foul, but playing an advantage. Marcelo to Eusebio. He's fouled. Advantage played again. It goes all the way over.
Yeah, Sandro's done well there at the back post as well. You had runners arriving late. Alexandro jumping up, making sure he does the defensive duties adequately.
Saw the run there from Mbappe. He was slightly offside on the left-hand side. He's
طب انت فاكر هو كان بيجي على قناة
on the left-hand
ايه؟
side of his formation. Of Zizinho.
انا مش فاكر الاسم بس انا ممكن اكون فاكر
We're
الكرتون.
approaching our last third of the game. Lovely, just lofted ball down the line, but it's going to be slightly too heavy. We'll go out for a throw in though. It's actually going to fall to Zizinho. He's got very fortunate now. I think it's a good little deflection on the way out. We still have another leg of FIFA to play here. Remember as well, that is 53 goals in total that FIFA Houston has netted in. Tex has scored 54 in the competition.
I'm trying to work out, is Zizinho using the Basel kit?
I believe he is, Richard. I did see that as well. Ball goes all the way over now. This is Mbappe.
اسمك ايه فيصل ولا
Two fake
اسمك ايه؟
shots. Drops inside.
That's fantastic play as well. I'm surprised he didn't try and cut that back. I'm
انت
really
سنك
surprised he
كام
didn't look for a
اصلا؟
comeback
انت
there.
مواليد سنة كام؟
Did for Houston.
And this game is so open now. Mbappe, he's going to have a ball roll into a drag back. Drag back again. All the way over. Still leaves us puzzled. As he tries to get a little connection on that of Cristiano Ronaldo, I believe it was at the time, punched away by David De Gea.
The time is flying in this game because both of these two players playing such attacking football. We're already 2/3 of this game completed.
Look at Vieira with a few ball rolls, why not? Well, she played it straight back into the Vieira of Vieira.
عشت الاسامي محمد، انا اسمي
Line
محمد
exercise,
برضه،
so
اسمي
much
محمد
space.
ايمن وانا يعني اصغر منك
Not long
بسنة،
left in
مواليد
this game. We can
95.
sit as 2-2. I'll tell you what, it's going to open up perfectly for game number 2. Pull it. Just drives that through into a track back. But be
That's
careful
good.
around the edge of the box as well.
Yeah, how many penalties have we seen given this weekend? The Ramos stepping out.
It's always been Ramos as well, isn't it? Ramos involved. You heard Paul say, make a joke. If he's had 99 and given away penalties, that would be a on stat that Ramos would certainly have.
99 aggression from Ramos. He just steps out, and especially when you're manually defending and your opponent might back you up, he might do a drag back. It's just the tiniest bit of contact. You'll get penalties gave against you.
R9 now. Scored the first one for Zizinho. Tried to play it through to fellow Brazilian Neymar.
Yeah, and Ustun's player switching there wasn't.
والله انا اتشرفت بمعرفتك يعني سليتني بدل الفراغ اللي انا قاعد فيه الصحراء
He
دي.
ended up switching to Cancelo, who had to step out and win the ball back in the end. But you're seeing constantly running back with his two CDMs. Instead of bringing his defenders out, he'll run back with his midfielders. So his defence is staying put. And it's also bringing the CDMs.
Look at the gap.
Centre mids
Look at
back.
the ball through. This is Neymar. Can he dink the keeper? Plays all the way over. Surely, yes, he will. One mistake like that, and now you find yourself 3-1 down.
Of course, Ronaldo will win it in the air. It was an open goal, but the difficulty to this
لحد
chance
دلوقتي كلامك صح، اللي سجل اول واحد خسران.
just here from Houston. You're going to see it on
انا
the
عايش في
replay.
مصر.
This little dink right here. Some players might ball roll in that occasion. Some players might not actually do anything and end up getting taken out by the goalkeeper. And also a couple of changes coming here from FIFA Houston. R9 up top, Messi at left mid, and Kante coming into the centre midfield to freshen up.
I'm sure Tuga's watching somewhere. 4-4-2 in action. And the 4-4-2 working incredibly well. Used to a little dink, as you mentioned, Richard, into the path of Ronaldo. Anything goes in the air and it's near Cristiano Ronaldo's head, he's going to be winning that 9 times out of 10. I think Messi's been introduced as well.
يا هلا بأهل السعودية. وأنا كنت عارف يعني هو يعني اسمك يدل على إن أنت سعودي وطريقة كلامك برضه يعني
Houston's looking
معروف.
to extend that lead. 4-5-6-1 lead. He wants to be taken into the second leg
مشرفين
because he
يعني
knows
في
he's
بطولة
defending.
العالم مش محتاجة
There
دماغ.
we go.
أوه.
Certainly not over yet. Thank God we've got a second leg. 94, prime icon moment, Hullet. He's everywhere.
Yeah, Zizinho coming straight from kickoff, getting a goal back from the replay. Pull it into... It's straight down the middle of the goal. I'm asking questions every single time I see a goal like that going over the goalkeeper. It's not in the corner. Pull it on that 5-star weak foot, just rattling it past him. But still, I'd be disappointed if I concede a goal.
Especially after just going in front by 3-1 as well. You're expecting to leave this game with more than a goal advantage.
Especially of that nature where when you see it that close to the goalkeeper, I suppose he has hit it early.
يا عمي دلوقتي نبقى في ألعاب بعد كده نبقى في حاجة تانية يا عم إن شاء الله خير يعني. هنعمل إيه يعني؟
Nearly a finesse as well into the top corner. Neuer in goal, and obviously
ربنا يخليك يا رب.
back for Zina. They're the kind of only 2 choices that we don't see every pro sway towards.
Yeah, it's the Champions League Neuer. The +1 upgrade on his normal regular FUT item.
Since Kante's been introduced, he's been full of energy in the midfield. Lovely ball. Can he get anything on that note?
Neuer, one of the goalkeepers, that if you put a basic chem style on him, he goes to 99 across all in-game stats other than speed. The German international.
Messi. We can get an equaliser here. This is going to be an unbelievable second leg as we lead into that. A few minutes left, plus added time. Houston can get out of this with a 1-goal lead. Be something to build upon. It certainly won't be job done.
This is the sort of second leg you want to be going into. A very tight and cagey affair for the neutral. Perfect viewing in a console final.
I must add as well, Richard, both TEKKZ and Houston at this point have scored the same amount of goals. 54 goals they both registered in the competition. That's across Swiss-style format as well, and knockout football. So there's no reason why those two are unbeaten still. Will we get one more attack out of Houston? Unfortunately not.
Maybe for Zizinho. He's going to come forward with a fresh Eusebio on that left-hand side.
Or maybe not. Maybe we'll get one more chance. Hill to Hill. Into Hullet. Back to Ronaldo. A fake shot. Into a shot! And an absolute bullet of a finish from Cristiano Ronaldo.
Really good bit of play there from Houston.
على الرأي أبو عمر خد واحدة دبي ومول عنب عنب.
Ronaldo, he was expecting the shot into the left-hand corner. He moved the goalkeeper all the way to the left into Zinho. Houston's read that and capitalised on it with a low-driven, great-time shot into the bottom left corner and reinstates that 2-goal cushion into the second leg.
And that makes him the highest goal scorer.
كلامك صح هو المسجل الأولاني هو اللي خسر.
Goals to his name, but that's only half-time here across the 2 games. And of course, there's still so much to this story to be finished. I'm sure of it. 4-2 the scoreline, 6 goals in the first leg of FIFA here. But I'll tell you what, that goal at the end, I've never seen a ball being hit so hard.
Had some venom on it from Ronaldo there with that chance, but I've just seen both the two players have both gone off exactly separate sides of the stage. I think Houston might have gone on another little... Right, Sihan, they were chatting to
Sihan,
earlier.
of course, obviously the coach that has been coaching Resende as well from Team M10, so I'm sure he'll be helping him out as well.
He's definitely in there having a little chat.
He'll be having a little chat. Of course, on the other side of that, you've got the guys from Team Hullet speaking to Zizinho. But let's have a look at some of those highlights from that game, because it was Zizinho that took the lead, Richard, just a few minutes in.
Yeah, Zizinho, nice little bit of play. R9, you see him just on the edge of the box. And then fired that with his left foot into the top left corner. Houston, he almost accepts the goal sometimes. Yep, okay, I'll get back into the game. Just give me time. And it only took him 5 minutes until he did answer back.
Of course, this was the goal he scored. Vieira into Hullet. So patient. I'll keep mentioning it between those two CDMs. Look at this for a goal. This has got to be up there as one of the best goals we've seen in today.
Really nice bit of individual play from CR7. No celebration from Houston. He knows that he's in a marathon right now.
هو فعلا معظمهم كده اللي كان بيسجل اول بيخسر بس كان في ماتشات كان مساعد بيسجل اول وكان بيكسب بس ممكن تقول ده بيحصل في ماتشين والباقي كله اللي بيسجل اول كان بيخسر.
There's Mbappe. He always saw the option, always saw the run. Even though he delayed it slightly, it still paid off for him.
And he built on that lead deep in the second half. That goal was on the 20th minute. We got another set of goals, you'd say.
Incredible last 15 in-game minutes.
Mistake from Ramos.
That was a mistake. Anyone would ball well that potential, just try and chip the keeper instead, played it back across goal, and anything in the air, 9 times out of 10, Ronaldo is going to be winning it.
Yeah, the mistake from Ramos, he stepped out of the back four, and just a lax pass.
طب انت تتوقع مين من الاثنين دولت هو اللي هيكسب بقى في المباراة الثانية
ويلعب تكس across the goal. Ronaldo, he's always going to win that in the air, but you see Hullet make the run off the ball, left foot, first time shot, fired past the goalkeeper, 3-2, but it was a late goal for Houston to re-establish that 2-goal cushion going into the second leg.
Of course, as I described it, it's absolute bullet of a finish. Had so much power in it.
It started with Ronaldo. Little spin, created a little bit of room. He made his run off the ball. Fake shot, shot. Simple as that.
Keeper just stood and watched there, Richard. It just fired into the bottom corner there. And that is half-time, as I mentioned. In these 2 legs, we know that TEKKZ is already in the cross-console final. Surprise, surprise, the man is continuing to dominate in the FIFA scene. But is there going to be a reply? Is there going to be a response from the man on your screen right now, Zizinho?
I mean, he's got to... You'd say start strong, but he started strong last game. He went 1-0 up inside 6 minutes. And it seems as though the game just didn't really flow for him. Every time that a chance were going his way, Houston were back with 2 goals. And the big thing that we've talked about is Zizinho during this tournament, quarterfinal, 7-2 winner. In the semi-final, 6-2 winner. He don't have that luxury right now. He's got to come back from a
هو في
game.
جميع
He's
الأحوال
only
هو
4-2
هيضطر
down.
إن هو يضغط
If he
لأنه
were to
هو
win by 6
خسران.
goals, he'd be winning like
ولو
11-6,
لو
12-6.
اتخطف منه
The same
جونين
scorelines that he's won earlier in the tournament.
يعني
So
أوستن
he's
جاب
going to have
فيه
a different
جونين
performance in
فعلا
his
النتيجة
locker.
هتبقى
And we
كبيرة
saw
لأن
Houston
هو هيضطر
earlier
يضغط
against
أكتر
Diogo
وهيخسر
in
أكتر.
the quarterfinals. A different side to
بس
him.
أتوقع إن هو
Seeing a
ممكن
game
بداية
out,
الشوط الأول ما
Diogo winning
يضغطش
2-1
جامد.
and he switched to 4-2-3-1 and just defended a lead.
Well, here we go then. Second leg
وأوستن لعب
of the
ديفندنج
action
أهو
here in
الأول.
Singapore of the PlayStation
ده اللي
console
باين
final.
دلوقتي.
Of course, if you have been watching,
لا كده
you
زيزينها
know
ضغط زي ما أنت قلت هو كده
the score
ضغط.
from that first leg. 4 goals to 2. You can see it in the left-hand top corner of your screen there. Of course, the 5th FUT Champions Cup of the year. Still one more to come next month, where it's going to be vital for people that want to try and hit the playoffs to have a great tournament there. However, we still have not finished the story here in Singapore.
Story's got 2 more chapters left. Chapter 34, PS4 console final. Chapter 35, cross console final.
Of course, it is Houston from right to left in this half, in that black strip from right to left, as I mentioned. On the other side of that, you've got Zinho from left to right. The Brazilian who finds himself 2 goals down, and as we mentioned, 2 attacking players, but an attacking player that needs to get 2 goals or more to pull this back all square.
فعلا.
Lovely threaded through ball down the line. Ronaldo's going to
أنا
actually pick
حاسه
that
إن
up
هو
instead.
من
Maybe not
السربع
for
عايز
Ronaldo,
يجيب
he's had
جون
a few of
بسرعة
those.
بسرعة.
It's just launched out the line.
It's crossed all the way over.
A little bit of Route 1 football there from Zazinho. Houston going to try and build into attack yet again with that 4-4-2.
هو زيزينو أصلا وشه مش بيبان عليه أي تعابير أو ايموشنز بس تقريبا حركة لو بصيت على حركة شفايفه وبوقه هتلاقيه فعلا متوتر.
Zazinho looking to spark a comeback.
Of course, it is Neymar and Ronaldo, I believe, up front.
What will be the catalyst for the Brazilian if he is to kickstart the Zazinho hype train once again? So it's stalled at the minute.
The goal would certainly get it going again, that's for sure. 2 ball rolls in quick succession, played it across. Unfortunately, R9 was not there waiting. Also, he got the first goal in the first game for Zazinho. That was a heavy touch there from Yancasello. Lucky enough, he continued to look off. Look at Ronaldo, look at the space he's got. It's kind of Maldini, I think, tried to bait the pass early. Falling back to Zazinho again. He's had a lot to the ball in this opening 15 minutes.
It's a nice ball over the top, but again, a little bit too direct for me. You've got a lot of time left on the clock, and if you're already playing this direct at 18 minutes on the clock, how's it going to look like in the 60th minute? Are we going to be seeing Rory Delapes long throws into the box from Zazinho?
Of course, 4-4-2, as you mentioned as well, Richard, from Houston. Not everyone seems to be swaying towards that, but the ones that are taking the risk sometimes can do well in the tournament. Here we go, here's Houston. Mbappe still somehow stuck to his feet, this ball.
He's playing in that 4-2-3-1, Zazinho. He just lacks a few numbers going forward. Again, another long ball, but he's isolated right now, Mbappe.
He's going to look for that cross, surely. Tried the fake shot, goes all the way over where Ronaldo is. De Gea, brave in the air, had to be. Houston just about survives that attack. Score still remains the same as we nearly approach that 30th minute mark in our second leg here. To repeat again, whoever wins this will be joining TEKKZ in the cross-console final, where some will be lifting that trophy and picking up $50,000 alongside the 1,500 Global Series ranking points. Another threaded through ball down the line, a lofted ball, I should say. Can he cross this one over? I think Houston kind of knows what he's looking at. You just saw him nod there.
He's looking for the long through balls, the lifted through balls down the line. They'll be wise every single time.
You can just see Houston nodding there because he knows he's matched him up there. He knows exactly what he's trying to look for, potentially the cross, the El Tornado.
He knows he's got his number slightly. He's having to play direct. He's having to play sort of out of his comfort zone. I've not seen this before from Zazinho. This sort of just Hail Mary passes over the top every single time.
Those 2 goals are needed for Zazinho. The players also using Cancelo as well at right back. As you said, sometimes maybe slightly too direct, but a very fortunate bounce there did Houston. Technically, this game here, Rich, is a $25,000 game.
Wow.
Just let that sink in. $25,000 if you go and lose the cross-country final, even just part of the cross-country final. You guarantee Global Series ranking points. Think of this tournament as well, potentially a grand final spot. The FIFA World Cup grand final.
Yeah,
if you're more used to, I would say.
I'd say even both of these two players. Zazino will probably be
that's
set
a
on
mistake. He's giving it straight back to Ronaldo.
Roughly 2,000 after this game has completed. If he does go on to win it, Uston, like 2,500, 2,600 Global Series ranking points.
لا هو النهائي خلاص، هو اللي هيكسب من دولت هيلاعب تكس كمان شوية يعني، قول كمان نص ساعة ولا حاجة يعني. الماتش ده يخلص وهياخدوا بريك مثلا ربع ساعة أو نص ساعة وهيلاعب تكس على طول يعني.
Come off the legs of Maldini and go back to Manuel Neuer now. Such a different
النهارده آخر
story in
يوم.
this first half of what we saw in the first game.
اوستن ده مستواه حلو فعلا، هو اللي كان خد بطولة الفرق الزوجي.
Seems like the first game in this series was the free-flowing attacking game. This game, both of these two players slightly tentative, slightly nervous probably.
Played short, Neymar's over it, so's Marcelo, goes as far as Cristiano Ronaldo to Mbappe.
حتى تعبير وحش ولذيذة يعني، غريبة برضه بيعمل حاجة معينة.
Between obviously the best two PlayStation players here from Singapore. We've got Houston who went 5-0 in Swiss and still unbeaten in the tournament. And the Brazilian Zazino, 49th in the Global Series rankings. Has to defend this attack though. 2 red timed shots as well.
Yeah, just bullied off the ball there. In the end.
Needs to get into half-time. There's Zazino, Richard.
Sergio Ramos there at the back. Look how deep Zazino is right now.
Look at the overlap as well. Neymar's there. Ronaldo's made the run as well. If he scores this, surely it's going to be game over. Surely not! In that kind of area! An El Tornado finish from the Great Dane.
Yeah, it's fantastic from FIFA Houston right there. I think it was actually a Balassi flick, not an El Tornado in the final third there. Unbelievable composure and skill from FIFA Houston in that sort of area as well.
Goal for the visitors.
And potentially that goal, almost the most FIFA Houston goal that you're going to see throughout the tournament, could have sealed him into the FIFA E Grand Final with if he is to go on and win this game. 1,500 Global Series ranking points.
He's all smiles at the moment, but we've seen Houston before. We've seen how games can change in the past.
I mean, we've seen Shakespearean tragedies with FIFA Houston as the main character, where he's bottled 3-4 goal leads, and he doesn't need us to tell him this because he knows it. He's very open about saying this. And if Zazino can get a goal back and start to plant that seed of doubt yet again in his mind, that could potentially be disastrous for the Dane.
I believe one of the biggest changes.
والله 7 اوفر على الراجل، 7 كتير
يعني. Zazino who needs to attack more, needs to go forward.
ممكن نقوله يخلص 3 ولا انت قصدك 7 توتال يعني ذهاب وعودة مع بعض.
Straight up there as we get back into this one. As we start the second half as well. Not the way that you would have wanted to end that half.
والله هي لو هو كسب 3 الماتش ده يبقى هي 7 زي ما انت قلت.
Is it too much to ask?
I mean, off the first half performance, yeah, it is, because Zazino didn't offer anything in that first half of the game, and Houston seems to be building into his confidence right now.
He is on fire right now. Falls back to Eusebio. 2 shots deflected, another one deflected into R9. A drag back. Elastico was there as well.
Deflection City for FIFA Houston right there. Everything just seemed to be going his way and bouncing back to him. Look at the back post.
تمام انا اتوقع نفس توقعات
Hullet's down the edge if you want to use him. Play back inside. Oh, takes the shot of Hullet. Wasn't time, wasn't even on target.
Slightly rushed, I think, there from Zazino and Ruud Hullet. He could have potentially offered a 1-2 with Mbappe back to Hullet. Decided to take the first-time shot with Hullet in the end, but another pause cued from the Brazilian. Clearly wants to change something right now. He's trailing 3 goals. It'll probably be a 3 at the back for him if he is to get back into this game.
Look at that run from R9. You can just see him hovering around the edge of the box there. Expect something classy. Doesn't even need to this time. Look at the chances Houston is playing. When Houston is on fire, he's just... No one can stop this guy.
So Houston gone into a more
تريحة بقى وكل واحد يشرب مية بقى ويريح
وخلاص. Where he just saw it out and sat behind the ball and waited and just saw that time tick away.
I don't know if you saw as well there, Richard, just to interrupt, look at the stamina on half of those players still from Houston, which
all high.
Which obviously shows the in-game stats that these players have, the prime icon moments, the team of the years, and also the tactics that he's playing. Maybe he's not pressing too much.
I think like 9 out of the 11 team of the year players have all got 99 stamina, which just goes to show how much of an upgrade these players did actually get. Zizinho, he's going to start to feel the pressure right now. Has he just beaten Pina and Tuga not to reach the cross console final? One of the hardest runs in a tournament for any of the players.
That's 2 top 10 players you've knocked out the competition.
Top 5.
Number 2 and number 4, of course. This is Zizinho's chance now. There's a goal back for him.
And now, with 30 minutes left on the clock, we've seen USTUN in this position before, where he's let the game get away from him, and he's let his opponent back into the match. Are we going to see a more professional, a more mature performance from FIFA Houston? That is the question.
كده الأمل رجع عند الزينو. لو جاب جول كمان الماتش هيسخن.
You can tell we're not getting too excited just yet. 30 minutes left. Is there an answer?
The perfect way to silence Zizinho's comeback is to simply just score again.
I'm sure it won't be a simple goal. There'll be a few cricketers in there. There might even be an elastic or two, a few step overs into a ball roll there. Cristiano Ronaldo is just going to shield it.
Yeah, Cancelo and I think Ramos just doubling up on Ronaldo. And within 3 minutes, Zizinho was attacking once again.
Ronaldo to Messi. Luka Modric involved now as well. Just overplayed it, just rushed it as well. That panic is obviously going to be something in the mind of Zizinho as he makes another pause. He knows that as every 5 in-game minutes go, if I'm not scoring, if I'm not playing a lot better, I need to make a change.
That percentage of making the comeback reduces significantly every 5-10 minutes goes by.
Houston's turn to attack. As we said, a goal would probably see him through to the cross-console final.
Ooh, he has to be careful there. Yeah, we've seen penalties gave for that. Just 2 players coming together. But Zizinho attacking once again.
And as we head into the last 20 in-game minutes, Vieira and Hullet standing out as always, breaking up the play in the defensive third. Does win it back though. He's had a lot of the balls, Zizinho, in these last 20 in-game minutes. Look at Rio Ferdinand there. To make that run, 20 yards, you have to win it. He's done exactly that for Houston. And as long as you're not giving Zizinho a force to make any changes, 1 goal would do it.
لا.
Great defending again.
كان أوزيبيو تحت.
This pause has been queued for quite a long time from he's on the far
Look
side.
At the run. Oh no, it's just not worked out for him. What a block.
Patrick Vieira getting back and doing the defensive dirty work where he needs to.
Stapling any pros team. Even more so, he's got that prime icon moment now. Marcelo to Ronaldo. Time is no friend to Zizinho at the moment. Where's this going to end up? Pull it. Inside to Neymar.
What a game we have got on our hands in the final 10 minutes. You can never miss an Houston game because you simply don't know what's going to happen.
Back post. There's the chance.
Oh! No! Goalkeeper movement is essential at this level. He moved him all the way to the left-hand side. And he played it straight at him, Zizinho. He had all the net to aim for.
And we've been questioning the defensive side of Houston's game. And you know what? Fantastic bit of goalkeeper movement there to prevent that chance going in. Zizinho down the other end again. Ooh.
Flashed past the post with 7 minutes left on the clock.
2 chances gone as well, Richard. He has to be thinking about that in his head. That's 2 chances gone.
Kante's got to be coming on just to strengthen up that midfield right now. For FIFA Houston, Pele also coming on with the attacking change. And I'm just having, I think it's Zizinho making changes, probably going 3 at the back, 3-4-1-2, 3-4-2-1 here in the latter stages of this game. 8 minutes is enough time to get back into this game. We've seen comebacks in 6-7 minutes.
And we've seen
in
Houston
FIFA time.
comebacks.
And we've also seen Houston chokes,
yeah,
in all honesty.
Just hopefully he's got that game volume up so he can't hear us. 7 in-game minutes left. Is it enough? Everyone's going to be forward now for Zizinho. We know how good attacking-wise he can be in this tournament. We saw it in the last 2 rounds.
This is a chance, he's turned it over.
Look at Eusebio. He's made the run there. N'Golo Kante, he's fresh as well, he's running back. Zizinho scores now. We're going to be in for a really interesting last few in-game minutes here in Singapore. Drag back. Done really well there, it's fallen back. Hullet to Hullet. Is there going to be a shot? Oh, that save.
What a save from David there. Shake of the head from Houston. He knows he's under pressure right now.
Scores from this corner. It really is game on. To the back post. Keep.
Oh, David De Gea. So many question marks over David De Gea during this weekend. And in the 2 games where players have
لا هي
been
خلاص
to
كده
perform
مش
the
ماشية مع
best
زيزينو.
in both console finals, David De Gea for FUT and for Houston has been remarkable.
I think he's pretty much there now. Added time. 2 goals now will be pretty much impossible. Round it off with a goal, Houston. Before you head into that cross-console final up against TEKKZ. Neymar, surely not from there. Oh, he has!
وات جول. لا خلاص كده خلاص كده خلاص ختمها كده.
What a finish from Houston. I don't even think he timed it. What a finish that is. Neymar, El Tornado, goalkeeper flailing. And more importantly, FIFA Houston flying into the cross-console final to take on F2TEKKZ. What a game we have got for us right there.
And what a tournament the Great Dane has had. I think he's even in shock. 6-3, he's going to win this one. Just waiting for the referee to conclude it. Eusebio. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. FIFA Houston. He's in a cross-console final and with a chance. Not just, obviously, he's already pretty much booked himself a place in the FIFA World Cup Grand Final, but to pick up that trophy and to win $50,000 on the other side of that, commiserations to Zizinho. He's had us guessing this whole tournament with big results against top players on the PlayStation side.
Yeah, maybe it was 1 game too far for Zizinho. He beat Tuga, he beats Stefano Pina, but he falls to the hands of FIFA Houston. Their goal-scoring machine shows once again why he's regarded as the most free-flowing, attack-minded player in the FIFA scene. FIFA Houston versus F2TEKKZ in the cross-console final. That should be absolute fireworks here in Singapore.
Some incredible games of FIFA, honestly. You know, it's really tested the vocal cords of the El Tornados, the Balassi flicks, everything that's been out from Houston. And to do it in big games as well. We spoke about this. This is not just for flair. It's not just for you viewers at home. This is, you know, skill moves that work, and they work for a reason, Richard.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, this entire tournament, and it's Houston versus TEKKZ in the cross-console final.
It is indeed. You know, it's been a fantastic tournament here, but do not go anywhere. We've still got a cross-console final to come up very, very shortly indeed. But before we do, I'm going to throw it back over to the couch for one last time from us.
Thanks very much, gents. Fantastic commentary as usual. In the PS4 final, we have a winner. We also now know our grand final for the championship as well. Fantastic goals in that game. I think at least 3 of those goals, gents, might feature in the top 5 of the day. They were that
top 5
good.
of the tournament.
Yes.
They could, over the whole weekend.
Yeah.
Unbelievable
in one
stuff.
game from Houston as well.
Well, what Houston said when I saw him backstage, and he said, I think it's going to be high scoring. I didn't know he meant himself. I didn't think he was just talking about himself there. What unbelievable stuff. What a way to end that PlayStation side right there. It's been a great tournament, and he's just capped it all off. We've got the cross-console final, but if it was to end there, I'd definitely be happy.
Yeah. From Zizinho's point of view, Boris, difficult, isn't it? Because the first leg, he wasn't really out of it. There was plenty to do in that first leg. 4-2, though, kind of killed it off at the end, and that was probably that last goal was the goal that kind of gave Houston the momentum that he needed going into this second leg.
Yeah, this is the goal that pretty much ends the game here for Zizinho and ends his run in this tournament. But he should be happy anyways. I mean, he had a fantastic tournament, and also he beat some of the top names. He took out Tuga, he took out Pinna, 2 top 5 rated players in the world, and he didn't only beat him, he beat him with quite a margin. But Houston in this tournament on the PS4 side is unstoppable. I also had him as my dark horse because I know how good he is after the patch. Before the patch, all the goals looked pretty similar with the first time shots, but now after the patch, it requires a more creativity in the attack, and he can score goals in so many different ways, and that is why he is so good now after the patch and so hard to defend against him. But Zinho, after all, I mean, he can go home now and be very, very proud because he did a great tournament.
Yep, fantastic goal. This one in particular.
Amazing.
Unbelievable. That just
an
caps it
absolute
off.
worldie that was, wasn't it? I mean, yeah, look, Zinho basically went, what do I do against that?
That's it.
Nothing.
If you're going to win the PlayStation side in style, that is how it's done. And then Zinho thought, oh, I can go one better. Nearly did. Nearly did, but not quite. And I just want to say I'm so glad I went with my heart. I said I was split between my head and my heart. My heart was USTUN, and I went with that. And he just proved everything that people have been saying this whole tournament. He proved it in that one game.
Yeah, it's kind of nice as well in many respects for the purist of us amongst us who enjoy lots of goals. He is the epitome of that. He does score a lot of goals. He's the top goal scorer in the entire tournament across any console.
That shows it. We talked about the downfalls of that before, about how you might concede stuff, but actually let's focus on the positives. It's got him this far. It's made him the winner on the PlayStation side right there, and we can see with those stats, 57% possession. So he has the ball, he's attacking, he's going forward.
In a 4-4-2.
Exactly, which is really, really interesting because that's not the norm. We said at this tournament, TEKKZ had it. How was Zinho going to play up against USTUN? Because obviously Zinho beat TEKKZ, but USTUN proved right there that actually it can work. That 4-4-2 can work, and he can still score lots of goals with it. Unbelievable stuff.
Let's bring in USTUN right now, who's waiting in the player area, and say congratulations for an amazing victory. I don't know what to say after that. There were just magical goals all the way through. You've scored 6 in the final, and 3 of those were probably amongst the best goals we've seen all tournament.
Thank you so much. It's a really relief right now because I secured the World Cup spot, I think, because I have 4 more wins. But yeah, looking forward to the last match of the day against the best in the world. So.
Does that take the pressure off a little bit now because you've scored that 1500, puts you up in 3rd place now on the rankings, which is that's job done as far as that's concerned. So you can forget about all the nonsense about points and how many things to get. You can just focus on the last game of the day.
Yes. I didn't understand the question.
Okay, that's my fault, not yours. So I'm going to get better questions for you from the 2 men alongside me.
So obviously going into that game, as Zinho had so many different supporters here, people screaming his name. It must be hard walking out towards that. Do you let that affect you, or do you just try and drown all of that out?
I'm actually a bit surprised that they didn't shout that much. I could not hear nothing likely. But yeah, of course, a lot of pressure to me because it's a big final. It's 1,500 pro points on the line. So yeah, well, congrats to Zinho as well. A very good tournament for him, but unfortunately he missed a lot of chances in this match. But yeah.
I've got another one just to quickly. You were obviously some people's dark horses. Do you think now moving forward that's not going to be the case? People are going to think that you're going to be one to watch definitely.
Yeah, being the dark horse means people expect something from me. I know Ivan does. So he expects something from me, and I lived up to his wishes. So yeah, I hope that he is happy.
Yeah, certainly am. You did a fantastic tournament. I mean, unbeaten on the PS4 side, but now you're going to go into that last game in the cross-console final against the world's best player. Do you feel confident that you can win this whole tournament?
Yeah, of course I'm confident because I just scored the last goal, like the El Tunero shoot. So of course I'm confident, but you cannot take any away from TEKKZ. Yeah, 7,500 points.
Yeah,
so it's all about him.
Yeah, I don't want to put the mockers on it, but it's now 9,000 points.
Yeah, not 9,000. Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. You can't think about that though when you go to the grand final. Don't worry about it. I do want to ask you. I saw a little smile from you when you did your walkout. Was it because you saw Buckley being an idiot and dancing behind you?
Yeah, he was smiling to me.
He's trying to put you off with his dancing.
Yeah, he was smiling to me and said good luck and so on. So I just smiled and said thank you so much. And also my friends and so on, they looked at me and took photos. That's why I was smiling.
Yeah, it's probably the worst bit about the whole thing, isn't it? Doing the walkouts.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny. It's something for the stream, people who watch. So it's kind of introduction, I think.
Yeah. Well, well done. Congratulations on winning the PS4 now, and good luck in the grand final as well.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Such a nice guy as well.
Yep.
Genuinely nice guy.
He makes me smile.
Yeah,
I genuinely, every time I speak to him or look at him, he just brings this energy, this aura, which I think is so positive and so nice. So I'm really happy for him that he's managed to win that PlayStation side.
Yeah, and it's great to come back as well when he was, you pointed out that he was a bit of a one-trick player before under the last patch, and people wondered how he would get on with that being nerfed in the next one. Actually, he's a much better player now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and that's always been his trait, is his attack, and he's so good at scoring goals in different ways. He has a big repertoire of skill moves, and I also played him many times, and you feel so helpless in the defense because he can simply score goals in so many different ways, and also the tempo that he
احنا
has
ماشيين
in
بتوجيهات
the
سيادتك يا
attack.
حاج
I
سباي.
think it is unique. We have not seen any player attacking with this pace and being that precise. And really, I mean, Ustun, he was my dark horse for a reason, and I can simply spot talent. And really, Ustun, what a player!
Yeah, it's been
What a
fantastic
player.
all the way through. One more to go. Grand final ahead of us. These two go head to head. In many ways, it's kind of a cool final because you've got the highest scoring player of the tournament against a player who's going for yet another championship as well, and has also had his record scoring tournament at the same time.
أنفع يعني ولا إيه؟
Great, right?
It promises to kind of bring out lots of goals for us or lots of excitement. Whether that happens, who knows? Hopefully it does. Like I said, I want one of these to go to penalties. I'd like this to go all the way to penalties at the end. But I think it's just, for me, this tournament has been such a special one because there's been upsets, there's been people moving forward, but ultimately we've seen some amazing FIFA, and I think the best two players on both sides deserve to win. So whatever happens in this cross-console final, I think they both should be happy with their
ماشي
performances.
حاضر.
All right, well, I'm looking forward
يعني
to the
قول
finals. I
كده
know you
قدامي
two are as
مثلا
well,
ساعة
and you
ولا
should be at
حاجة
home. And for all the people that have joined us here in the arena in Singapore, we're going to take a quick break, but don't forget, that is the last match of the day. Who's going to lift that Champions Cup for March? That's the final question we're going to answer in our grand final after the break. There, a quick reminder as well, he's now moved up to 5th, by the way, Houston, after that particular result, and that's a fantastic achievement for him. I've also got one other shout out as well to Jamie from FUTWIZ, who's in hospital right now. We send all of our warm wishes, and it's great to hear that you're on the mend and everything's going well for you. But we do miss you here, and we wish you'd been here to compete. So I know you're watching. Hope you get well soon, Jamie. Thank you very much, everyone. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, it is Champions Final.
Don't let the leg.
That's a good question.
I don't know. I go for myself. Just simple. Just my nickname is PSV PINNA. Just I go for myself.
Nickname? I don't know.
I don't know.
best nickname is Weed. His nickname is Goal Machine.
The best and most creative nickname in the scene is Huge Gorilla, I think, because he's really good in offense and he's showing, okay, I'm huge and I'm taller, I'm better than everyone, so he's confident and he shows it.
Oh, the best nickname in FIFA competitive is, it's a difficult one. Maybe Mo Aubameyang?
The best nickname has Dr. Ahana.
The best nickname is Goal Machine. I like the name, and he scored a lot of goals, so it's a good name to as a person.
Do I envy any player in the competitive scene? No, I think I have opponents that that the public, well not public, but the fans that want to see the specific matchups. But like for example, me versus Kurt or me versus Tass, etc. I think you have matchups where people want to watch. I don't have any enemies or anything like that. It's just, you know, people want to see specific matchups. So people like Kurt and Tass, I'd say.
I would like to be Dossary. He's so young and he's a World Cup champion and he's a big guy, so I have his success.
No, I don't envy any player from the competitive scene because I don't think that's good, yeah.
I don't know what envy means, so no, I don't think so.
Obviously, it would be nice to be F2TEKKZ because he wins so many tournaments and that's what everyone wants to do. But at the same time, I'm happy about being myself and I think I'm able to do the same things as TEKKZ and maybe it's now my time to do so.
I don't envy anyone in the competitive scene because everyone's got to where they are because they've worked harder, they deserve it, so.
The craziest thing I'll do if I win the tournament is probably spend a good part of my money on clubbing.
I think the craziest thing I promise is just celebrate a lot of screaming, I think.
The craziest thing I'll promise if I win this tournament?
When I win the tournament, it's like we are in a shopping mall, so I will buy the whole shopping mall here. Yeah, so money will go in one day.
I'll give away 250,000 FIFA points.
I won't really do anything too crazy. I just chill as usual and post the leaderboards on Twitter.
The only thing I can promise then is that I can't stop smiling.
If I win the tournament, there will be a good celebration.
In my entire life, how many hours of FIFA have I played? I don't know.
It's difficult to say how many, but just go for a lot of hours.
Probably in the tens of thousands, surely. I'm not sure. Probably. My maths isn't the best, but definitely in the tens of thousands.
I've played a lot of FIFA, so I think more than I sleep there. I don't know, 100,000 or something, I don't know.
My entire life, how many hours? I think my entire life I probably played about 6 months of FIFA, I'll say. Maybe 6 months of FIFA.
I think in my entire life I played a lot of FIFA. I don't know how many hours, but it's a lot. I played it for like 12 years. So.
I think I have played too much hours of FIFA in my life. I don't know how much.
I would say something like 10,000 hours or more. Should be around that.
What, how many hours do you think I've played in my entire life? A lot. I don't know, just a lot. My 3 wishes to come true would be, as everyone's probably going to say, just to have as many wishes as you want, so then you can wish for anything. So yeah, just that, to be honest.
One of them would be the world champion of FIFA. Another one would be a professional football player. And the last one is going to be to meet my idol, Lionel Messi. So that's 2.
My 3 wishes, if I could have 3 wishes.
I'll wish for more wishes, and yeah, I'll go from there, I guess.
My 3 wishes is like to fly because I had to go with train and to be in a bus. And my 2nd is to be a champion because my dream is to be the best player of the world. And my 3rd is maybe also to be a real-life football player. I like to be one. I tried, but it's not makes.
If I have to choose 3 things, 3 wishes for my life, it has to be the first thing to be a world champion in FIFA, which is my biggest aim in life right now. Then obviously to be healthy for my entire life. And then again to have a good family and everyone is healthy. That's it.
So my 3 wishes would be that me and my family are well, healthy, to have endless money and let my dreams come true.
To win another world title within FIFA, to be secure in my career, and the last one, for FIFA to have quick gameplay consistently. What's worse, not to be able to eat your favourite food for the rest of your life or only 1 hour of internet a day?
I think the worst for me is going to be 1 hour of internet, definitely, yes.
I would take to not eat my favorite food for the rest of my life because there's so much other food, but at the same time I can't stop going into the internet. It is my job, so I have to be online all the time and available throughout the internet.
I would probably say the internet one, because if you can't eat your favourite food for the rest of your life, there's plenty of other options. So I think, yeah, definitely 1 hour of internet a day is probably the worst option.
I have a lot of favorite foods, so I'll cancel one of the foods to have internet for the rest of my life.
I think the internet, because I also need the internet to play FIFA, and food is not that important.
I think the worst one is if I only had 1 hour of internet access. Yeah.
I can't eat my favourite food for the rest of my life because I don't really like too many food. Actually, no, I like quite a lot of foods, so I just mix it up all the time.
I think my biggest phobia is definitely the spiders. I don't like spiders, so I go for spiders.
My biggest phobia, spiders. Hate them.
I have no phobia, so I'm a calm guy, so I like everything.
My biggest phobia is probably bugs, like spiders and stuff.
My biggest phobia is airports. Yeah, losing my flight. I hate that.
My biggest phobia is that I'm sometimes a bit afraid of heights, but at the same time I know nothing will happen, so it's just a thing in my head, but at the same time my head realizes it's all fine.
My biggest phobia is spiders. If I see a spider, I've run about 20 miles in a minute. I'm scared of spiders.
I think my face will be like this.
Don't know, my head's down. Disappointed.
I have no reaction, so I don't know. I don't make a face, it's just, it is what it is, you know? Just gotta move on.
It is my phase when I lose the game in the last minute.
I don't really have a face for it because it's never happened to me, so hopefully it won't, but fingers crossed.
Have just one more match to come, and it's the big one. It's the one you've all been waiting for. We're going to crown a champion for March here at the Champions Cup. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the man that has scored more goals than any other player at this tournament, or a man searching for his third Champions Cup final and a fifth major title to his name this season as well? It's TEKKZ versus a man who has been fantastic all the way through and doesn't have a problem, Houston. I had to make that joke at some point during the tournament. Welcome to the panel. Our two Ivans are back on the panel. Glad to have you here for the grand final.
Thank you.
In many ways, this is the right final, isn't it?
Definitely, yes. The only unbeaten players left in the tournament. Both TEKKZ and USTUN went unbeaten in the Swiss format, going 5-0. And also in the brackets here, they've been showing their quality. So definitely two very worthy finalists, definitely.
Yep. The coin flip was won by Houston, so he's decided to start things off on the PS4. Makes sense, right? We see this happens quite a lot in these cross-console finals. And for anyone that doesn't know, we should explain how this works, because it's slightly different to the rest of the tournament where you play two legs. You do play two legs still, but you play one on each console. So it evens it up perfectly.
I was right next to both players when the coin was flipped.
Yeah.
And USTUN won the coin toss, and he wasn't ready for it.
Right.
He looked at the admin and was, "Can TEKKZ choose?" And the admin said, "No, you won the coin toss." So USTUN was thinking for a few seconds and decided PlayStation. But TEKKZ seemed happy.
Yeah.
But USTUN didn't seem to have a plan. But I don't think it matters. As he said, he played the Club World Cup last year and won it on Xbox.
Yeah.
So I don't think he really cares if it's PlayStation or Xbox, and neither does TEKKZ, because at this point he's played so many cross-console finals that is basically his home console.
Yeah, and I like that, because in a way we talk about that sometimes, don't we? About, do you play defensively on the console, that you don't play very much, that you don't take much of a lead or a defeat away from that, so that you can play better on your own. It won't matter in this final, in theory.
No, but I'm still a bit surprised about USTUN's choice, because TEKKZ, he played 3 cross-console finals this year, and he always started on his away console and won them every time. And history says starting on your home console is actually a bad choice. And probably because you put a lot of pressure on yourself, because you simply have to win that game with a big margin. And also the fact that if it goes to extra time in that second leg, you will play on your away console on extra time.
Okay.
So I was actually a bit surprised, but just like Nightwatch said here, that I think both players are very used to both consoles. Also, we had F2TEKKZ playing the E-Champions League qualifier on the PS4 last week, and also made 30 games in the Weekend League. So TEKKZ at this moment, for him, it doesn't matter if it's PS or Xbox.
I guess one reason for Houston to take the PS4 first is potentially because we've seen if TEKKZ has a weakness at this tournament, it's been in the first leg. So in theory, maybe he's applying that to it and thinking, well, if I can catch him cold coming in, maybe I can score quite a few goals.
Yeah, definitely, because USTUN is not, even if he's in the lead, he's not one to protect the lead. So maybe he's hoping the first leg, he's going to have a 1, 2, 3 goal lead, thinking positively, and going into that second leg, maybe try to not protect the lead on his away console, but maybe catch TEKKZ on counters and score even more goals. So we know we should expect goals from USTUN. It depends how good he's going to be in the defense.
Points out of the way now. They're all done. We know exactly what the point situation is between these two. 9,000 plus points now, incredibly, for TEKKZ, and also moving up to 5th in the PlayStation rankings for Houston is great for him too. So no worries about points. He can focus purely on winning the match. So what is the strategy he employs here?
Like at this stage, I think the players are not thinking now about the prize money. They're not thinking about the points either, because pretty much TEKKZ is guaranteed at the World Cup. 100% sure, and I think even USTUN, he has now 2,600 points, and I'm pretty sure that will be enough for the World Cup. I think what matters now is simply the trophy here. The trophy here, it looks amazing, and just getting this title to win a major. TEKKZ done it multiple times. He has, just this year, he won 2 majors, and he has a chance to get his 3rd here. But USTUN, on the other hand, he never been in this situation, and he has a chance here to win his first big trophy.
Yes, he does. So plenty on the line for both players. We've got a nice big audience here in Singapore, and plenty watching around the world as well, to welcome your 2 grand finalists.
pull it on the edge of the box, gets the ball into Neymar, turns and finishes.
And Houston's got that low driven down to a T. It doesn't matter what the best way to score is, he will always find a way to get that ball in the back of the net.
Messi's inside the box, man is free at the back post, it's Eusebio! And it's now just a one-goal game. What a comeback this is from Mert. Pele wins it though for Mert. This game is not over yet. Messi fighting with Ramos. And there is the final whistle. Relief for Houston. He will go through into the semi-finals.
And that is prime Houston. The Brazilian icon putting up his sleeves, running about 40 yards back to make a change. And if he goes down the other end and scores now, this is going to be an unbelievable ending.
Oh, it's in the side netting.
FIFA Houston, do not give the ball away. He should be done. He should be there. He should be in a console final. Get rid of that ball. And he's done it.
Early pressure here from Zizinho. It's end-to-end FIFA. This is what we're expecting.
Here we go. Houston's turn now to get a strike away. Cristiano Ronaldo chips it in. Oh, he's done it. 2-1 in front.
Great
Sit
composure.
yourself down. This is going to be a long old 2 legs of FIFA.
Really good bit of composure there from Houston.
Hill to Hill. Into Hullet. Back to Ronaldo. A fake shot. Into a shot. And an absolute bullet of a finish from Cristiano Ronaldo.
Really good bit of play there from Houston.
2 goals now will be pretty much impossible. Round it off with a goal, Houston. Before you head into that cross-console final up against Tex. Neymar, surely not from there. Oh, yes! FIFA Houston! Is this FIFA Street or FIFA 19 right now?
What a finish from Houston.
And if you've just joined, that is a taster of what you could be watching over the next 3 days here in Singapore from F2TEKKZ. This is Tex now, and you have to say, just do not concede Marcus Gomes, or it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb. And unfortunately, that is exactly what he's done. Mbappe again.
Are you surprised anymore to see him finish these? Because you shouldn't be. 5-0 to Tex. 6-3 on aggregate, and just to remind you, at the start of this game, he was 3-1 down on aggregate. Tex finds another goal, and he finds it in the most precise way possible. Ronaldo finds the top corner. Tex again just asserts his dominance on all of the competitors that he plays. On the edge of the box, Neymar strikes it and Neymar scores! And Tex takes the lead. He's been behind twice, but you just cannot keep Tex down. Yeah! There's the scream from Tex. He makes another semi-final, 9 consecutive. Can anyone stop this man?
Neymar, and again, it's time to perfection. And Mbappe, he's in the team for a reason. He's got all this hype for a reason as well.
Vieira on the ball now. You can see Hullet was there, and there's the first time shot from Tex. First shot, first goal. F2TEKKZ is off the mark.
Oh dear, we are in for a treat in this Xbox final if we're going to see more of that.
Couple of step overs from Mbappe. It'll flip-flap, Elastico time. Oh, and he can't. Ronaldo! He's done it! He is a magician! What else can you say, Dan? What else can we say about this player? He is the special one.
Here we go then. The grand final is just around the corner between these two fantastic players. They have played their hearts out over the last 3 days and provided some incredible highlights, as you saw through the highlight reels of those previous matches. And gents, watching some of those back, the goals have been absolutely world class.
It's been amazing, especially some of TEKKZ's goals, some of USTUN's goals. They both score some very spectacular goals. USTUN going forwards, be it a tornado, be it a cross, be it fake shots, elasticos. TEKKZ as well, we've seen numerous of those throughout the competition. I think the goals we will see in these two legs will be pretty amazing, to say the least.
Okay. What are you expecting from TEKKZ? How does he approach this one?
Well, I think he wants another trophy. He already won 4 tournaments this year, 2 for Champions Cup. He also won the World Cup with Nicholas and also the PGL Minor. And also, of course, he has one more for Champions title from last year. So this can be his 4th for Champions title, which is just amazing. And I mean, I'm just so impressed because I think in this tournament, TEKKZ played his best FIFA during day 1. He was amazing in the Swiss style, and also he beat Stokes in the round of 16 with 10-1. Then day 2, day 3, he's not really been on top, but still, I mean, he's not playing his best FIFA, but he still made it to the final. I mean, I'm not sure what to say more about TEKKZ. It's just simply the world's best player, and it's going to be so hard here for USTUN to beat him. It's going to be very tough.
That's the trouble now, isn't it? We're running out of things to talk about. I mean, what more do you say about him?
Definitely. I mean, he just keeps writing his own story throughout the year. We've been through 2-3 different patches, and it's basically a new game every time. So we've been talking about consistency throughout different FIFA editions, but in a way, in this FIFA cycle, we've had a few different FIFAs, so to speak, and he's been consistent throughout, which is impressive in itself. And I think now he's facing a different opponent, an opponent who he has never faced. And I don't think USTUN has a similar player on Xbox, maybe Megabit, who's attacking, but nobody comes close to the levels of USTUN, who is very, very dangerous going forward. And it's really interesting as how TEKKZ will deal with it.
Okay, I'm going to give you both 30 seconds. I've now installed you as the coach of each player. Boris, you're going to take USTUN. What do you tell him before he gets into this final?
I'm going to tell USTUN this. Just play your game. Don't focus on your opponent. Don't focus that it is F2TEKKZ on that other side. Just have the courage to play your own style and just do what you are so good at, scoring goals. That would be my words of wisdom.
Okay, Nine Watch, you've now been installed as TEKKZ's coach. Sorry to TEKKZ's coach, I know he's out there. But what would you say to him right now?
Don't play like you did against Levy. Play your game that you know, play with skills, play with the surprising things that you have in your arsenal, especially against an opponent who's not particularly known for his defense. Surprise him with skills. Usually when you're a skiller yourself, you know how to defend skills, but TEKKZ combines them so well that it's pretty difficult to defend against. So if he plays his own game and does the skills, he will score a lot more goals.
Okay, prediction time. I think it's tough for you, I know, because you've been on USTUN all the way through this particular tournament, and I know you really enjoyed watching him play.
Yes,
but
and can he take the final? Yeah, he was my dark horse from the start, but this is a different kind of hurdle. He has to jump over F2TEKKZ, and I think we've never seen a dark horse jumping that high. And it's going to be so hard, but I think that everyone will back F2TEKKZ.
Okay.
And that is why I simply have to go with my man. He will score a lot of goals, and he's been looking on fire this tournament, and I'm going to say actually USTUN.
Okay, I like it. Nine Watch.
I think if TEKKZ plays like he did against Levy, it will be USTUN, but I think TEKKZ's experience will come into play, and I think TEKKZ will walk away with it just based off the experience and all the finals he has played, whereas this is USTUN's first final on the big stage, and I think that gets to you in a way. We've seen it with Levy and with other opponents. So I think TEKKZ's experience, and although he's only 17 and is pretty young, he's had so much experience, and I think that will win him the final.
Okay, I'm glad I picked you as the coaches for the proper players then, because otherwise that would have been really bad, wouldn't it? It would have been embarrassing. Before we go over to our commentary team and get their predictions, a quick reminder for you, make sure you've linked your EA account and the Twitch account. This might be too late right now, but just do it anyway, trust me, because it's worth it. The latest reward is the Jumbo Rare Player Pack, so see if you'd linked it over the weekend and you've been watching. Who knows, you might have had a chance. Right then, let's bring in our commentary team for the grand final and get their predictions on this grand final as well. Gents, which way are you going?
I'm going to have to go with the man that's just to my right-hand side here. He's won a few competitions recently. You might have heard of him. His name is F2TEKKZ.
He's not bad.
Houston's been incredible this event, but if there is one man that could beat TEKKZ, I think it is Houston. So it's going to be a super tight final.
They both had a look at me when with predictions. And I don't want to say
You've been
it.
very good this tournament as well, Dan.
I've always gone for TEKKZ, and I will go
Yeah.
for TEKKZ, but I think this is going to be an incredible grand final.
Yeah, well, I hope you're right, and do your best, gents. Bring us a great grand final.
Thank you very much, and hopefully the players will bring us a fantastic spectacle here as we get towards our cross-console finals, Dan. We've got two of the most attacking, flair-filled players on our stage right now. It certainly is going to be an absolute show between these two. The question is, can USTUN step up and dethrone the Prince?
He definitely has the potential to do so. As you said, two goal-scoring prowess players, 111 goals between them this tournament. USTUN scored 57, TEKKZ scored 54. However, TEKKZ's defensive record is a little bit better. He's only conceded 19 goals in 9 games. So on average, that's around 2 goals per match, which, considering the players he's gone up against in this tournament, is a phenomenal statistic.
Now, one thing I want to talk about is the players in the past that TEKKZ has lost to. They've been aggressive players. They have been goal-scoring players. You look at Megabit and the players like that he has struggled against. There's a man that stood across from him right now, FIFA USTUN, M10 USTUN. That man scores goals.
Megabit, Nicholas Razek, goal machine, players who did just push TEKKZ. They played 4-2-2, for example, using 2 strikers, taking the game to him, not being afraid of the occasion, not being afraid of the player that they're going up against. I know TEKKZ is a little bit nervous going into this, and sure, USTUN's going to be as well. It's a nerve-wracking situation being on a stage in a grand final.
But also, I think that USTUN's kind of got that mentality of, I've got nothing to lose here. If it goes down in the final, no one will be surprised. F2TEKKZ, a phenomenal player. He's got all of the accolades you could possibly wish for up until this point in the season. I think that takes the pressure off his shoulders a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, they've both done their job in terms of achieving Global Series ranking points. There's nothing to play for in terms of that for these two players. They've already secured 1,500, but now it's for prize money. Now it's for pride.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Our cross-console finals is underway. It's F2TEKKZ taking on M10 USTUN. And there's one thing we can almost guarantee in this. There's going to be excitement. There's going to be goals. And there's going to be some incredible FIFA 19 coming your way.
Key factor, I didn't say there'd be goals. There's not going to be a curse. It means we might actually get some goals, but it's Houston right from the get-go.
Big chance early on. Ronaldo times the shot perfectly, but the defender gets the block in just in time there for F2TEKKZ. Now Mbappe's going to bring it away down this left-hand side. Now, what are your thoughts on this, Dan? I want to talk to you about the 4-4-2. How do you think that's going to impact this game?
4-2-2 is what you want to do against TEKKZ, to be honest. You want to get 2 strikers involved. You really want to put him under a little bit of pressure. You can spread things out to the wings then as well. You really just know that TEKKZ is going to be struggling if you can play balls out wide.
Well, here is TEKKZ on the attack now. Cristiano Ronaldo just gets dispossessed by Marcelo, who was possibly thinking about pulling the trigger in and around that 18-yard box. But this has been a solid start for both players at the moment. Not too many risks being taken, not too many obvious chances, obviously just a few moments into the game, but I know it sounds surprising to say, but every time one of these players go forward, you almost expect something to happen.
But I think what we've learned, Mark, from this tournament is it's the players who are taking those risks, who are succeeding. That's why both of these players are in this grand final. They haven't just sat back and defended and absorbed pressure. They've attacked their opponents, and they've been rewarded for it.
And USTUN trying to find the ball through to Neymar there, couldn't quite squeeze it between the 2 defenders. And now TEKKZ is going to have the opportunity to bring it away. And Varane now on the ball. He's going to spread this out to Marcelo. And this is something that TEKKZ does a lot, Dan. Looks to get those fullbacks involved and looks to get that ball in behind down the line.
Yeah, when he notices there's some blue shirts going towards him or whatever shirt his opponent is wearing, he's not just going to play passes into it. He's not going to give an easy opportunity for his opponent to tackle him. So he switches the play. He looks for space. It's something he's phenomenal at doing.
Well, here's Vieira then. Hullit's going to join the attack as well. For TEKKZ, he takes it first time. The shot is deflected just wide of the target. Now there will be a set piece here for F2TEKKZ. It might be a little bit of a pause in play for a moment. But the 4-4-2 I want to kind of focus on a little bit more because it has been a formation, as we say, with those 2 strikers, which has caused TEKKZ problems. Do you reckon that's in the back of his mind a little bit? Because I spoke to him at breakfast, and I know that's almost become a meme at this point because we've said it so much. But he was saying that the formations he struggles against are the ones with 2 men up top. He was worried about playing Resende earlier today with the 3-5-2. Do you think it's in the back of his mind at all?
I think it'll be something he'll be well aware of. It's because the 4-2-3-1 that we see so often, the two central defensive midfielders usually run the show. However, when you see a 4-4-2 or a 4-2-2, often they can be contained by the two midfielders opposing them.
Well, here is a chance for TEKKZ then. Ronaldo's got round the back, R9. Dragged back inside the box now, finds Mbappe. Elastico 1, Elastico 2, Elastico 3. Doesn't find it, but Ronaldo finds the opportunity, but a big save from David De Gea. In the last game we saw it was TEKKZ who was saved by the Spaniard. This time, USTUN's got him to thank.
And it's almost becoming a speciality now to see those 4 attempted Elasticos from TEKKZ. And he's trying it in a grand final when he's tied up at 0-0. The confidence flowing through this boy's veins is absolutely unreal.
Now he's coming forward once again. Marcelo again down this left-hand side, and that's some classic TEKKZ. Finding Mbappe now. We'll play the ball back to Marcelo. Well defended, though, by USTUN. And I think that USTUN's confidence will grow the longer that he's able to keep TEKKZ at bay. Big opportunity here. Ronaldo's in. No, it's actually Neymar who strikes the post. And TEKKZ has had 2 big chances now. But the game is still tied up at 0-0.
TEKKZ was on the side of Lady Luck in his console final. He even said himself, why can't I sit on the same side of the stage? I want De Gea to perform that well. I want the posts to be doing what they did in their console final. Well, now it's coming back to bite him, it would seem, in this grand final.
There's some space here for Hullet. Sorry to cut you off, Dan, because Vieira's looking like he's going to be dangerous here. Ball into our CR7, and it's De Gea having to make a big save again. Both goalkeepers performing to an incredible standard to start this one off.
But you mentioned confidence, and you said, is USTUN going to be confident? He should be. You saw on the right-hand side of your screen, we had the PS4 leaders. He's up to 5th in the leaderboards now. An absolutely incredible rise from 21st, and that's what one good tournament can do for you. And then on the other side, TEKKZ is now 6,000 Global Series points ahead of Dasari. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Look at the space in behind here for Eusebio. Big chance here. Oh, the deflection comes in. Rio Ferdinand just got enough on that one to send it wide. It was actually the referee who pulls it back for an offside decision, but USTUN's showing that he's got that ability to get in behind TEKKZ's defence.
And that's because if you do kind of play the ball out wide, if you go for those lofted through balls when TEKKZ brings those fullbacks out of position, you can expose him. We've seen many a player do it across the past few tournaments as well. So USTUN's done his research, he's studied, and he's actually trying to target those weaknesses of TEKKZ.
Big chances at both ends then. Still tied up at 0-0 though, after 33 minutes in our first leg. Ferdinand and Neymar having a real battle there, and a lax pass there from USTUN has given the ball back to TEKKZ. TEKKZ flicks it up, looks towards the back post.
Oh, keeper movement.
Goalkeeper movement. We were saying, I think USTUN saw the matchup at the back post there, knew that he wasn't going to win that header, so decided to rely on his goalkeeper movement, and it paid off.
The natural angle to be positioning and placing that header is that top left-hand corner. We know Cristiano Ronaldo is going to beat Marcelo in the air, but so did USTUN. And it is so incredible for him to actually make that risk and say, I'm going to move my keeper. Because if TEKKZ had saw it coming, he might have tried to nod it the other way and he could have been a goal up.
Big chances for both players then. No one able to take them so far. Now it's USTUN's turn to go forward. Vieira just striding forward.
Oh my goodness.
It was the Chicharito-esque header there from Cristiano Ronaldo. Trying to flick that one back over. Create enough power to maybe loop it over the head of David De Gea, but now TEKKZ is in behind once more. Cristiano Ronaldo playing in that right attacking midfield positions, got past his man. Neymar's inside the box. Oh, it's just wide of the upright once more.
Not quite time to perfection. It's one thing that TEKKZ has been doing all tournament long, is hitting those green, but he's not quite there just yet. But he's just warming up in this grand final, and you saw the wide eyes once again of USTUN of just saying, okay, I got away with that there.
Again, space in a wide area here for TEKKZ. Mbappe bullies his way past
شكرا على
luckily
الفولو.
breaks.
هلو اخبار؟
What a mistake there from TEKKZ.
Oh, and he's holding down RB because he's getting ready to shoot, or he's on the PS4, so he's holding down R1. It's something we've got to remember as well. He's playing with a different controller, not the controller he's used to.
Mbappe then. Maybe this is where TEKKZ makes good on that mistake. He's inside the box, the Frenchman.
بص هي النسبة الأكبر والأوقع لتكس.
I mean, it's been an action-packed first half. But the most important statistic is the
هو
one on the
أوستن
top
بيلعب
of your
حلو
screen,
بس
and that is 0-0 between these two players.
Which I think TEKKZ will be relatively happy with, considering it is on the PlayStation, his unfamiliar console. And It did surprise me that Houston chose PS4 first. We saw what happened in Atlanta. Tuga made this decision. He chose PS4, and Tex just ran a riot on the PlayStation, and then he dominated on the Xbox as well.
So we're back underway then, second half of the first leg. Tex will have the ball here from the restart. Hullet into R9, little bit of space for Ronaldo. De Gea forced into a save. Was a fairly comfortable save this time for the Spaniard, down to his right-hand side. Tex takes it short once more. Looks to get the ball in the air. Ronaldo's there. It's actually Rafael Varane who rises tallest.
ما لحقتش اقول يعني. هو الصراحة أنا يعني عايز أوستن يكسب يعني، بس صعب.
Well, Varane can get the job done as well. Maybe we'll stick him at right CAM and see what he can do to Marcelo. And that's exactly what Tex needed now. He's been dominating the possession, but he wasn't able to show anything for it. Finally gets his breakthrough. And now it means Houston is going to have to answer back.
And I don't think that changes too much as far as game plan for Houston is concerned. He's still going to go forward. He's still going to be aggressive. He knows himself that he is liable to concede a goal or two. It's all about if he can score more than he lets in. Vieira then picks up the ball. Hullet finds the ball in towards the striker there, but well defended by Tex.
But we look at the games where Houston struggled this tournament. I mean, yes, okay, he was able to get a victory. He is unbeaten, as is Tex. However, he had very close games against players who kept the ball away from him, and Tex is doing just that. He is really depriving Houston of possession here, not allowing even a glimmer of getting that ball.
Will be a throw in here to Houston on this left-hand side. Again, Tex just doing such a good job of applying pressure to Houston, not letting him settle in any kind of way in this game. Mbappe now. Vieira's going to come forward. There is a little bit of space in behind here. It's actually Hullet now on the ball, just waiting for the ball. Finds the ball into R9 now. Mbappe inside the box. Tex takes that shot first time! And Mbappe finds the top right-hand corner.
And for all the goalkeeper movement that we've seen, this time the keeper is
هو أول ما لف كده خلاص
movement,
عرفت إنها جون.
It's a finesse from outside the box. It's paying homage to the old meta, but Tex is still able to pull it out. And now he gets that 2-goal cushion on his unfamiliar console. And things have gone from bad to worse now for Houston.
Two Frenchmen on the score sheet for F2TEKKZ. Rafael Varane first, Kylian Mbappe second. Now what has Houston got? Has he got the steal to get back into this one? Just past the hour mark now in our first leg. Vieira coming forward, tries to sneak it through to Hullet. But Tex's defense, again, has been absolutely superb.
And that's why he's conceded the least amount of goals when we look at these two players. He's only conceded 19 in 9 games.
Look at the pace of Mbappe then towards the back post. It's 3, just like that. Blink and you'll miss it. F2TEKKZ is just turning it on now in Singapore.
والله شكله هيبقى سكور كبير
قوي.
And a confident, flowing Tex, we know, is a terrifying one. This could be more than just 3, it could be 4, it could be 5 on the PlayStation. And then when it gets to the Xbox, oh boy, are we in for a treat. That's when he's going to be starting to show things off.
And what a scary thought that is. Tex currently 3 to the good on his unfavoured console here, the PlayStation 4. Houston doesn't really know what's hit him.
وأوستن ممكن يعمل كومباك في المباراة التانية بس يعني مش قدام تكس متوقعهاش.
He's not going to have any confidence. He hasn't had much of the ball. He hasn't had chances to strike on goal because Tex has been defending so phenomenally. He's pushing out, he's pressing at the right times.
طول البطولة كان أي حد بيحاول يعمل كومباك قدام تكس كان الحظ ما بيحالفوش ويشوط في القائم والحارس كان بيصد وكان في حاجات غريبة كده.
Tex, he means business here in this grand final.
He's just not allowing Houston even a foothold in this game. Being so direct with those through balls as well, and it will be a free kick here to Tex as well. And Dan, we know how dangerous he can be from these set pieces.
I love Tex in set pieces. Like, he just comes up with such creative flair. He's just going for a simple one here because he knows the position he's in, it's important he keeps possession.
Houston will win the throw in there with the challenge coming in from Rio Ferdinand. Cancelo wins that head up. There is a little bit of space here for Mbappe. And now it's going to be CR7 inside the box. Fake shot. Little ball roll and a cricketer. But again, look at the pressure from Tex here. He's just not allowing USTUN to even have a moment to think about the pass that he wants to make. He's just closing down that space. And that has to be so frustrating to play against.
Yeah, you can see Houston is just trying to make that pass, trying to play that through ball. And a lot of players in this situation would probably step off. They would allow their opponent to have the possession. Tex is saying, no, this grand final is not over. I know full well that Houston has the goal-scoring capability. If he comes at me, if he gets one goal and gets a little bit of belief, that's a scary factor. So Tex is making sure that he keeps on top of every single moment of this grand final.
There's a ball around the corner to Neymar, then great ball inside as well. Marcelo does some good defensive work there for USTUN. Now Eusebio's going to bring it away towards the halfway line. And this hasn't been the script that USTUN would have wanted to have written after this first leg. He's got it all to do now. But if there's one player who can find 3 goals at any point in a match, it's that man in the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
I mean, the fact that he scored 57 goals this tournament in the 9 games that he's played is incredible, but he's not been going up against Tex.
Here's Neymar inside the box, couple of cricketers, but the finish just not good enough there from USTUN. Didn't hit that green timing. And that might have been the difference between this game being 3-0 and 3-1. Header then towards the back post, there is a goal! USTUN has a foothold.
كده بقى في أمل في العودة. هو مش كبير بس في أمل.
And it's not often I say this, Mark, but I think that might be a little bit of a mistake from Tex. Bringing David De Gea just a little bit too far off his line, expecting the ball to be pumped front post. But instead it's slightly further outside. And Cristiano Ronaldo, I mean, we've seen it all tournament long. Once he rises above everyone else, it's going into the back of that net.
Belief then reinstated here for USTUN. 2 goals the difference between the 2 players now. If he can steal another one just before we start our second leg as well, boy, are we in for a second leg.
It's whether he's going to get a chance, though. Knowing Tex, he's going to keep this ball. He'll make sure the last attack of the game goes to him. Just recycle. If he sees a perfect opportunity, he will take it. However, if nothing jumps and springs in front of him, he'll be more than happy just to keep it here and play it patiently.
Just a couple of minutes of regulation time then left at the end of our first leg. Tex just toying with USTUN here. Vieira spreads it out wide here to Marcelo. A little bit of room in the middle for Hullet.
This is so smart from Tex. So smart, so important to keep the ball. He doesn't even need the last attack in theory. He just needs to make sure he finishes this game with a 2-goal advantage.
And look at that ball over the top, though. Cristiano Ronaldo is going to take it down beautifully. Tries to get round the edge of Marcelo. USTUN with the chance here to get another goal back, and he does so! USTUN is back into
لا كده مباراة العودة المفروض هتبقى سخنة. لا.
He's back in this one.
And for all the credit I was giving Tex for keeping the ball, when he just slipped up at the last moment, just giving it away and just giving USTUN a ticket right back into this grand final.
There is the final whistle then. And what a difference 10 minutes can make in game. You can see Tex, he knows it's mistakes on his part.
He just won. He just won the first leg. And yet, look, he's still upset about it because he knows a 1-goal advantage is not as good as a 2-goal advantage. Yes, okay, he's going onto the Xbox. That is his preferred console. That is his home, his territory. But he's just gifted now USTUN a chance back. But all credit to USTUN for taking that opportunity. Great advanced fake shots to beat the man with Cristiano Ronaldo. We've got a blooming good grand final here.
We do indeed, and the second leg is set up absolutely beautifully between these 2 players. And I talked about one thing that USTUN has been missing a little bit in previous tournaments, that steal, that sort of ability to grind out a result, that resolve as a player. And all of a sudden, here in Singapore, for whatever reason, he seems to have found it. And that's a perfect example of it there. 3-0 down, most players would be like, oh, this is done. You know, I'm not looking forward to the second leg. I'm just going to get a battering. 2 goals in quick succession. He's back in this.
I think a USTUN of old and a USTUN we saw at previous tournaments, he may have crumbled, to be honest. But, I mean, as we'll see from the highlights, he actually bounced back. He didn't just allow Tex to keep pushing him. He kept the pressure up. He did apply the right pressure in the right situations. He didn't just sit back and allow Tex to just run the show. Because when Tex does run the show, we know what happens. We know it can be 4. We know it can be 5. But USTUN does pose a threat. And yes, okay, he's not playing his natural game of FIFA. He's having to hit the counterattacks, but he's clinical in front of goal, and that's what's important.
He has taken his chances well, and you can see chances at the start of this game. The game really did start at 100 miles an hour. It was end-to-end stuff. There were chances for both players. De Gea came up with big saves for both TEKKZ and USTUN. And you can see here from some of the replays, that was an uncharacteristic mistake there from TEKKZ.
So he's trying to just probably finesse the shot by holding R1 and then shooting, but sometimes if you press R1 too early, you are just going to dummy that ball. And TEKKZ will be thinking about those kind of situations and those chances during the break here.
You can see that was the goal that broke the deadlock there from Raphael Varane. A little chip into the box. USTUN knows it wasn't too much he could do about that once Marcelo was up against Raphael Varane. But TEKKZ kind of grew into the game from here, and it sort of felt like he was kind of just waiting for that perfect moment to strike. And this strike from Kylian Mbappe, I mean, it was absolutely superb.
It really was, Mark. And TEKKZ looked like this was when he was going to go on and he was just going to absolutely smash this grand final. And I was slightly concerned for USTUN, especially after this third goal. But the resilience that USTUN showed to get back into it, yes, okay, it probably came at the expense of TEKKZ making mistakes. And I think that's why he looked so frustrated after the end of that first leg. He moved his goalkeeper with De Gea for USTUN's first goal. As we can see here, he's just a little bit too far out of his goal, and USTUN took full advantage of that.
And you saw after that third goal, the reaction of USTUN. He was kind of like shaking his head and he looked a little bit down in the dumps, and why wouldn't you? 3-0 down in the grand final, but his resilience to come back, and look at this from Ronaldo, just bursting past Marcelo. But the composure here, Dan, to find the extra pass and to find the finish, because we've seen it against TEKKZ already. Even if you're one-on-one, 6 yards out from goal, that is not guaranteed with his goalkeeper movement.
I think you hit the nail on the head there with the word composure. The fact that he's done that against TEKKZ in a grand final, he didn't panic, he didn't just shoot at first sight. Also, when he got that ball back, when TEKKZ gave it away in the 92nd minute, he didn't just try and go for a short pass. He went for the Hail Mary. He went over top, he was rewarded for it, and now he's got a good chance going into the Xbox side of things here.
And the fascinating thing for me is we saw a reaction from TEKKZ there that we're not used to seeing. He won the first game, like you were saying. He just won 3-2 the first leg on his away console, but he looked really frustrated with himself towards the end of that game, and when it finished. Do you think that's going to affect him now moving into this second leg?
For a mere mortal, it probably would affect them. But for TEKKZ, I mean, even at 17 years old, his mentality is phenomenal. He's taken a break. He's going to come back, and he will be full of fire, I'm sure. The confidence will be flowing through him. We'll see more of the same. He's just going to be a little bit frustrated because it was 2 mistakes. I think he'll know that. Everyone else watching probably knows that. But you've got to give credit for USTUN because he took advantage of those mistakes. And now, you know what? I don't know how to call this grand final, because if USTUN's been playing on the Xbox, if he's comfortable with that controller, he really does have a chance here.
It really is true. And let's talk about the mentality of the man who's sat opposite F2TEKKZ and USTUN. I mean, he's going to be just full of belief right now. He probably thought that that game was over, but now he has something to hold on to. Now he has a way back into this cross-console final. How important, like, it's obvious how important the goals were. But for a player like USTUN, who sometimes has lacked a little bit of belief in the later stages of tournaments, that's even bigger for him.
And I think it's because of the situation and the stage that he's on right now. This is the grand final. He's already achieved the Global Series ranking points. He doesn't have anything to lose here. Whereas when I was speaking to TEKKZ earlier, me saying, well, I don't want to lose a grand final. I want another trophy. I want a third undefeated tournament. Whereas USTUN's not going to be thinking about numbers, about undefeated tournaments. He's just going to be about thinking, I want to take advantage of this opportunity. I want to achieve my dream of getting my name on that trophy, to be the 5th name on the FUT Champions Cup trophy.
And he does have that opportunity here. We're about to get into our second leg of our cross-console final, obviously moving over to the Xbox console now. That is TEKKZ's home console, and there's only one.
And USTUN's actually like, it seems like the admin was showing him how the Xbox controller works. So that slightly concerns me, slightly worries me a little bit. But I'm sure he's familiar with it.
I'm sure he is, absolutely. And I was just saying there's 1 goal difference between the 2 players here. So set up beautifully. USTUN obviously still chasing the game. TEKKZ with that goal lead, still controlling the pace of this tie. But you can see what they're playing for right there. That is the beautiful trophy we've been talking about the entire time that we've been here in Singapore. And now it's just 90 in-game minutes away for one of these players to finally get their hands on it.
And you might be watching at home and you're probably saying, well, what's really the difference in switching consoles? I mean, surely people are going to be used to playing on a PS4 controller or an Xbox controller. But, I mean, it's just little minute things that can make or break a final for you, especially when you're going up against some of the best FIFA players in the world. You want any advantage that's possible,
and whether that just be just positioning of your fingers or comfortable style of play, you've got to be careful here, and you've got to just be aware of the differences, and that's why I was surprised that Houston chose PS4 first, but who knows, maybe it'll pay off here.
Now let's talk about how these two players are going to start this game off. Do you think that Houston's going to stick with the 4-4-2 and continue exactly the same way? Obviously, we expect TEKKZ with that lead to go in with the 4-2-3-1 with the two wide cams, but you would expect them to start the same with just like 1 goal difference, right?
I would think so. However, Houston might look at the possession in that game and might say, maybe the 4-4-2 isn't the right approach, or he might just be focusing on his style rather than the formation. He'll stick with 4-4-2, but he might try and slow things down a little bit, not go for that instant attack that we're used to seeing him, just maybe try and frustrate TEKKZ, do exactly what TEKKZ is doing to him. However, I must give a little bit of credit to TEKKZ because he is playing this grand final better than he played the console final. He's playing his own game. He is just going forward, he's doing his skill moves, and he's getting the job done. 2 simple mistakes that he can forget about. He still has a lead going into this Xbox side of things, and I think he will still be relatively confident.
Now let's think about
والله احتمال هو كسب لحد دلوقتي في الذهاب 3-2. دي مباراة العودة بقى الله أعلم هيعمل ايه. والذهاب كان على البلاي ستيشن 4. العودة على الجهاز بتاعه على اكس بوكس. الموضوع صعب.
Talked about how it can cause mistakes. I really do feel like that could be a real deciding factor potentially in this final.
Yeah, I feel like TEKKZ has been behind so much in not only this tournament, but previous tournaments as well. It just doesn't seem to affect him. He's one of the very few players in the FIFA community that can come back no matter the deficit. I've seen it be 3 goals, 4 goals, 5 goals. He still comes back into things. And now he has a lead. If he can build on that, he should be fine. It's going to be Houston's mentality that really we should be focusing on, how he's going to approach this. Is he going to attack TEKKZ, or is he just going to sit back and hope for another mistake?
Well, let's find out. Time for our second leg of the cross-console final now. F2TEKKZ goes in with a 1-goal advantage after a 3-2 win. In the first leg, 2 late goals, though, from M10's USTUN. I've very much given him a way back into this. TEKKZ will have kickoff here at the start of this second leg. Ronaldo now on the ball. You can see Neymar just hovering outside of the 18-yard box. Mbappe turning now, and this would be a great start for TEKKZ, just to get the confidence back. And the ball is actually going to be out of play here. We are going to have a pause momentarily again. You can see here, Dan, Houston again going with the 4-4-2.
And one thing that I can promise you in after this final is we are going to make history. Either we're going to be adding a new name to that FUT Champions Cup trophy if TEKKZ loses this and Houston wins, or we're going to see the first player with their name 3 times on that trophy, and also a 3rd undefeated tournament as well for TEKKZ. And really, if you think about the logistics of that,
I mean, I was just about to say,
it's unreal.
I was just about to say, undefeated in one tournament is something that any player can be proud of and can, put down as a notable achievement in their career. To do it twice is phenomenal. To do it 3 times is unheard of.
Just takes the mick a little bit, doesn't it? It just kind of rubs it in the face of everyone else if he's able to do it that consistently. And I think consistency is the word for TEKKZ. It's what he's proved. The fact he reached 9 semi-finals in a row. Now he has a chance at, another trophy, his 4th trophy of the season, 5th trophy of all time. He is one of the greats, but he needs to stay focused.
Here we go. Action back underway then. Slight pause in proceedings there. Just gave us a little bit of time to reset, take everything in. Ronaldo now on this right-hand side for TEKKZ in that familiar home Liverpool strip of the team that he loves so much. And there is going to be some space out wide here for Marcelo. Mbappe now turns back onto that right foot. We've seen him hit him from distance from there, and it's going to be R9. It is going to fall to Mbappe now. R9 makes the run, and the timing of the shot not perfect. But there were bodies in the way there for USTUN, who immediately sends it long upfield.
And sometimes it's little things like that can happen from changes from controller to controller. Even though Xbox is TEKKZ's familiar console, he might have been getting used to the PS4 controller in that game, and the power difference and the button difference can be apparent. He didn't quite time it green.
Here's USTUN there with Mbappe. Whips the ball into the box. There is a man at the back post. Strong physical challenge there from Sergio Ramos. Unfortunately for USTUN, the man arriving was not Cristiano Ronaldo, because you fully expect him to be winning those headers. But well defended there by TEKKZ.
I don't know if you've noticed, TEKKZ really does focus on the left-hand side of play. He loves using Mbappe out on the wing, but he also introduces Marcelo so often. I have often questioned people using Marcelo because of his vulnerabilities at the back.
But when Tex uses him like this going forward, I can see why people haven't.
Here's CR7 then, and Marcelo will make that tackle. Neymar comes back and does some defensive work here for Tex. Ramos now moving forward, one of the more defensive-minded fullbacks here for Tex. Here's space for Neymar. Will he strike it? Yes, he will, but he doesn't get the timing right. And that means that that ball will just sail past the upright.
But we are carrying on from where we left off, Mark. It is Tex who's creating those chances. It's Tex that's going forward. It's Houston who's having to counter-attack. And that's not what Houston's comfortable with.
But he's not taking those chances, Dan. And we saw it a little bit earlier today in a few games with Tex when he was getting frustrated and he wasn't taking those chances, and it almost cost him a couple of games. So you're going to have to keep an eye on that, see if he can be the clinical Tex that we talk about so much. But there's a couple of really lax passes coming in from Houston, having got possession back, and that's pretty uncharacteristic of him. Here is Mbappe then, attacking that familiar side that Tex loves. Flicked up by Marcelo, looking for that back post cross once more.
And notice how Tex isn't using an El Tornado
Again
there.
though, Dan, another sloppy pass here. Neymar inside the box. And this is just Houston putting pressure on himself. And he almost concedes another goal there.
And it's what happens sometimes when you get a naturally attacking player when they are under the cosh, when they don't have the possession that they're used to. They almost try and rush the ball too much from their defense. And that's why he's giving the ball away. That's why he's struggling at the back. And he needs to be careful because eventually Tex is going to take one of these chances. And that is scary. But to the previous point that I was making, when Tex goes out on the left-hand wing, when he has Marcelo, he does have the option of using an El Tornado to try and cross it in, because we know how effective El Tornado to back post headers can be. Instead, the El Tornado now has been kind of taken out of the meta at times because people have been able to read it. When they see that body language, when they see the character model turning, they can intercept that. They can change it up. Whereas Texas said, all right, I'm going to do something a little bit different here, and I'm going to make sure that it's not going to be able to read, and I'm going to be able to catch people off guard.
Well, you can see a little bit of pause in play here as we get some things adjusted, and we're sitting here in the dark, so that's exciting, isn't it? But we want to get back into it, obviously, as soon as we get... Hey, as soon as I said that, look at that, the light comes on, and we look all beautiful again. Well, you do anyway, but anyway, less about me. What are your thoughts, though, on how Tex is approaching this second half? Because he's come back and he looks a little bit more focused. It doesn't look quite as frustrated as he did, but maybe these little stoppages here, a few technical things, they can start to get on your mind a little bit.
They are always going to be the most difficult parts of finals, when you do have a stoppage, when you have time to think with yourself, because sometimes your biggest enemy is your own brain when you start to think, oh, I wish I hadn't conceded that second goal. I wish I hadn't conceded either of those goals in the first leg. So Tex just needs to stay focused. I think he's approached this second leg incredibly well. Like Nightwatch said before the game started, Tex needs to just play his own game, and he has done so in the second leg. It's not like he's been playing just slow possession, build football and waiting and waiting. No, he's just been going at Houston saying, I want that fourth goal. I want to assert my dominance, because if he can assert his dominance, if he can get that 2-goal cushion once again, then maybe he can start to play the more free-flowing football that we see and what we love from Tex.
And it's one thing that we did see earlier, when he does get those couple of goals in front, he does love entertaining the crowd here. He does love entertaining the people at home. We've seen a lot of Elasticos already today, and I'm sure we'll see some more before this game is done. Obviously, there's a little technical pause here, ladies and gentlemen, which is why I'm not showing you the gameplay right now. We'll get straight back into it as soon as we possibly can. But for Houston, I mean, how big of a win would this be? We saw his reaction after the PS4 final and how he reacted, and how there was just that look of sort of relief because he'd finally realised what he has been dreaming of doing for so long, and that is, winning the PS4 side of things and finally calling himself a champion. Do you think that kind of might have affected his mentality going into this cross-console final in the way that it's kind of, he might have thought he's already achieved what he wanted to achieve, and kind of the cross-console final would just be a little bonus on top of that?
I know what you're saying. Some players are like that. They get to that point where they've achieved what they expected or what they had hoped, and then they never get that one step further. I don't think that's the case, though, for Houston. I mean, he has some fantastic achievements across his history of playing several FIFA titles, but I think the grand scheme of things, knowing that he can make history and be the 5th name on that FUT Champions Cup trophy, that's going to be something that's definitely on his mind. Like, we will be talking about him for FIFAs to come if he is able to put his name on that trophy, because who knows, maybe no one will ever get a chance to do so ever again. Maybe it's constantly going to be Tex or Dasari who are going to keep coming back. So if you get an opportunity, you take it, just like Dull and Mike did in Bucharest those months ago.
It's very true, and I'm sure there's a lot of people at home who love F2TEKKZ and love all of these wins and, his consistency and the records that he's breaking. But it does make that story so much better, doesn't it? Because every single tournament he wins, it means the moment that he does fall, when that player steps up to beat him, then that just becomes an even more incredible moment in history.
Well, here we go then. We're back underway. Thank you so much for bearing with us during that, and it is going to be a corner from TEKKZ. Thankfully, though, Houston quick on the ball and making sure there's not going to be any little mistakes from his side of things.
Here's Neymar then. Little tackle comes in, though, from USTUN. And hey, oh, that's
no!
very risky!
No!
Can you believe it? The author of his own downfall here, USTUN, has just gifted a goal to TEKKZ.
And he's just tried to play a simple pass to the right back. But much like the Mbappe of real life, he's always there. He's always going to be pouncing on any sort of situation, any sort of opportunity to grab a goal. He is a poacher, both in real life and in FIFA. And TEKKZ is gifted a 2-goal cushion.
I almost feel for USTUN. What a mistake that is. And what a moment to do it as well. 2 goals now, the difference between the two players. USTUN, though, is going to get that interception. He needs to find some rhythm here, USTUN. And Vieira is going to disrupt that rhythm. Marcelo wins it back, though. Vieira into Mbappe. Here's Hullet. CR7 with the drag back. Little scoop turn. Tries to get the ball up in the air. Hullet almost squeezed it through to CR7. He's found the ball back. Look at this defensive wall of TEKKZ, though. USTUN trying so hard to break it down, but he just can't get through.
But look how quickly, as a pro player, you have to react to the situation. Several times, USTUN had the ball taken away from him, but it bounced straight back. And you have to be so quick to react.
Here's R9, and he's reacting quickest to the through ball. But the finish is pretty poor by TEKKZ's standards, just drags it wide. Now we are going to see a pause coming in.
And you can see, I feel like there is just a sense of being uncomfortable here. Camera changes. That is just USTUN saying, I'm not sure that I'm ready for this, in my opinion. If you're changing settings left, right, and center, to me, that's showing you weren't set up. You weren't ready for the occasion. And he's just not comfortable. And I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be comfortable if I played on my opposition console either.
USTUN has to find some sort of rhythm here. Maybe this ball down the line to Mbappe will help that. Mbappe versus Marcelo. He pops it into the box. Varane, though, beats Neymar to the ball. And for someone like USTUN to be whipping some crosses in after 40 minutes of this second leg, signs of desperation may be creeping in.
Yeah, sometimes you resort to what some people would say the cheap goals of trying to hit that ball back post. Here's TEKKZ.
And there's Cristiano Ronaldo. De Gea makes the save. Marcelo bring it away then for USTUN. Half-time just around the corner here. Goal at this point for USTUN or TEKKZ. So vital in this situation. Hullet coming forward now. Look at the run from Neymar. It's actually going to fall to Mbappe. Cristiano Ronaldo now. TEKKZ is trying to find an opportunity, and there might be one here for USTUN on the counter-attack.
Yeah, there's been some sloppy passes, I've got to say, from USTUN, and you can see by his body language, he keeps shaking his head as well, but he just needs that one bit of hope. Goes slightly backwards. I think it might have even been an offside, and that is going to be absolute heaven for TEKKZ now, as he can just keep the ball and get to half-time with his 2-goal lead.
And you just have to think about how that 2-goal lead has come about. A huge mistake from USTUN. And TEKKZ took full advantage of it. Mbappe now flicks the ball up, looks towards the back post to find Ronaldo once more. And he finds Ronaldo once more.
Thank you, Marquino. 7
And deja
for
vu strikes as Ronaldo once again climbs highest.
And I can't count it on my fingers. I don't even think I can count it on my toes. How many times we've seen Cristiano Ronaldo rising above Marcelo, and TEKKZ is taking full advantage of that. All USTUN can do is put his head in his hands at this point as the final whistle will, the half-time whistle will blow. And he hasn't even had a shot on the Xbox. TEKKZ now with a 3-goal advantage. And he is so close to tasting victory, so close to his 3rd FUT Champions Cup, his 3rd undefeated tournament in the season.
See the changes coming in here for USTUN as well. He's realised it's time to go. Nothing to lose in this situation for him. Needs to get these goals, needs to get them back quick. He's down by 3 at this stage in the game, and with just 45 in-game minutes. And the way that TEKKZ has been controlling the possession, Houston knows it's now or never.
And he has to really throw everything forward here, which is going to leave him vulnerable at the back, and TEKKZ may be able to take advantage of that. Houston has to play perfect FIFA from this point onward. That's not perfect FIFA.
Another sloppy pass, and it really has been almost an uncharacteristic performance so far from Houston. And TEKKZ has had his life made pretty easy in that first half, to be honest with you. Neymar now, down the left-hand side for TEKKZ. Here's Hullet. Hullet might just get the ball back here. He slides in, but Vieira's going to come away with the ball now. 2 men up top here for Houston now, and he tries to find Neymar. Neymar in a foot race against Ferdinand. An old trusty Rio Ferdinand in that centre-back position for TEKKZ will once again clean up the mess.
But we did see in the first leg how quickly a 3-goal lead can be just closed down by an opponent. All it takes is maybe a mistake or a moment of absolute incredible ability from Houston. He still does have time here. He knows that that clock is ticking down. He knows that he just needs one chance here to give him just a glimmer of hope. But it's whether TEKKZ is even going to allow that chance. He's going to keep starving Houston of possession here.
Strong tackle there by Hullet, and that's a beautiful little lofted pass over the midfield into Neymar. TEKKZ just attacking that space, gets the ball back inside to R9 now. Hullet under pressure from Mbappe, and Houston will get the ball back, and look at the players now streaming forward for him. Has to make these opportunities count as we hit the hour mark here in this game. Mbappe gets past one. Space here for Eusebio, ball almost drops there.
And those kind of shots aren't the shots that we were seeing from Houston earlier in the tournament. They're desperate attempts. They're kind of almost just hopes towards FIFA of, please let this deflect and go out for a corner or go into the back of the net. Give me something in this grand final. As another pause is queued up from Houston, as more changes have to come, he knows.
Ronaldo gets around the outside. Oh, and he's just bursting through everyone. R9 across to Neymar, drag back. Oh, Ruud Hullet comes in to spoil the party for Houston. Neymar now gets dispossessed by Ruud Hullet. R9. Hullet, ball it back. There's a big chance here, and oh, De Gea makes the save. He makes a double save.
And it was almost like he had too much time with Cristiano Ronaldo there. He just tried to pass it in the back of the net because he saw the goalkeeper had drifted wide. But then De Gea quickly getting back to his lines, and that was really a chance to wrap this up if it wasn't already wrapped up for TEKKZ.
Houston here is just trying to apply pressure, but TEKKZ, he said it himself once, pressure makes diamonds. And he is not feeling the pressure in this situation whatsoever. He just keeps coming forward. 20 minutes left for TEKKZ to collect yet another trophy in what has been an incredible year. Vieira into Ronaldo. Look at the space here for Hullet. Look at the space in behind for Neymar. 5-star weak foot, tries to drill it across goal. Houston just hanging on. You can see a little shake of the head. I think he knows, with the time just ticking down here, that this one might have just slipped through his fingers.
18 minutes
ملوش حاجة يخسرها اوريدي خسر فيلعب هجوم
to extra
بحت.
time as well. And you can see now that formation is about as attacking as you can get. I'm sure if he could have a 1-1-9, that would probably be the formation they put on the board. Constant pressure now, as he knows he has to just get something here. But even though we're crediting TEKKZ and his goal-scoring ability and how he's been going forward, it's his defensive style and his defensive approach to the tournament that has impressed me even more. Including this grand final, he's only conceded 21 goals in, 10 matches?
Phenomenal.
Amazing stuff.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff from TEKKZ, and I have to agree with you, his defensive play has been the standout for me. I was one of the players one of the people on the desk, who was asking questions of him recently. Started off the year so strong defensively and kind of slipped up a little bit. in recent tournaments, but today has been the best of Tekkz, both going forward and defensively. And not only that, his ability to manage games as well has been superb. And look at the amount of players who are in the box here. Tekkz has pretty much got the pick of what he wants to do. It looks like he chose to have a shot and pick up the corner.
It's all about time management for Tekkz now. He can play this very smart. He can keep the ball away from M10 USTUN, and he will guarantee himself this trophy. And you can see the frustration for USTUN as the ball goes all the way back to the keeper.
He knows this is done.
But as soon as Tekkz feels like the job is done, when he knows there's no time left for USTUN, that's when he switches on the flare. That's when we start to see a little bit of sport, of showmanship from him. And he will try and entertain us, I promise you that.
Here's Marcelo then. You can see USTUN's doing everything he can. He's trying to push the offside trap. He's trying to get up the pitch. Neymar, though, is just trying to extend this lead here for Tekkz. USTUN now coming forward. Is there a moment of celebration for him left in this cross-console final? At the big dance. Ronaldo wins the header, though, for Tekkz. Here's Marcelo.
And we say 3 is the magic number, but for Tekkz it seems to be 4. It doesn't matter if it's 4 elasticos, 4 advanced fake shots. It's always 4 of something.
Here's Mbappe. Takes the ball towards that corner, just eating seconds off the clock here, F2TEKKZ. Experience on his side. He's been here before. And he's probably thinking about the end of that first leg as well, how he made those mistakes. Doesn't want to be repeating that.
It's probably time where we really should give credit to USTUN for what an amazing tournament he's had. From 21st in the Global Series rankings on PS4, all the way up to 5th with the 1,500 points he's secured. But unfortunately, like so many before him, he has fallen against the great that is F2TEKKZ.
Here's Ronaldo then, heel to heel, and there's just another one for Tekkz. 3-0 in this game, 6-2 on aggregate. He's on his way to another trophy.
And not only is he going to get his 3rd trophy, not only is he going to be unbeaten for 3 tournaments, but he's just taken the record of most goals in the tournament away from USTUN as well, just to rub salt in the wounds.
And you can hear him roaring at the moment. He knows how close he is. Just a few moments away now from being able to finally get his hands on that trophy. Heel to heel to get away from the defender. Perfect low-driven shot across goal. Nothing De Gea could do about it there. And this has been F2TEKKZ once again asserting his dominance over the competitive FIFA scene.
60 goals he scored this tournament in 10 matches. The most he's done all season long. And for everyone, and even for USTUN, you just watch and learn.
Even Steven Gerrard is on the pitch, and F2TEKKZ has done it again. History keeps repeating itself at the moment. That man on your stage right now is your FUT Champions Cup champion. I'm rolling now, rolling down to it.
Thank you for watching. See you again. Goodbye.